Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Derrick Crawford next.
You're gonna make that happen?
Huh?
You're gonna make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm gonna get these straps that I'm gonna go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the bar. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he code switch focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode, I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather, I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a peace, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge while they eat. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind at the eat.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a... When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they want to call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode, I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather, I'm the kingpin.
Oh, what's happening, everybody, man? What the hell? How long we been waiting on this shit? How long we been waiting on it, y'all? It's like, damn, Earl, you waited, you waited fucking 3 years, and pretty much, if y'all can remember when I was covering this, it's pretty much what I speculated. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, really, you looked at what was going on with EJ at the time, and what I'm saying, people can call it excuses. Y'all know I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I'm just trying to get down to what the fuck happened to our fight for our generation. You know what I'm saying? This is supposed to be our Spence Hagler, our Hearns, Marvin Hagler moment. And this is the shit that we got. This is the shit that we got. You know what I'm saying? Some old effed up ass, bitch ass relationship flaw. You know what I'm saying? Um, Errol Spence Jr. did that interview, and I know everybody probably seen it because it done set boxing on fire. Hold on. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Can y'all hear me? Yeah, man. You know what I mean? It took too long. You know what I'm saying? I guess he had to process, Errol Spence Jr. had to process what he was going through because, he's an introvert. Yeah, I think, with black people, we really don't believe in, what I'm saying, no personality issues. You need to just get your motherfucking mind right and do what you do best. But EJ is a severe introvert, right? And he's a loner. You know what I'm saying? And he's probably pretty ruthless with the money. So it's just like I speculated before, because I was looking at Derrick James and how cavalier his relationship was with EJ. Anytime he spoke of EJ, it was in a detached manner. It wasn't like Virgil Hunter and if you ever notice how Virgil Hunter and Andre Ward, how they are when they speak, it's almost like a father son type of relationship. You know what I'm saying? When you see other trainers with their fighters, it's a lot closer relationship. But when you looked at Derrick James talk to Spence, what I'm saying, he start talking about he don't involve himself into the decisions on who he fights. He just comes to the gym and he goes to work. And I thought that, and sometimes he said another thing they said, what I'm saying, when they were talking about their relationship, that they would eat and sometimes they would just say nothing and they'll just sit there and eat. I was like, what the hell is going on? It's like I said to myself, this is a strange relationship between, what I'm saying, a trainer and a star boxing, your star boxing pupil. And Derrick James treated the shit like it was just a purely business relationship, and that he just come in and do the work and he go home. And I thought that was awfully strange, because usually, I'm saying, Earl didn't just have one belt. He had three belts, right? And so something had to be working right, but at the same time, there was something kind of fucked up about their relationship. It was something kind of messed up. So you could sense it in the cavalier way they would speak. They were very nonchalant with each other. It wasn't no warmth. There was not. He didn't. Earl Spence didn't look at Derrick James like he was a dad or nothing like that. And I don't know. Maybe it's because Errol Spence Jr. came in when he was a little bit older. You know what I'm saying? I think he was what, 15. I think he got Spence when he was a little bit older, and maybe that's what it was. And he wasn't a kid like the rest of these guys. You know what I'm saying? When they grew up, you know what I'm saying, under their coaching staff and everything like that. But maybe coming in when he was older, you got the feeling like maybe Spence was a little bit too old or something. I don't know, but it just looked like, if you look at their relationship, it's just like they just didn't have that warmth, what I'm saying, that extra personal type of closeness or bond that you would expect to be between a winning team, right? And that's what I'm getting at. And what I believe, over time, I think Derrick James became very bitter, bro. I think he became a bitter ass dude, bro, because he started talking about the money and what he was owed. Now, I don't know if you ever been around, say, other people, when it comes time to make big money, all of a sudden shit start falling apart when you with your friends and stuff, and they feel like, they want a bigger piece of the pie, right? And I don't know if Derrick James was, dissatisfied with the percentage that he was getting over the entire time, over other championship belts that Errol Spence Jr. won. I don't know if that's the case, that this thing had been growing. But when I hear what was going on during the camp, during the Bud Crawford buildup, that shit pisses me off, bro. That shit pisses me off. Why would you decide to do this shit on this man's biggest fight? Why would you choose to go rogue? And I'm gonna take the shit even further. I'm gonna take this shit even further, bro. I believe Derrick James. What was that Wilder? What was that guy that was in Wilder camp that end up what was that guy name? Shit. It was the same shit with Wilder, where his sparring partner, saying, got pissed off with him. And I do believe he sold him out and put some shit in Wilder's water. I do believe that shit, being jealous. These motherfuckers be jealous, bro. And I'm talking about, just like any nigga on the street, bro. You know what I'm saying? Instead of having integrity and having loyalty, and then y'all figure that shit out like brothers. No, no, these dudes, they be selling out, bro. And let me tell you something. Do I put it beyond Derrick James, you know what I'm saying, or anybody in that camp to have told Crawford them what was going on? You know what I'm saying? This shit, I believe he said, one thing that EJ said was that he was gonna say more when he's retired about this shit. So, which means that it's not all. This is not the whole story. He said he's gonna talk more about this shit when he retired. He said he was gonna do a Netflix documentary, right, about what happened. He said the whole entire camp was trash. Now I'm not taking nothing, away from this. Ain't got shit to do with Crawford. So for all the motherfucking Budites coming to this mother, y'all already know where y'all at. Y'all come over here. Y'all know I don't give a damn about it. You know what I'm saying? We this is inside the camp. This is inside Spence camp. This is Spence shit. I don't want to hear nothing from you fucking Budites. I gives a fuck about any of that. Y'all know that. So, I was here right after Spence lost. I was one of the only Spence channels that came on and like really, what I'm saying, face the music. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a boxing fan. You know what I'm saying? I was one of the only ones on this bitch right after the loss. Okay? So, don't come in my comment section with that bullshit. You can, but y'all know how I get down. So what we're finally getting the full story. We're finally getting a picture of what happened because Spence never spoke on shit before. But you could see little tidbits where Spence was talking about this shit. Like he wasn't enthusiastic about the training. So he said he wasn't the same. Just little bits if you listen to him on different interviews before he fought Bud. And he wasn't that old EJ that what I'm saying like yeah we're gonna find out in the ring type shit. And he just didn't have that extra energy, that extra what I'm saying, that extra meanness, what I'm saying, and you could just see it. And he looked like he was depleted, right? He didn't look like the old EJ. You know what I'm saying? So everybody kind of knew, like, when he was sitting back there in that room. And see, the Bud Crawford fans would tell you that it was all about confidence. Well, shit, nigga, if you didn't spar for 6 weeks, well, we're going to get into it because what we're going to do is we're going to look at some of the interview under fair use, and we're going to let Spence tell it. And because we've been waiting for this shit for years, bro. We've been waiting for this shit for years. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, what's your name, MA? What's going on, bro? What's going on, Willie? What's going on? Greeks put fire in the building. What's going on, Willie Wills? Man, this pisses me off to the utmost because we were cheated. I feel cheated, man. I like, look at this motherfucker come from this motherfucker Derrick James. He picked this time of all times to be a nonchalant dickhead and take it out on Errol Spence Jr. Okay, so we're not gonna get into the details. We're gonna go into the interview and see some of the things that EJ is saying, and we'll comment along the way, which is a lot of bullshit, bro. I'm really pissed about this shit. Even Ward was getting pissed about this shit. You know what I'm saying? But let's go into it. Let me see. I think I got it queued up. And let's see what EJ talking about, bro. I hope
They
y'all
made
can
it
hear it.
happen together. So
Yeah. Going into that camp, you and Derrick have any conversation like, look, this is how we got to get down for this fight?
in the Pacquiao fight,
Hold on. This is under fair use.
Going into that camp, you and Derrick have any conversation like, look, this is how we got to get down for this fight, strategically, or even your strength and conditioning? Do y'all have any talks about that going into that camp?
nope,
Come on, EJ.
nope,
Biggest fight of both of y'all's career.
man, that can was bull.
Now, starting off right there, I'm sorry, I had to stop it a little bit. Right there, starting off right there. Y'all tell me, goddammit. That's like starting off. Y'all already know I've been on this shit for, man, come on, bro. We waiting on the biggest showdown. We waiting on the biggest showdown between two of the best welterweights in the world. You mean to tell me this motherfucker did not prepare right? You mean to tell me this is what's going on? It's like, nigga, this is the biggest fight of your career. This is the biggest fight of your career. What is going on? It's like, bro, if Sugar Ray Leonard would have came back and said that he didn't prepare against Roberto Duran when he took that L, I would have been pissed. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, that's Roberto Duran. Or if he would have went into the Marvin Hagler fight and he would have went out there and got his ass tore out the frame, and then find out that Angela Dundee, you know what I'm saying? He didn't train him right. He didn't spar for fucking 6 weeks. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's hold on. This shit is pissing me off, bro. And you know what I'm saying? I'm glad he waited 3 years, because this would have been really fucked up after the fight for him to say something like this. And I believe him, because EJ is always an honest dude, bro. He's always an honest dude. So let's get back into it, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm already goddamn pissed off.
The whole camp?
Yeah, bro. Like I didn't spar probably like what 6 weeks. Yeah, like 6, 7 weeks. Like I didn't no sparring. Like it was just a lot of stuff that went wrong in that camp. Like even like before that, like the sparring partners, like the guys didn't fit. I ain't had no southpaws in there to spar, none of that. Like it was all out of whack. But
Have y'all noticed?
Guys, bro, what's going on, bro?
Birmingham? What's going on, man? I'm covering this thing with EJ, man. It's sad, bro. It's sad.
Yo, listen. This guy's gone crazy, bro. This guy's too crazy, man. Listen, this guy's gone too crazy, bro.
Man, what you mean by that?
I think the fact that he's coming back in boxing now. What's he after, money?
I think, right now we're trying to figure out what went wrong, you know what I'm saying, during that camp. This is the first time we're hearing about it, Birmingham. What do you think, man? You know what I'm saying? We don't know where EJ is right now, physically, mentally, and things like that. So I think he's coming back because
no, there's no coming back, bro. There's no coming back. It's gone years ago, bro.
I'm sorry, you don't know what channel this is. I'm sorry, bro. You got to go with that bullshit. I'm sorry. You got to get the hell up out of here with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry I don't want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? You forgot where you at, bro. I'm sorry. Get the hell on with that. Okay? So he didn't spar. You know what I'm saying? He didn't prepare. Why Derrick James wasn't getting this boy right? That's his job, right? No sparring, no preparation, and it's going to lead to the conclusion that, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to even go further than this shit, man. It's like, it don't make no sense for your biggest fight. So that tells me their relationship wasn't right. The relationship was not right. You don't do that. You don't won motherfucking 3 belts. They done been through 3 belts, and you mean to tell me that this man didn't do any preparation for Bud Crawford, the best fighter that he ever faced? You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me that there was no preparation? What the hell going on? What is happening? You know what I'm saying? What's going on, King? What, bro? I can't believe this shit, bro.
Hey, what's up, bro? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I can't believe this shit, bro. I told you I was pissed off about this shit. It's like, what?
Yeah, man.
What?
Yeah. What stood out to me, bro, was when he said that Derrick James didn't bring in a southpaw to give him a southpaw. Look, you're dealing with a switch hitter, so any competent camp would have had Spence sparring against orthodox looks and southpaw looks, because you're dealing with somebody that can fight out of both stances. The fact that you didn't bring in no southpaw for this dude to spar with is crazy, especially the fact, now mind you, one thing about boxing, because you done heard southpaws like Spence talk about it. A southpaw is a rare stance to have to see. So that means throughout Spence's career, he don't have a lot of experience against southpaws, because there's not a lot of southpaws, period. So it's paramount to bring in a southpaw for a camp against somebody like Terrence Crawford. And the fact that Derrick James didn't do this, I'm calling sabotage, bro. I'm calling sabotage.
That's
You didn't
exactly where I
spar.
was headed. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
You didn't spar. You didn't even bring in a southpaw. Spence said that all Derrick James did with him was mitts. He said that he thought at some point that maybe Derrick would have put gloves on and threw some shots at him to catch. He said no. The whole training camp was Spence punching their mitts.
And you know, we heard this that he was missing the mitts and all that stuff. And I'm just like, bro, I mean, what was going through Derrick James' head? You know what I'm saying? Because he knew how sharp Crawford was. He knew Crawford had took a tune up with David Avenesian. He had a tune up. EJ don't believe in no tune ups. So the whole boxing world is thinking that Errol Spence Jr. is in deep training, preparing for Crawford. Little do we know, this dude is chilling, hitting the fucking and missing the pad in the mitts. So it's like, bro, what is the breakdown? What happened? What was the disconnect with Errol Spence Jr. knowing that this was his biggest fight? Why didn't he just fire Derrick James and get him a new coach? You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way in the world you're going to enter the biggest fight of your career not prepared. Not prepared, knowing that this dude is a killer, knowing that this dude is your rival, knowing that this dude has prepared for you for over 2 or 3 years. Why in the hell would you go into a fight unprepared like that? Why would Derrick James allow his fighter to go? I mean, you know, if I'm a coach and you know, say I know this man is a switch hitter, like you said, King Judah. Why in the world would you not bring in different looks, bro? You know, man, it's just so much wrong with this shit, man. It's just so much wrong with this. It's just it breeds conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? It feels like to me that Derrick James sold out Errol Spence Jr., bro. That's what it feels like to me.
Right. And one
That's
thing
what.
that kept one. Oh my bad.
Go
One
ahead.
thing
It
that's
feels.
standing out. Yeah,
Go
one
ahead. Go
thing
ahead.
that's standing out to me, Paul, is that what Bomac said. Now, Bomac before the fight, he said, "Look, man, we're gonna beat Spence easy. Watch." He said, "Y'all gonna be surprised." Then, right after the fight, they asked him. Now, mind you, if my memory serves correct, this is right after the fight while Bomac is walking back to the locker room with Spence. With Crawford. They asked him about the fight. He said, "Yeah, Spence wasn't 100% tonight, but that's his camp's fault." But this tells me that Bomac knew something the whole time, bro.
Yeah, you
He knew
saw the
Spence was
confidence.
compromised.
You saw the confidence that they had because these motherfuckers are talking in these camps, bro. I don't know if Spence, you know what I'm saying, is not paying these motherfuckers right, but they felt some kind of way because the way Derrick just kind of like allowed Errol Spence Jr. to come in that motherfucker when he wanted to, and a lot of this is Spence's fault too. Now I'm not saying that this is all Derrick James' fault, but when you're a team, you're supposed to push each other. You know, it's part of the coach fight fault and it's part of Errol Spence Jr. fault. But at the same time, they won 3 belts together. Why isn't there more cohesive or more cooperation going on between these guys? Now, if there was a problem, they can handle the shit after the training, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what the hell was going on with Derrick James, bro? He just let it. Go ahead.
Oh no, I see Dark Kent, right? And I don't disagree with him completely because I can understand his mindset. He said that, he holding EJ accountable for not getting the proper training. He don't blame Bud or Derrick James that much. See, me, I don't blame Bud at all. It's not Bud's fault at all. But EJ, y'all ever heard the saying that a good trainer gotta save a boxer from themselves? Especially when you got a boxer that's a dog, because a boxer that's a dog pool, they never feel vulnerable. They never scared. That's why they need somebody to be scared for them. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's your job to throw in the towel if they're about to die in there, because you got to know your fighter. You know your fighter not going to quit. He would die in the ring, right? That's why I say a good trainer is there to save a boxer from themselves. And if any boxer I've ever seen that fit the mold of a boxer that needs a trainer to save them is EJ. He got way too much heart, bro. So the reason I say that, the reason I bring it up is because you can't expect EJ to save himself in that situation, because EJ can know he having a bad camp, right? He can know his rib hurt. He can know he not sparring. And guess who still think they going to win the fight? EJ. He still think he going to win. He not gonna make a change. It's the same dude that told you, yeah, 70% of me can beat everybody else at 100%. This is the same dude that told you I don't do tune-ups. He never feel vulnerable. He needs a good trainer that's gonna temper his expectations, because Spence got the highest expectations for himself, no matter how much the chips are stacked against him.
Yeah, what's going on, Herschel? What's going on?
How y'all doing, brother? And sorry to interrupt. Man, you know, when I seen this, I was like, here we go. Why he had to do this shit now? I understand, but I don't understand. My comment to kind of add for it is, look, man, this whole, and it's not the same situation, but it seems to be the whole cataclysm. You know, the whole Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury, Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford, PBC, you know, top rank slush of bullshit from the jump. You know, we all heard behind the scenes that PBC didn't want that fight for Errol. You know, they was trying to do all these things to not get the fight to happen. It seems like even when the fight was happening, it seems like Derrick James and Errol Spence didn't have the best relationship. It seems like they was tripping over money back then. It has always seemed like it was something going on with that camp around that time. You know, after Errol Spence got in the crash and came back, it just seemed like a lot of things had changed. And I think, you know, either Derrick James, he won the Coach of the Year, or if I'm correct or not, it just seems like a lot of shit became about the money and the politics. And the thing for EJ is, I just don't know why you would come out and say this now, because I just don't know what this would even do. You know, if you're trying to put it out there that you feel like you weren't ready for the fight. I mean, we could tell. We could tell by that beatdown and how embarrassed everybody was for you, even though you went out there on your shield, that you definitely looked off, and people saw that and they communicated that. And to this day, there's been a conspiracy about that. And I just think at this point, I don't really know what the point of really saying that was, because at the end of the day, now it's going to spark this shit up. And, you know, he got a match. I understand. You know what I'm saying? Get people talking, but it's just like, look, man, PBC didn't want you to get this fight. I heard Derrick James wasn't too enthused about him getting the fight. You know, there was a lot of things blocking that. There was a lot of guardrails about that fight. EJ wanted it to prove a point so he could, you know, give Terrence Crawford what he wanted. He gave up the leverage. He gave up the situation, and we saw what happened. And I don't know what he gets from even telling this, to be honest. I really
but what do you think about what he's saying about the training camp, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, what I think? I mean, it was hard. It sounds horrible. I mean, but this is the thing about the training camp, right? This is the biggest fight of his career, and for you to come out and say that you have a training camp like that, I mean, what can we as the fans do but speculate and come with the conspiracy? Because from what I've heard from most people, we kind of saw that. The way the fight was, we could tell that you didn't really have no training camp. People were saying your ribs was broke, that you was running in the heat, and that you was off. And and so now we're hearing the details of the camp. I mean, it's unfathomable, it's unacceptable. And it just shows that I don't think they had the best relationship.
Yeah, didn't you think it was strange? Didn't you think it was strange that they said they would sometimes go to dinner and they wouldn't say nothing to each other, bro? You know what I'm saying? They just sit there and eat, and he's such an introvert. You know what I'm saying? Which is EJ is a very strange.
Well,
guy.
he can't be that introvert because I'm in Dallas, and he Dallas boogieing and getting in shootouts and fights.
He said that's why he was drinking. We'll get to that. He said that's why he drank, so he could.
Well, I wanted to answer. I wanted to answer. He asked why would Spence say that, right? He asked why would Spence say that, and my thing, why would he say that now? But my thing is, brother, you know, respectfully, right?
Yes,
I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious, bro. I mean, to think about it, he after that fight, right? This a couple things that I heard Spence did. He told his whole camp and his family not to leak nothing, because everybody knew what was going on with him in that camp. His family didn't leak nothing. They didn't say nothing. His team didn't say nothing. And even at the press conference, he came and showed the whole world his beat up face. He didn't put glasses on. He let Crawford have that moment. He did not want to take from Crawford. But you got to look at, he gave him 3 years for Crawford, because that boosts Crawford into superstardom. Beating Errol Spence launched him into superstardom, and he let Crawford have that. He did not take that moment from Crawford. He gave him 3 years. Now he's coming back, right? He's coming back after the world saw him take his worst ass whooping ever. When the whole world said, yeah, you was overrated from the beginning with Crawford. Crawford exposed you. I knew you was basic. You wasn't never shit, right? And now he coming back, and they saying, why you coming back? You trash. We know you trash, and you've been gone for 3 years. So now Spence trying to tell everybody, I do want to make a comeback. I want to see how far I can get back if I'm being clean, if I'm not drinking no more, if I'm not dallious booging and getting the shootouts. How good can I really be while I can still do this, right? And he's trying to tell people, don't write me off just yet. Yes, you saw me at my worst. Yes, you saw me get beat from pillar to post, but that wasn't the real me. He telling the world, give me another chance. That was what y'all saw the last time. That was not me, and that's not taken away from Crawford, because he never took away from Crawford. He just saying, don't write me off based off what you saw. I am better than that.
And I can respect that. And it's not even like he needs me to respect that. From my point of view, I'm like, look, EJ, like, we know you still got something in the tank. That Terrence Crawford situation, I label that Terrence Crawford situation like that Deontay Wilder Tyson Fury too. There was a lot of shit about that just was off, and it's just like, okay, Terrence Crawford got that. It, like you said, it catapulted him. It's a superstardom. He was able to do what he do. With EJ, I'm just like, you get a brand new start. You beat the shit out of Tim Tszyu. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And I understand you trying to clear your name about everything and how the fight went, but it's just like, if you gonna tell it, man, then you got to tell it. Kind of with this
I don't think he's trying to clear his name. I just think Spence is just one of them dudes that just telling you like it is, and it's a big I hear you. I'm listening. Yeah, it's a big no to say this kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? But I think Spence just wanted to give his fans, you know what I'm saying, an idea of what happened to him. Right? It's not to say that Crawford isn't a great fighter. No, he's just saying that shit. Spence has never been good at preparing for fights. He's always had fat camps. He was always coming off a 9-month layoff. Even in the Kell Brook fight, he was coming off a 9-month layoff. A lot of these fights, when he fought Porter, he was doing a fat camp. He never came in fully prepared unless he fought when he fought Lamont Peterson. That's probably the best I ever seen EJ. When he fought Algieri, them was some of the times where he was actually prepared. So Spence never fully came in. Like, he even said that he never like really just hit a camp ready to work on his skills and stuff, and he always had to work on his weight. So, I was like, this guy has a problem, man. He had a drinking problem, and he's just letting people know what happened. You know what I'm saying? Why he didn't look like the Spence that people are used to seeing. Even in that Ugas fight, he didn't look 100% because he was getting smashed with some serious shots. He was getting caught. You know what I'm saying? We saw him more and more starting to, look like he wasn't, fully, saying the EJ that we all knew. He wasn't moving the same. He was, he looked like he was in decline, right? So people's like wondering, okay, what he's going to look like against Crawford. Now, everybody thought that he had stopped drinking, that he had, went into some kind of rehab type situation. And he was like, I saw him doing all kind of acupuncture and all this shit. I said, okay, EJ, he's getting himself together. And then come to find out, saying this is going on. It's very disheartening. It's very disheartening to see one of the top, a 3-belt unified champion, he wasn't professional. Even though he never missed weight, but man, you went in there knowing that Crawford was going to destroy you, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like honestly, and let me say this too. I ain't trying to disrespect Errol Spence about the partying and this. I'm just saying that shit is there. We hear that a lot, and me being in Dallas. And to add to that, honestly, it feels like you were the sacrificial lamb. And honestly, it feels like, from what he's saying and what we seeing, it seems like you became the sacrificial lamb for a check. And that's why it's like, well, damn, EJ, if you gonna tell us that, and then later in the interview say you couldn't pull out because of the guaranteed financial for the family. It's like it's a sticky situation. It's it's layered. That whole
But he was
thing.
transparent though, right?
Yeah, and there's
He was
nothing wrong
real
with that.
transparent about it. He was transparent. He was like, listen, he said, I sacrificed, where he did not lie about it. He said, I sacrificed for the money from my family's financial future. He said that. So he not making an excuse. Like, to me, I didn't hear no excuses. It was like, basically, he just laying everything out. Listen, y'all, I wasn't ready. I knew I probably was going to lose that fight. The money was good, though. I couldn't back out of it at that point. So I went and took the fight. But I think, again, you ask, why is he doing this? The only way I can look at why he's doing this is because he wants to clear the air that what y'all saw from me. Because you got to understand, as a fighter, he a proud man. And his last showing was terrible. And he's trying to let people know that I am better than what y'all saw. Even though Terrence Crawford is great, I am better than what y'all saw.
I mean, I asked y'all this, and I think we've all talked about that. I'm sorry, Show. EJ at his best. Do you think the EJ that fought Lamont Peterson, do you feel like he could have beat Terrence Crawford?
I do personally. But let me say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
I do personally. I always said that version of Errol Spence before the accident, you know what I'm saying? That version of Errol Spence can be Crawford. Now, listen, I want to say that with a caveat because I'm on record of telling everybody, I'm so good at watching fights and breaking down fights. I know that EJ was at his worst, right? But I can also look at Crawford and say Crawford was at his best. That's the best version of Crawford that ever stepped in the ring also. So I'm not telling you that I know for a fact that EJ beats Crawford on that night, because again, that is the best Crawford I've ever seen. Even considering the fact that EJ wasn't his best, I'm good enough to tell the difference that even if EJ was at his best, it was still going to be a tall task to beat Crawford on that night, right? So what I'm saying is, but what I can say for sure, because what I just gave you was two possibilities. It's possible that EJ could have won. It's possible he still would have lost. But what I do know for sure is EJ don't get his ass whooped if he 100%.
Another question I asked y'all, do y'all believe the rumors of the snack sauce? I'll say.
I don't. Poor dude, I don't.
Well, I mean, I believe he's been training for a while to beat Spence.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And I think Shakur does the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I think they play down the fight and then they train like a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? And they train only for that target. And I don't think Spence took it seriously, man. You know, he didn't take, see, whatever Spence was going through at the time with Mo 3 and all that bullshit and King Yeller and all that shit, it was a full distraction from what he supposed to be doing. See, one thing I love about Devin Haney is when he dials in, he stays in the boxing. And Crawford is like that. You know what I'm saying? They stay close to the craft. And Spence wasn't one of them type of dudes. You know what I'm saying? Because his team wasn't tight as we thought he was. We thought Derrick James was some kind of mastermind, and they got a casual business relationship, right? Come to find out, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you think, because I there's been a lot of stuff that's come out, and what's his name? What's the Victor Conte passed not too long ago, and then when he passed, TC conveniently retired around the same time. Here's what he is, ain't gonna throw nothing out there. Do you think that the people that's connected to that snack program is on the snack sauce? Because I personally think it's something funny and it ain't the money, but it's just me. I could be.
No, tripping. I mean, I believe it gave Crawford a boost or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of them, when Victor Conte, you know what I'm saying, I do believe that he had his hand in all of this. You know what I'm saying? With that stuff, because Crawford, he never looked that dominant in any fight. Even when he fought Madronov. And I know goddamn well Spence is just as good as goddamn Madronov. Spence, you could almost say that was his easiest fight. You know what I'm saying? Now, come on. Now, we know better than that. We saw
now,
Spence.
My bad. Now, y'all know I'm not the biggest Crawford fan. Well, I don't know this if this brother know this on the channel, but anybody else know I'm not the biggest Crawford fan, right? But I always try to give a fair analysis, but always. So I told you that was the best I ever seen Crawford, right? I do believe that, but I also know this one thing about Crawford. Crawford will fight a complete bum, right? And that bum will be touching Crawford up. Crawford will look sloppy. Crawford fights to the level of his competition. So it don't surprise me that if he felt like Spence was going to be the best person he ever fought, that we was going to see that kind of Crawford. Because I've seen Crawford. He done showed me over and over again he will fight to the level of whoever he fighting. If you put Crawford in there with Blair Cobb, Crawford is gonna look sloppy. He gonna fight to Blair Cobb level until he knock Blair Cobb out.
That's a funny guy. That's a hilarious guy. That's funny.
But I noticed that. Like, look at Crawford against Mean Machine, getting knocked down, almost dropped. You know what I'm saying? Sean Porter was touching him up until Crawford knocked him out. Crawford fights to the level of his competition.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that time and time again. I agree, man. I just, man, you don't know. Man,
let's get more to the interview. Let's see what Spence talking about. It was like a 2-hour interview, but we can't do all of it.
It's just it is what it is. Like, and I'm not gonna make no excuses about it. I'm just gonna do what I do, and then whatever criticism come with it, bro. At the end of the day, I'm doing it for a bigger picture. Like,
this is under fair use. I
was hard headed to do stuff my way, so hey, I gotta be hard headed too in this sense to put myself on the altar, man, sacrifice myself.
I feel that. But what I don't feel is going into that camp. Whose job is it to pick the sparring partners and to have that stuff on point?
Derrick, he the teacher, right?
So when you're not sparring, what are you saying to him?
I mean, we just working the miss. The whole time, you just working miss. Like, you would think he would put on some gloves and have me like blocking shots and like not, but it was none of that.
Come on, y'all. Come on now. What do y'all think about that? When we talking about Derrick James, he got coach of the year. Not preparing his best fighter, a three belt unified champion, and he's not preparing this guy fully for the biggest fight of his career. Something wrong with that. Don't y'all think something wrong with that?
Bro. That's sabotage. I think that they had money problems, and I think Derrick James is a petty person. That's something that we just learning about his character. You know what I'm saying? I really think he had money problem with Spence, and he sabotaged. He didn't give Spence everything Spence needed because he felt jaded about some type of money dispute. It's no way that you can't see that, because if Spence saying that this happened specifically for this fight, and that was their last fight together, why has Derrick James never failed to get him ready for any other fight? Why would it be this fight specifically, the same fight that they had money problems in their last fight together? It's obvious what happened, bro. He didn't give him the full training he needed because he was jaded about money.
But why not just say that? Why not just say that instead of sabotaging the fight and losing the integrity of your coaching, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you're supposed to be on Spence's team. You're not supposed to be on Crawford's team. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be on Spence's team. This is the biggest fight, which would have led to it led to AJ coming to the camp. It led to Ryan Garcia coming to the camp. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna compensate off of Errol Spence Jr. just by being his coach. So why not look at it that way? You know what I'm saying? Instead of saying not putting the right sparring for Errol Spence Jr. Excuse me, y'all got the hiccups. Instead of getting the right sparring for EJ. And why EJ? I think he's been a boxer long enough to know when something's wrong. Know when something's wrong. Now I don't know if it's just the weight, and he just kind of conceded that because he said he was done with 147 a time ago, and he felt like he said he couldn't get any stronger. He felt weak. He felt depleted, and maybe he just felt like it was no hope. At that weight, because he's been at that weight for over 10 years, right? And he's a big guy, and maybe he just felt like he couldn't overcome the weight drain at 147. And of course, they fighting for a belt, the last belt. So Crawford ain't fit to let him off the hook and go to attack on a few pounds and stuff. He's not going to let Spence off the hook. Especially when he got him on the hook. So it looked like that Spence, he already knew what was coming. And like I said way before when I was covering this, that looked like Spence already knew he was going to lose this fight bad. And He just went out there and did what he had to do to get that money because it was the highest payday of his career, which truly sucked. But what the surprise of it all is Derrick James' hand in all this. I'm just surprised, bro. I am truly surprised to hear this. Now, I do want to hear Derrick James' side, but I don't think Derrick James is the kind of man that's going to come out and say anything about it. I just don't think so. Okay,
Working
fair
mix.
use.
Like
Fair use.
you would think he would put on some gloves and have me like blocking shots and like and not, but it was none of that.
I'm getting whooped right now. This don't nah, man. That's crazy. So when you said your body didn't feel right, what are you feeling?
Just feeling weak, depleted, like just feeling out of it, bro. Like I feel like even if I worked out, like I feel like I wasn't getting stronger. Like I wasn't getting any muscles or even it don't matter how much ad work I do, core work or whatever. Like it just wasn't translating into, a better performance or just me being just cut up, ripped up and in shape and all this and that. I don't know, bro. I just the whole camp, it was just I'll talk about it more when I'm done and I'm retired.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'll get into
So right there, he's telling you that, he said he was done with 147 a long time ago. So he already knew that, what I'm saying, he couldn't like really, what I'm saying, get himself together for 147. I think he knew this a long time ago. And man, it's just sad, bro. It's just sad. What's going on, Jay?
What
What's
up?
going
What
on,
up?
D-Boy? What's happening, bro? I
Yo,
mean, are you listening to this shit, man? Are you listening to this?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's all bad, man.
hey, I want to point out something right quick, y'all. When y'all heard when he said that no matter what I did, my body wasn't getting stronger. And some he said this why this gonna always stick out to me. He said even no matter how much ab work I did, I didn't get ripped. Now I'm gonna say this, and I don't want y'all to take this the wrong way. No homo, right? But one of the first things that always stuck out to me when I first saw Errol Spence is that this nigga had like a 18 pack. Most people have 6 packs. Errol had like a damn 18 pack. This nigga, it looked like his abs go all the way to his feet. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And when I saw him weigh in against Crawford and I didn't see no definition in his stomach, right then and there, I knew something was wrong because, like I say, no homo. What stuck out to me the most about him was his physique. Right? So he let me know I wasn't tripping when I saw him in that first face-off with Crawford. You know how they do the little ceremony of weigh-ins and shit like that where they take their shirt off, you get to see the type of shape they in. And I never saw his stomach look that flat. Again, like, I played sports, bro. So, I naturally size people up by what type of shape they in. So I knew something was wrong with him right then. And I say, bro, I never seen Spence body look, you see what I'm saying, basic. Spence was always one of the pinnacles of fitness in boxing.
Right. I feel you. I
Yeah,
feel
and
you.
I don't know if y'all remember me saying this on a couple shows ago that I was on, that I feel like that's the reason why he stopped like training with Blu-ray, was because I think Earl Spence was killing himself to make 147 for a long time. And
Mm.
he couldn't get stronger. You know what I mean? Like for him to be able to make the weight, he couldn't put no muscle on his body. You know what I mean? Just so he can get down to the weight. Because once you put muscle on and you start stripping it, that's when you know what I mean, start getting dangerous. So I feel like that was one of the reasons why he couldn't train with Blu-ray, because it would just put too much muscle on his body and he wasn't gonna be able to get down to 147. So a lot of stuff that Earl said in that interview, man, it was crazy, but it was just wild that dude really, he was just really hard headed. Like he said, he just said like, man, I'm hard headed. He stayed at that weight, and I heard you saying on here earlier, Judah, that he needed somebody to save him from himself. Like Earl is literally that guy that needs somebody to save him from himself, because if you don't, like he always say, I'm even killed. I just it everything. His mindset is it is what it is. If you tell me if I know I need to make 147, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I gotta do to make 147. I don't care if I gotta kill myself to do it. If I know I gotta go in here and take this fight against Crawford without sparring, without you know what I mean, without having no southpaws, all that type of shit, I'm about to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was his biggest payday. I mean,
Yeah,
he could not. They got. I hear they got like something like 25 mil a piece. You can't turn that down. Of course, you
right.
got to go through the fight. But what's really getting to me is the lack of professionalism. You know what I'm saying? He was professional all these other fights. Why was this the one fight everything fell apart? I don't understand. You know, I want to hear Derrick James' side. You know, what fell apart at the end, at the biggest moment where they could have been Batman and Robin, they could have been the dynamic duo. What was the thing that destroyed everything? That everything just came up off the hinges and shit. It's like,
Now,
come on, bro.
what
Mhm.
I would say, because I know earlier the last guy, what Dark Kent was saying that he blamed EJ for not, for not making sure he had the right training. Now, at first I disagree with him, but I will say this again. I think I know Spence's psychological profile though. He's not the type of person that just because something get hard, he'll quit. That's why I say he needs somebody to tell him what his limits is, because he don't think he have a limit, right?
Yeah.
But I think a normal person, right? A normal person like us, the moment I saw DJ jipping me in this training, because I done been through multiple training camps with you, and I realize you're not putting your best foot forward and you're not getting me ready. I'm firing you during that camp. I'm gonna bring in somebody else experienced, and we can take it to court after I'm done. But I'm gonna have this fight without you because I'm not gonna let you sabotage me. We can go to court
And
after that, but I'm gonna fire you in the middle of camp. The moment I realize you're not doing what you need to do, you getting fired right then and there. And if you feel like you got wrongfully terminated, or I didn't pay you all your money at that time, nigga, you'll get your money after this fight. We can go to court, but I'm gonna have this fight with a good count.
Right.
and to me, I think Spence had enough camps to know that Derrick James was backing off. You know what I'm saying? He should have made a pivot, you know what I'm saying? Because I do believe he had enough time, you know what I'm saying, to get at least get another coach to get him in some kind of fighting shape, right? You know what I'm saying? But he stuck with Derrick James. I don't understand it, bro. It's like, why are you so lackadaisical in your preparation when you know Crawford is coming? He's a killer, bro. You know what I'm saying? This dude is coming out to decapitate you, and you know he's coming. So you know you got to be in some kind of shape. And so I just don't understand with him having breakdowns with Derrick James, and y'all just going in hitting the mitts. That ain't gonna get it, cuz. That ain't
And
gonna get it. You're not. Go ahead.
Oh, I was about to say, and as big as that fight was, this to your point too, as big as that fight was, bro, any legendary trainer would have been honored to come in and get Spence ready for that big ass fight. It wouldn't have been hard for him to find a great trainer to step in and help him, because you don't
Right.
think great trainers want to be part of big fights?
Of
Yeah, for
course.
sure. Most
Yeah, he
definitely.
could have got with Ronnie Shields because he's right there in Houston, right? He could have got with Ronnie Shields, right? Right then. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Him and Charlo, they close. He knows that coach. It would have been an easy transition. Would have been an easy transition. What talk to I would have called up Shields. Hey man, he just got me hitting mitts. You know what I'm saying? I need something more, bro. I need some sparring. Da da da. You got some boys over there. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some. Let's fly in some people. Da 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 da. And he would have been more prepared. You know what I'm saying? But just to go in the training camp, hitting some mitts, bro, not sparring. This is disheartening to hear, bro. So we sitting around, the fans are waiting. We finna buy this fight. We finna pump up the fight, the YouTube channels, you know what I'm saying, talking shit. And you not even preparing for the biggest fight of your damn career. It's like, bro, this is bad, bro. It's bad, you know.
Look, and I'm gonna say this too, and this might not really be popular to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Just like you saying about him not firing Derrick James and all that, like I was saying, I think Earl is just somebody that he just gonna go through with it. He not gonna care. He not gonna be somebody to, to speak up or nothing like that. I honestly don't even know if Ronnie Shields is a great coach for Earl Spence. I think he just picking Ronnie Shields because it's convenient. He the closest good coach to him. You know what I
Right.
mean? Being in Houston. And and and
Well,
and that's just honestly how I feel. Like I know he went up there and went to Philly and was training with Breadman for a little bit. But I don't even think Errol Spence really did his homework as far as picking a trainer. That's just my personal opinion, just because I feel like he's so nonchalant. I feel like he went with Ronnie Shields just because they train the Charlos and they right up the road from him or right down the road from him in Houston. And just like he said in that interview, I was just about to get on the highway and go up to his daughter's soccer game. You know what I mean?
right.
And it's
So,
So
just
what?
like, go
Johnny
ahead.
Ringo,
So
I see you out there talking about EJ Derrick James. Talking some Derrick James is very classy, but he already pretty much said it. Said he pulled the triple G versus Abel Sanchez.
yo,
No, bro.
Jay. So you don't think that Brian in that little sample size you got from Brian Norman Jr. You don't think you saw a more patient, calculated Brian Norman?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think that I'm not thinking that Earl Spence, like Ronnie Shields, is not a good coach. I do think that he's gonna be able to change Earl up a little bit, add some wrinkles to his game or whatever. But my point in
Yeah.
saying this is I just feel like it wasn't necessarily he picked the best coach. It was the convenience. And I think
Right.
Yeah,
that was
yeah, for
Earl
sure, for
Spence's.
sure.
I
He already
think
got
that
a
that
he
was his
already got a
problem.
he already got a relationship with Ronnie Shields. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
So,
right.
it was an easier transition because he knows Ronnie Shields from Jamel Charlo, training with Jamel Charlo. He knows Ronnie Shields, you know what I'm saying? So, and Ronnie Shields, if you don't know anything about Ronnie Shields, he's a more disciplinary type of guy. You know what I'm saying? He's not a free flowing like Derrick James, you know what I'm saying, allowing the fighter to do what the fuck they want to do. He's directing things. He's more of a coach than what Derrick James was doing, the regiment that Derrick James had going, you know what I'm saying? So, I think it's a good move for EJ. Like you say, I think he improved Brian Norman Jr. And I think we're gonna, at least get EJ in fighting shape. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I don't think he's going to try to change too much of what Errol Spence. He knows that you just got to add on to what Errol Spence Jr. got. He's not going to change at 36. He's going to be the same fighter, right?
Right.
Because pretty much if he could get EJ in fighting shape, EJ been fighting long enough, you know what I'm saying, to be able to beat a Tim Tszyu, because Tim Tszyu is very basic. He's a very basic ass fighter. There's nothing special about Tim Tszyu. He's just a big, tough, guy with power in his right hand. And
Yeah, I think
he's been
Spence don't.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I think at first, because Poole, you did a live about this a while back when this fight was first announced, right? And I was shaky. I was real shaky, bro. I said, bro, I don't know what kind of Spence we gonna get. I know he can beat Tszyu, but I don't know how he gonna look. Bro, I'm starting to think he gonna beat the hell out of Tim Tszyu, bro. Like my instincts telling me he is gonna make a statement, bro, coming back.
Yeah, I agree
I think
too,
he's
Pooh.
gonna
I
make a
was on
statement.
the fence with it too, but now, yeah, that interview gave me confidence too.
Yeah, because he don't think about it. He took a tremendous ass whipping, but he was also going through the rehab of he was in the last quarter of all that drinking and all that shit that he was doing. And so what did he do after that? He went and got a farm. He became more of a family man. He got away from them little YNs that he was hanging out with, and he had to recuperate, because I think over those years when he was champion, he was getting by on a lot of talent and a lot of willpower. And once your youth is spent, you know what I'm saying, that you can't bulldoze no more. It comes to a point where your body got to rest. He went through a lot of wars with Ugas, with Danny Garcia, with Porter. He went through some wars, bro. He was getting hit in them fights. And then he's a drinker, and he got through all that doing fat camps and all that. So we never got to see, Spence at 100% living the fighter's lifestyle. Right. And I'm not saying that's any of their faults. I'm just saying this is what Spence was doing, right? And so now he gets to the biggest fight and no tune-up again, not a tune-up again. He could barely make 147, and then he got this shit going on with Derrick James, you know what I'm saying, with the training. So everything was looking bad. It was almost like a recipe for a bad nightmare to happen, and that's what happened to him, bro. He had to
That was
see
But
it.
that was the crescendo.
The
Yeah,
crescendo.
did y'all hear him
Mm-hmm.
though? Did y'all hear him though? He wanted wrinkles, bro. You heard him say that. He said, Derrick never showed me nothing different. You know what I'm saying? He said, bro, in the interview, he telling you all the time we thought a lot of people, I ain't gonna say a lot of people thought Errol Spence was just basic. He said that, bro, it was Derrick who never added nothing different to his game. You see what I'm saying? Spence wanted to adapt and evolve. His coach wasn't that. And again, now some people may criticize Spence for that. Well, if you know you wanted to evolve, why didn't you just evolve? I'm telling you, bro, Spence is a fighter. So basically, what I'm saying is Spence is the type of dude that need to be matched with a great coach that can anticipate what he needs and provide it. Because if not, bro, he a warrior. He feel like, hey, I don't whoop niggas like this before. I'm gonna keep whooping them the same way. You know, my coach don't want me to change. I'm not gonna change. Now
Exactly.
that could be now. Some people can say that's a weakness. It might be. Nobody is perfect, right? But I do believe this: you give Spence the right coach, and that nigga as great as we know he is.
And
You
see
see what I'm saying?
that's to my point, Judah, exactly what you're saying. Like I do feel like that Ronnie Shields is an upgrade, but I'm saying that I feel like that it could have been somebody out there better. You know, it just to me, just from listening to Errol Spence, you know, over all the years of everything that's happening and listening to this interview, I get from that and him going with Ronnie Shields, I get that it was strictly off of the convenience. I don't think that he picked the best coach for him that fits him, that he felt like that could bring the best out of him. You know what I mean? I just think that he went with something that was going to be convenient. And another thing that scared me is the fact that Jamal Charlo, this dude became a drunk under Ronnie Shields. You know what I mean? Not saying that it's Ronnie Shields' fault, but I'm just saying like that shit's still kind of weird. Like he didn't prevent.
No, they
Uh,
had personal problems too. You know, Jamel with his old lady. Them boys had a lot of personal issues. I don't know what it is about Texas, but the women here drive you fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying?
nah,
I
for
mean,
real.
I got me a Texas female woman too. So you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like these chicks are off the chain, especially these younger chicks, man. They just driving them boys crazy. You know, Jamal was about to quit boxing.
right.
Yeah, I
You
think
know,
Jamil
I'm,
did, and that's crazy. I think Jamil did post something about he was done, but I want to say this, bro. I don't know, Jay. I'm really curious because I can't prove you wrong because I'm not gonna lie. I don't know much about Ryan Shields, but I am curious of why you think he not the type of coach that Spence needs. Because a lot of people they talk highly of Ryan Shields.
look,
No,
and and
I don't think. Hold on, Jay. I don't think Jay is saying that he wasn't the right coach. He's just saying that Spence didn't put it. He didn't search far and wide for the best coach for him. That's what he's saying.
right.
That's all he's saying.
That's
He's not
yeah.
saying that Ronnie Shields nothing wrong with him. He's just saying that Spence didn't take the time, and which I thought he would take the time and go find him a coach that was just right for him. Hold on, let me get you in there. Go ahead, bro.
Like exactly, Pool. You hit it right on the head. What I was trying to say, but just to kind of make it a little bit clearer and give you another example, Judah. What I'm trying to say is, if Ronnie Shields is a good coach, a legendary coach, but I feel like let's say Breadman, for example, because we all know that he went to go train with Breadman. Let's say he thought Breadman was a better coach for him, a better fit for him. He liked his style, everything. I think that he still would have went with Ronnie Shields for the convenience instead of flying all the way to Philly going to go do a camp up there. You know what I mean? That's just I'm just saying that the mentality. Like Earl Spence, he's just like I'm starting to learn that Earl Spence is just a dude that he's gonna do the bare minimum,
mm,
you know, and try to get away with it. Like he gonna be like you saying with the camp, with the Crawford camp, he probably been getting away with having bad camps all this time, but that shit ain't gonna work against Terrence Crawford. You know what I mean? Just like he said in before, I can beat these dudes at 70%. Danny Garcia,
Rasmus there.
uh, yeah, he can beat all them dudes at 70%. And it's like Earl, you cannot underestimate these fighters because now, okay, back then when he said that, that's when he was fighting the Danny Garcias, the Mikey Garcias, the Sean Porters. It was like 3 or 4 years that done passed him, more years that he done got older. Now you got to make 47 2 or 3 more times when you done already grew out of the weight class, even back then. You know what I mean? So now you talking all this stuff gonna happen to you and it's piling up and piling up and piling up. And now you about to meet the very best fighter that you ever fought out of all them. You know what I mean? So it was just
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Well, I have a question, y'all. How much of this, because we talking about Derrick James and kind of the back and forth and everything going on with the coaching. How much of this y'all think is to be blamed on PBC? Because we hear it's a lot of weird ass funny shit that's been going on with PBC ever since 2022. So how much of this, has to do with the politics and people not being able to get paid and them moving networks and stuff like that? How much of this you think has to do with PBC?
I don't
Well,
think
you
it. I
spoke
don't think it
earlier.
has much. I don't think it has much to do with the PBC because Spence forced this fight. If it
Okay.
Yeah.
wasn't for Spence forced this fight. If it wasn't for Spence, and see a lot of Bud Crawford fans, they don't understand. Bud Crawford is a motherfucker to negotiate with, right? But Spence forced this fight. You know what I'm saying? So they can't say this man was afraid to fight Bud Crawford. A lot of the shit that they talk don't make sense. If it wasn't for Spence making all the concessions that he made, it wouldn't have been no fight. It's the same shit that's going on with Shakur Stevenson. All these
I was
concessions. You
Yeah,
know
I
what I'm
was just about to
saying?
say that. That's why I say I don't like this. And I hate to segue, but I'm a Haney fan, right? And
Mhm.
throughout Devin's career, see what happened. The suspense is what boxing is coming to. That's why I hate when all the onus is put on one guy. Because what happened is the whole boxing world puts onus on one guy, and they force these people to make decisions that's bad for them. That's what they doing to Devin Haney. That's why Devin Haney have to do everything. Nobody else have to do nothing. They blame Devin because they want to force Devin into another Ryan Garcia situation where a nigga come in overweight and he on steroids. That's why Devin can never say no. No matter how much the chips are stacked against him, they gonna say, yeah, you gonna do it or you a duck. Right now, Sean Zattel just had an interview with Bill Haney, and they are focusing on the fact, they saying, why are you so hesitant to make the fight with Keyshawn? And they completely ignoring the fact that Shakur is hesitant to make the fight with Devin Haney because none of the onus is ever on anybody but Devin Haney.
I mean, can we say that's why Floyd did things the way that he did? Like, we gave a lot of criticism to Floyd for ducking, but Floyd also was able to read between the lines, especially example, the Maidana situation. I don't
Oh
know it's
wow.
far removed, but I personally think, and I think we all kind of know that now. I think Maidana definitely spiked the gloves, and what he
Oh
did
yeah.
to AB, I
Right,
just find that very unfortunate because I felt like he took years off of AB's career and he kind of fucked him up.
right,
And
right.
they
yeah,
let
And
him
then
that
do that.
took AB whole career to me. It was over
Exactly,
Yeah.
after
and they
that.
let him do
And
that.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Crawford gloves been exploding on their damn own. Like that nigga got acid in his goddamn blood or something. You know what I'm saying? Because his
Chill
gloves
out, Pool.
always.
We let Pool tell it. Pool gonna call everything on them Terrence Crawford. He got
Yeah.
artificial waves. Like, damn, Pool.
What's up, real Josh? Let's get real Josh up in here, man. What?
What's good? What's good?
Yeah, man.
And
Nah,
I don't like that how that's not brought up enough about Maidana's gloves being spiked when he fought AB because all the pundits and all the people that are not melanated, they love to just say AB went out there and got his ass whooped and got humble, despite the fact that the dude got caught cheating with the Floyd shit. It's like, well, he been cheating. Like, I don't, I know there's a thing with that, but I kind of hate that shit, man. So it's like that's why a lot of people they want to be Floyd, but outside of just the boxing, we got to give it to Floyd. He can't count no money, but he damn sure knows how to get you know what I'm saying? He damn sure knows how
right.
to
Well,
call
hey,
certain shit out and move a certain way. Because we
Hey,
looking at
well,
these
let me
new
say
age
this.
boxers having a
That's
hard time
that's
with that.
why, regardless of who y'all hear me say I don't like, because y'all know that y'all know the fighters I don't like much. What I don't do though is, especially when they matched against somebody who is non-black, I don't give them a lot of flack, and I always root for them or whatever. And what I mean, what I'm trying to get at is
Mhm.
the reason why I don't give a lot of our fighters flack when they're going up against these non-black fighters, because I have too much evidence to show me that the powers that be and the elites will allow these non-black fighters to cheat out fighters. It would be nothing, bro. They wouldn't bat an eye if one of our fighters went there and got unalived because they
Yeah,
allow somebody to cheat them. They don't care. So we have to care.
yeah, you're
Right,
right.
that's
You're right.
facts.
I mean, you're right. You facts.
all right.
When AB talked about how he got hit, and he's like, yeah, when I got hit, I felt like I was going to die. I'm like, come on, bro. That nigga's gloves was, bro. Come on, bro. Come
I
on,
mean,
bro.
Bro, Ryan cheated Devin. Ryan cheated Devin, bro.
When he hit AB that first round, bro, and knocked his ass in between the ropes, and he was bouncing, looked like he was bouncing along the fucking third rope and shit. I was like, God damn. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying? I
Ryan
was like,
cheated Devin. Ryan cheated Devin, bro, and they turning him into the next star. Ryan is everywhere. They back interviewing him. They had a special on him like he was the next big thing, bro. Ryan cheated Devin and then got a title shot right after that.
they want a Canelo. They want to make him the new Canelo, bro. It's like
That's
Ryan,
what it
because
is.
Ryan lost to Rolly, so he looks like trash in that fight. Look
He
like
did.
total trash. You know what I'm saying? And it didn't affect his career one iota. Not one iota did it affect his career. He came right back. They gave him another shot. You know, just like they did once they give you the pass, like Lomachenko. They wanted Lomachenko to win everything, bro. You know what I'm saying? It didn't matter if he lost. He lost to Salido. You know what I'm saying? Bounced right back, got another opportunity to get a belt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And who did they freeze out? They froze out Devin Haney. Devin Haney said, "Hey man, I'll fight you next." You know, they ignored Devin down there. You know what I'm saying? The fighters that they know that would take the fight and will fight the best, they do not want, if they don't want you to be that guy, they are not going to allow you to be that guy. They're going to freeze you out, just like they froze Wilder out when all the belts was, you know, had weak champions up at the heavyweight division. What's his name? Charles Prince, whatever, you know what I'm saying? He chose to fight AJ. AJ ain't even ready. He still ain't ready. You know what I'm saying? To fight the best. You know what I'm saying? He taking L's all over the place. So they'll freeze certain fighters out that they don't want to take the mantle, take the throne. And that's what's happening, man. It's a lot of politics. It's a lot of fighters that don't have those connections, and they're getting froze out. You know what I'm saying? And they're putting a lot of propaganda out there. I think a lot of these channels, like I ain't gonna say no names. I almost said a name. There's a lot of these channels that they're propagandists for certain fighters. You know what I'm saying? And it's just is what it is. You know, so instead of just giving, you know, your true opinion, they're here to spin everything, every weak move that these chosen fighters, you know what I'm saying, they're here to okay whatever they do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and they got their own little teams on YouTube, you know what I'm saying, to cheerlead and okay every move they make. And we all know it's bullshit because we know the fighters that want all the best, who want to fight the best. We know it. He said,
Let me ask y'all this as far as like with the whole Devin Haney thing, because I kind of got a theory that I think could have something to do with it. And that's the fact that Devin Haney and Bill, man, they came into the game and was their own bosses. I don't think the promoters really like appreciated that. You know what I mean? So I don't think they ever really pressed like really had the backing behind Devin to push him the right way. And I think part of that was the fact that he never was with Al Heyman, because Al Heyman is the best at promoting black fighters, especially like with a style like Devin. I think he would have been better if he would have went with them, but Devin, you know, he did what he was supposed to do, and he wanted somebody that was gonna give him a partnership type of deal. But I think that it kind of hurt him at the end, in the end, you know, as far as like with his stardom.
I think he was good. I thought he was doing all right with that until him and Eddie Hearn had a falling out. Once they fell out, it kind of just seemed like, you know, things kind of changed on the back end. That's where the comments and the disrespect and certain things started to get louder from a promotion standpoint. I'm not even talking about the fight in Ryan Garcia. I think that with them in particular, you know, Devin follows his Bill, and I feel like Bill rubs a lot of people the wrong way. So I just feel like when you have that type of personality that he has, and just the way that he does stuff, and the way that they father son, and we already know how people who are not melanated feel about powerful men raising a son in a positive way with no bullshit. We know that they gonna say that they like it, but when it's demonstrated, there's all these backhanded comments and everything else involved. And I just think like, I just feel like the way Bill is, it just kind of, it's gonna rub people the wrong way. And after
where he pampers his son. And one thing that stuck out to me was Keyshawn said, you know, Devin was the only one with an MCM bag. He was the only one with an MCM bag. I was like, bro, what are you talking about? You mean tell me you jealous because this man got a daddy? that took care of him and made sure he had everything, you know what I'm saying, he needed to train and pave the way. It's like, why did you even say that? You know what I'm saying? It's like
But
his
these
kiddo
boxers
kid.
be weird. They be cooned out. So I'm not surprised. Like people don't understand. A lot of these boxers that people be liking outside of boxing, they really chumps. They really lames. I hate to say that because the stuff that they be hating on and get mad about is just degenerate. No shots. And then you'll just be like, bro, you tripping over that. And they like, to me, Shakira and Keyshawn, they give me do a lot vibes. They give me do a lot vibes. So I'm not, they be kind of slick saying shit. They kind of be hating. It's like I
Yeah.
kind of expect that from them. Maybe that's just me. I'm
Okay.
tripping.
Let's get
Well,
back on
back to
track.
the zone.
Let's
Oh,
get back more onto the interview and see, get
Mhm,
through more of the interview and we'll discuss some more, so let's get back on Spence real quick.
mhm,
Get into like real detail
mhm.
about it and stuff
Yeah,
like that because I got
Fair use.
proof on certain things,
got you,
but it was just a whole messed up situation.
man. Sparring partners they be talking, bro.
Yeah.
And I don't think I heard nothing before the fight. It was after the fight. Man, I was in with EJ.
I kind of wanted to look at that because I was talking to Team Judo about this before. When he says sparring partners be talking, you know what
Mm.
that means to me? That means to me that there's a lot of gossip that be going on from camp to camp. To me, I do believe some of this got to what was going on in the Spence camp got back to the Bud Crawford camp. You know what I'm saying? Because sparring partners be talking, right?
Mhm,
And I think
mhm.
this information of Spence being disorganized, not really sparring, not prepared for the fight, I think this got back to the Bud Crawford camp. You know what I'm saying? I really do. That's what I believe in my
Mhm.
head. You can't
Well,
tell me no. Mhm.
not to cut you out, but let me say this real quick because I don't know if y'all seen the interview with Shakur Stevenson where the dude actually said this. The dude that actually broke Earl Spence ribs was on the interview with Shakur Stevenson. If y'all go watch the interview, I had to pull up the name of the podcast or whatever, but Shakur Stevenson did an interview. It was about an hour long where he was with like four dudes. They was from Houston and they boxed. And the dude said, I broke Earl Spence ribs and he couldn't spar for 6 weeks. So I already knew this like about a month ago. And he said that he sparred Terrence Crawford too. He was like, I already knew that Terrence Crawford was gonna beat Earl Spence because he said when I went to go spar Crawford, Crawford whooped my ass, and then he said I did my thing against Earl Spence and I broke his ribs. So he might have been a dude that specifically
So
told Crawford, you know, that his ribs was broken shit.
and
yeah,
did
but
y'all not hear Bomac? And I said that at first. Bomac told this. What I'm saying. This why this make too much sense because Bomac they can ask Bomac. And I'm not saying that this is uncommon. They asked Bomac before the fight how the fight gonna go. He said, Bud gonna beat the shit out of him easy. Watch. Now I ain't saying that he don't have that kind of confidence in Bud, but when you pair that with what Jay just said, plus what he said after the fight, because immediately after the fight. They said, hey, Bomac, man, that was a great fight. Did you think it was gonna be that easy? And he said Errol Spence wasn't 100%, but he said that's not our fault though. That's on his count. Basically, what
but
I'm saying is, bro, Crawford and them knew he was compromised.
Yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
and did you see the body shots that he was throwing at Spence? Did you see how he was going to the body? I've never seen Crawford go to the body like that. Like
Right.
he was tearing Errol Spence Jr. ribs up, bro. Like he knew, there was a weak point. You know what I'm saying? I was like,
Right.
damn, he
Right.
going to the body, man. Them was some beautiful body shots. He was going to the body like he knew that was going to get him up out of there. You know what I'm
Yeah, I seen
saying?
one man. Spence jumped back, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's when because this before I heard his ribs was hurt, right? Because I didn't hear about the rib stuff till after the fight, but I
No,
saw him hit.
I heard about the rib stuff, but I
Crawford hit
don't
him.
like to put that out there. Go ahead.
He punched Crawford. I mean, I saw Crawford land a punch on Spence's stomach, bro. Spence like to jumped out the ring, bro. This how I was
Yeah.
like, damn. At first, I was just thinking Crawford hitting hard, but now I know, bro. This nigga rib was probably broke or still bruised.
Right. He
And
said he
see,
had
and
to take
see,
that shot before the fight.
man, this is crazy. Let's get more to the interview. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to get through it. Let's see.
and they start, you know, they was saying stuff about the camp and stuff like that. You know, you don't know what's true, but sparring partners was talking, saying stuff like that. Like camp wasn't good, and he wasn't looking great, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, did you hear some of that?
Yeah. I heard some of that from
I be hitting him with
I
the
just heard it
NDA.
now. The dude from Houston, forgot his name. But I was hearing some of that too, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he wasn't capping on it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the training camp was trash at the end of the day.
Man, that's crazy. Why them boys got to hit with that NDA at the door? You can't come in non-disclosure.
Oh yeah.
Heck yeah, man, because they be talking.
Yeah, but I mean,
Now, did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah. I was just thinking about that. I was like, why didn't he sign an NDA? So it's funny he said that. Yeah.
I got the interview too. I'm about to find a timestamp for y'all so y'all can go listen to it yourself. Where the dude admitted it that he was the one that broke Errol Spence ribs.
So he had to brag about that shit, put it out there, and compromise the goddamn fight.
Hey, you talking about the one? You talking about the one that fought Brian Norman? Quills. I forget his name.
But check this out, y'all. Look at the conspiracy. Right after that, he went to spar Crawford too. Think about this. What we just established. He sparred Spence, broke his rib, then went and sparred Crawford. You don't think he told Crawford that?
Yeah, he told him.
Yeah, of course he did. Of course he did.
He sure did, because he wanted to let Bud know that he broke Spence's rib. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's for a sparring partner. You know what I'm saying? That is a great feat. You know what I'm saying? To break the ribs of a 3-belt unified champion.
Mexican fan base or somebody that's
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. When we get to breaking it down like this, I just think there was a lot of political shit around this fight, man. And
I believe it. But what can't? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying I think that's why EJ, like counter to what the gentleman was saying, EJ trying to pop, let him know, hey, I'm still back, whatever. But just his undertones, even how he's taking it, how he needed some time to get his piece and everything. It's kind of like he's been saying it without saying it, like, yo, they kind of sold me out for that fight. And it's like maybe PBC, even they didn't want you to do this fight because they was like, maybe they knew, like, you not ready. You got a lot of shit going on. And he wanted to force it. And once he did that, I guess,
well, I think he didn't want to fight the Keith Thurman fight. And I think that's where him and Al came to a disagreement, because they kept trying to get him to take a tune-up to fight Keith Thurman. And Keith Thurman said, I'm not fighting that nigga. He said, I'm fighting Bud Crawford. And it was a whole lot of stuff behind that, for him not fighting Keith Thurman, which is an in-house fight. Now, he could have fought Keith Thurman if Spence didn't want to fight Crawford and he was trying to stay away from Crawford. He could have fought Keith Thurman. And what Spence did, he said, no, I'm not fighting Keith Thurman, because he ducked me, right? So he forced the PBC to make this fight. He forced them to make this fight. People forget that EJ made all of the concessions to Crawford to make this fight happen. You know what I'm saying? Crawford act like he didn't want the damn fight, because what did he do? He turned around and went and fought David Avenesian. He walked away from negotiations and he went and fought David Avenesian, got him a tune-up in. You know what I'm saying? Everything about this fight just was going wrong for EJ. Everything. He let one of the best fighters in the world get a tune-up in against him. You know what I'm saying? He let him get practice in. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what I mean, Pooh, and all you guys consider. That's why I'm like, with EJ though, if you know all of this is going on, your coach, y'all not on the same page. You gotta at what point ain't that where PBC is supposed to come in and be like, we don't give a fuck about none of that. You are not ready for this. We're not gonna let you go out like that.
No, but EJ forced it because it's $25 million a piece. He letting you know that he sacrificed himself because he knew he wasn't ready. But see, he wanted that money. He ain't letting everybody. He letting everybody know that,
that's what
man.
I mean. I get it, but
Mm-hmm.
It's your legacy, though. But I get it. I understand.
And he sold his legacy. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that he wasn't ready for this type of opponent. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that this guy can adapt on the fly. Knowing that he's a superior boxer. Knowing that he ain't nowhere near ready to be on this guy level. And I just don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Why he forced to fight? Why didn't he just wait to meet him at 154 or something like that? You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand it. We just saw Jesse Rodriguez. He was one fight from undisputed down at 118, 115, right? 115. He left 3 belts to move up to fight a guy at 118, right? This guy Antonio, what he just beat Antonio Vargas, right? He just beat Antonio Vargas at 118. He left 3 belts at 115. So why Spence couldn't just leave them 3 belts, go up to 154 at a healthier weight, you know what I'm saying, and meet Crawford at 154? That's what he should have done, you know?
Yeah.
Well, he had put too much work in at that point. Spence was collecting them belts one by one, bro. And Crawford, if y'all remember, bro, Crawford went he jumped straight to 147, and Bomac is on record for saying, yeah, we could have fought Spence, but we chose to go for Jeff Horn. Crawford went for the weakest champion, took that belt and held on to it, and let Spence collect all the other ones. So Spence worked hard. He wasn't just going to leave them belts because of how much work he took to get them. And Crawford was holding the last belt he needed. But again, a lot of people think I hate on Crawford, but I'm just somebody who's very aware, bro. Nothing get past me. I know exactly how Crawford moves. Crawford takes the path of least resistance in every situation. In every situation, he's going to take the path of least resistance. Always.
Well, I want to piggyback off that, because Spence had 3 training camps, to get those belts. He had 3 training camps. And we all know that those training camps take a lot out of you, including the fight. Danny Garcia said the fight ain't nothing compared to the sparring that you go through in each training camp. It takes a lot out of you. And I think Bud Crawford strategically, you know what I'm saying, fought the easy fights. You know what I'm saying? He fought David Avanesian, which is an easy fight. You know what I'm saying? He took less punishment, let Spence do all of the goddamn work, 3 training camps, and he could barely make the weight. And he said this when they first met down there at the Maurice Hooker fight. He said they're gonna say that you was too drained. They were gonna say because he planned this shit. He planned it like that. You know what I'm saying? He planned it. People tell me that none of the PPC fighters went to fight Crawford. Bro, Crawford was still at goddamn top rank during all that time. He wasn't a free agent, bro. He wasn't a free agent. So he planned to take this fight, Spence, when he was struggling to make the weight. Just like Shakur is watching Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? The weight he's trying to wait around, and, you know what I'm saying, until this guy get too big for the damn division, and then try to drain him down, because he said himself that he wanted to fight Devin when he was drained. You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy, bro. These fighters do not want to fight these guys at their best.
But did y'all notice Crawford at 147? Now, because I got to bring this back, because I know this is a while back, but we got to pay attention to what happened. That's why he called himself the Puppet Master. Not only did they move up and go take the easiest belt and hold it hostage to let Spence collect the other belts, but it's not like Crawford was inactive. But every fight Crawford had at 147 outside of Spence was just fighting a regular nigga for no belt. He was not trying to unify at all.
Yeah, it was tune-up fights. I'm going to stay active. I'm gonna do a training camp, get myself. But one would also say that's kind of the strategy, because, like you were saying, even before Bomac and them been letting it. Bomac and his crew have let it be known that they was hearing shit about Errol Spence and his camp and how he moved and him being a drunk and all that shit for years. So they basically been waiting on the shit, to be honest. Like you're saying. They every time Bomac got a chance, we not worried about him. Dudes don't be focused in camp. They've been letting it know that sparring partners and people from Errol Spence camp has been talking to them for a minute. They've been getting information for a minute. Wow. If you read between the lines.
That's crazy, bro. That is wild. Why would you even do that if you want to see if you're the best, bro? Why would you do that? But I guess it's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? It's all about winning. You know what I'm saying? And man, win by any means necessary.
Yeah, but see that, but also we know this pool. It goes both ways because while they're hearing about Errol Spence, I'm pretty sure you're hearing about Crawford too. Because like Andrew, like Ward is saying, people talk, man. If you ain't got no super ironclad NBA, people gonna run their mouth and have conversations. You know, that's just what it is. What I think is weird about all of this, which has even led to this, I don't know what happened that transition from like 2018 to 2021, where Derrick James, Ronnie Shield, Errol Spence, Jamel, and Jamal, they all seem to be close, and they camps at least seem to be feasible. I don't know what happened between that time to where everybody started to become isolated, and I feel like once that happened, that's when things just got weird because even Errol Spence and Jamel's relationship and just the way they shoot back and forth, all of this shit just seems like it's a lot of underhanded shit behind the scenes. Because even with the I'm a shark and I'm looking for it's like, well, y'all said y'all never fight each other. What's going on with that now? You know what I'm saying?
Because they always were competitors. They were always competitive. Those sparring sessions, and I don't know, but it sounds like that EJ got the best of Jamel, and Jamel is an egomaniac. You know what I'm saying? I think that Jamel always wanted to fight Spence. You know what I'm saying? Because he became undisputed at 154, yet Spence was still the bigger star.
Yeah.
Well, I seen those spar. I seen them spar with my own eyes, and Earl was the better fighter. They was competitive, but Earl was the better fighter. I seen them spar when Earl fought Ocampos. I don't know if you remember when he fought Ocampos. Jamel had a fight like 2 weeks before or 2 weeks after that, and I pulled up to that gym. This is before Derrick James even had his own gym, and I got to watch them spar, bro. That was one of the best moments of my life as far as from boxing. You know what I mean? That shit was dope.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This my thing because he asked what happened, why they all fell out. In my personal opinion, is that you only as strong as the leader, right? Derrick was the leader, and what I'm learning about Derrick James is, bro, Derrick James is not the OG we thought he was. He is not the older man, wise man that we thought he was. He seemed like an old fool, bro. He seemed like a nigga that hold grudges. He got a hood mentality, and I think that's why the camp fell apart because it fell apart from the top.
But sometimes
look at
when
didn't Jamel leave? Jamel left him. Jamel left when all them other niggas started coming in. Ryan Garcia and AJ. But Derrick James is not a stand-up guy, bro. I can see Derrick James being the type of nigga shit, man. That nigga shorted me $40, man. Fuck that nigga, man. He that type of dude.
That nigga ain't get no Edward Prince and shit. Showed him on the change and shit. Like, nah, I ain't finna train that nigga.
But Derrick is, bro. All right, let me say this before I pass it. Look at what happened. Because I was telling Poole about this. But look at what happened with when Devin was about to fight Ryan. Because y'all know that Derrick trained Ryan in that fight, right? You don't think Derrick knew that something might have been in Ryan's system? That's the first thing. That's this a two-step process. There's a possibility that he knew that Ryan was juicing. He knew for a fact that Ryan was gonna come in overweight. He didn't do nothing to stop that. He didn't care. And he also during that build up, Ryan Garcia daddy called Bill nappy head. He said, "Yeah, look at his nappy hair." You think Derrick James killed? No, but guess who did kill? Errol Spence. Errol Spence said, "Yeah, man, I don't know why he said that because my hair nappy just like Bill hair." But do you think Derrick killed that Ryan Garcia family was being racist? He didn't give a damn long as he was getting money. He did not kill.
And then you had Ryan over there disrupting the entire camp, talking about he'll beat EJ and all this kind of shit. I was like, man, bro, this is not a good fit. I don't know what's going on with Derrick
Talking
James.
about he'll dig up George Floyd, bro. You don't think not? I ain't saying that a trainer is supposed to just leave Ryan, but do you think that a stand-up black man would have allowed Ryan to go on that kind of rant? You don't think that a trainer would have had a heart-to-heart with him? Look, bro, I'm black and I'm training you. We ain't going for that.
Most definitely would have checked him. Like, yo, you're doing too much.
Yeah.
Like, focus. You do because now you making it outside of boxing, and then you making it on some shit where you gonna question if I can fuck with you. Check yourself.
I think Derrick James was just happy to be getting AJ. He was happy to be getting into the big leagues. He was coach of the year. He was feeling himself. He was happy to be getting the Ryan Garcias. He was just happy to get them zeros in his bank account. So let's just keep it 100, man. He was getting the
That's what I'm
notoriety.
saying, but he
Well,
don't
do
have.
y'all
Derrick
also
James.
think?
I thought Derrick James was a wise elder, like an OG. But no, Derrick is an old fool. He would do anything for money, bro. He's an old fool.
So how much do we contribute that to like Jamel's fight with Canelo too? Because if you remember what he was saying, he's like, yeah, I was, we was going for training camps. You got all these people. You're not even focused on me. I had to focus on Juan Guzman. Juan Guzman, I'm having him flying to me and doing that. So how much do we think Derrick has contributed to your best, the dudes that achieved the most when you needed them? It's some funny shit going on that we hearing, because we all thought you was this grand wizard of boxing, this wise guru, OG, and then Errol Spence come out and say that, and then Jamel come out and say that.
Yeah,
right. I'm convinced that he had me fooled. I'm man enough to admit that I thought Derrick was more than what. But everything I look back on, because at first I just thought he had like a how some people, they just standoffish. Some people just naturally stand like a drill sergeant. I thought he had that type of personality. But now I just realized, where you're not a strict no nonsense nigga, but you just a hood nigga. You just a hood nigga that got old.
And I mean, you can't tell nothing that nigga saying, because he be mumbling like a motherfucker. I used to hate that shit. In an interview, it's like, how do we even get the instructions out? I just think Derrick, man, he's petty. I think sometimes you outgrow a trainer. Sometimes you outgrow, and you need to, keep improving. And I think some fighters just find out in the ring. I think EJ just found out at the wrong time. Derrick James just let him down, bro, as far as his training. Now, EJ got a lot to play in that too, because he should have recognized it, So we can't let EJ off the hook, But let's get more into the interview and see what's going on, what he got to say.
Usually I was getting off on my spawn.
They don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, they ain't gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But at that time,
yeah,
I should have did some NDAs and all that on everybody. But
yeah. So how you feeling when you get to Vegas the week of? What's your honest mental, like, your confidence level? Any doubt?
Well, I got in Vegas probably like 3 weeks before the fight. I was in Vegas for like 3 weeks, and it was just regular training, like hitting the pads, running, trying to do sprints, trying to do whatever, but just basic training, bro. Like, it wasn't like, ask anybody who was in Vegas in that gym, like, they didn't see me spar. Ain't nobody see me sparring, baby.
2 weeks out?
2-3 weeks out. I didn't spar 6 weeks out.
Brother, come on, bro.
Like, I ain't spar 6 weeks out. Like,
oh, that's hurting my
head. I got a cortisone shot in my rib, because my ribs were hurting, so I had to get a cortisone shot to get clear for that. Yeah, cortisone, had to get clear for that, like the week of the fight. But it was just, what I'm saying, a lot of stuff going on. But like I said, at the end of the day, I had to get on that.
Dang, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
It sounds like you had the worst possible camp.
Come on now.
This is ridiculous. If you come on, man. Come on, bro.
Now.
Come on, bro.
What's up?
This is ridiculous.
They patched him up, bro, and put him in there with Crawford. Crazy.
I mean, he forced it though, Poole, and he forced it knowing that you kind of got some problem. That's why I'm looking at that. Excuse me, if I'm dismissive, that's why I'm looking at it like, bro, this is fucking ridiculous. If you knew this is what you was going on, why the fuck you? I know you want to do the fight or whatever, but you don't never play yourself like that.
What, 25 million, bro? Some people do anything for that check, bro. You know what I'm saying? Okay. This was his highest payday. He knew this would give him financial freedom. How many people, you got, I think Spence got what, 3 kids now? He got 3 kids?
Yeah.
And stuff. And
but if they doing all that, Poole, you risking dying.
Right. And that's like, what fighters do. Every fight is a risk on your life, of course. But I guess he said, shit, you know what I'm saying? If everything's trash, I still got to get this money. I still got to go in there and get this money. And I talked about this in streams behind it. I said, this man just went out there. He knew he was fucked up. And he still went out there. And instead of, saying, giving us the fight that we all wanted, two healthy, two fighters at their best, healthy, he just went out there and got the money, which looks bad on EJ. It looks bad on EJ, bro. You know, um, he alluded to a lot of things where he wasn't saying during different interviews that he did before the fight. And I didn't get a good feeling, bro, because he kept saying that he wasn't the same fighter. Like, and I was kind of attributing it to the car crash, right? That maybe he was feeling different or something, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't know it was this bad. I had heard about the ribs and all that stuff. I was hoping that shit wasn't true. And it comes to find out he took a shot. Everybody saying he was looking doped up, you know what I'm saying, before the fight and stuff, saying that he wasn't looking, he just wasn't looking like himself. He wasn't looking energetic. He didn't look like like he was hitting the pads, like he was ready to go. They say he was missing the pads and shit during the warm up. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Come on.
Well, then I got to ask y'all the question that how does Terrence Crawford respond? Will he respond? He respond to a lot of shit. So will Terrence Crawford respond? Or he just going to let it slide?
He should, because I don't think I don't think, now mind you, Crawford is very prideful, and I get it. I can get it from anybody who can say that it seems like he's trying to diminish Crawford, but I don't see that. I don't see him taking away from Crawford win, because I don't know if you wasn't up here yet, Jay, but I told this other guy, I was saying that Spence waited 3 years for this to come out. He wanted Crawford to bask in that win. He wanted that win to be
exactly. I feel the same way, bro. Go ahead. Let me let you finish.
Yeah. I was saying he wanted that win for Crawford to do everything it was supposed to do for his career and his legacy, and he let that play out. And I think the only reason he's saying it now, y'all, listen, look at how close this fight is. It's because, again, I believe it's more about Spence reassuring his fans and doubters that, look, y'all wrote me off, bro. Y'all said I was basic. Y'all said I got exposed. Y'all said I was never good. Y'all said y'all don't know why I'm coming back to try to fight Zoo. This is Spence basically telling people that, listen, that last time y'all saw me in a ring, that was not me. And he's letting y'all know why he looked so bad. And I don't think that's taken away from Crawford, bro.
Yeah, me neither. I 1,000% agree. I'm with you 100% on that. Like, to me, it was dope as hell that all this was true about why he looked like that, and he actually held it for all this time. You know what I mean? So that was gangster to me. And then, like you said, he gave Crawford 1,000 days, literally. You know what I mean? To live in that, to have his moment, to shine. And now shit, he like you said, man, it's time for him to really let his fans know, because his fans deserve it. You know what I mean? Like, I literally saw Errol Spence at the it wasn't Virgil. It was Virgil and Lubin fight. I was at the Virgil Lubin fight. I seen Errol Spence, and when I asked him, was he coming back? He was like, I don't know. I was like, man, look, I don't care if you win, lose, draw, just come back and fight. You know, your fans deserve another fight. And other people there were saying the same thing. Like, man, what happened with the Crawford fight? You know what I mean? And they felt like they deserved to know. You know what I mean? So I think that's
Right.
Earl Spence telling us, like, hey, my fans, they want to know what's up.
Well, what is his moniker, man? One thing about Spence, he always tell the truth, even at his detriment, bro. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't really appreciate that about Spence, but he always truthful, bro. You know what I'm saying? He talked about the drinking. He talked about his bad habits. He's telling you what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But people don't appreciate this. The man Monica is the truth. He's telling you what's happening. He's telling you the truth, whether it's good or bad, whether it's his fault, whatever. He's letting you know this is what happened to me. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I led a bad lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Me and my coach wasn't on point. This has nothing to do with Crawford. This is all about Spence fans finding out like why you didn't look like you looked before, bro. What was going on with you? And he's finally, after 3 years later, telling everybody this was happened, man. You know what I'm saying? I went for the money. I was fucked up in training. My training camp was trash. You know what I'm saying? My coach was tripping on me. You know what I'm saying? Now, none of this got nothing to do with Crawford. So, I don't want to hear none of those Budites coming in here, and y'all making excuses for Spence. No, he's telling you, bro, that everything went bad at the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? His lifestyle caught up with him. His coach started acting funny, you know what I'm saying, and not preparing him correctly. He wasn't in the right headspace to train like he's supposed to. So we're just finally getting a closure. This is closure. You know what I'm saying? To what we've been trying to figure out for the last 3 years. That's all this is. So this doesn't affect Crawford. He still beat Canelo. He still did what he had to do. He's still a great generational fighter. We're just trying to figure out what went wrong with Spence. Why we can't do that without bringing Crawford into this, right? Crawford won the fight, right? So he's got the accolades. He's got the win on paper. On box red, it says Bud Crawford won. He beat the shit out of Spence, right? Knocked him out in the 9th round. That's what it says. We can't change that. So let's figure out what the hell went wrong. Why we can't do that? You know what I'm saying? Why we can't
Like
do? What's going on, Loose Bill?
to answer the bro question, I don't know how Crawford is gonna respond to this because, like you said, with Crawford ego ain't no telling. But I would love Crawford to understand, like, cause it's in between. Some people feel like Errol Spence making excuses, and then most of his fans feel like we deserve to know. So I really don't know how Crawford is gonna take to it, but I hope Crawford is on our side and understand. Like, look, man, he always saying he support Errol Spence, so I hope he look
Yeah.
at it the way we doing it and don't say nothing and just know like Errol Spence just telling this truth. You know what I mean? And that'll speak volumes for Crawford to me if he don't respond in a negative way.
Well, I think Crawford knew a whole lot more than he let known. And I told you by the way he went to Spence's body and the way he was aiming at Spence's body. I mean, I think he knew. I think he knew he was gonna get him up out of there. He said, Lakeisha Washington says, I knew when he was injured from the video of him running on the road, it was too much at stake to reschedule the fight. He said the fans, the money, the venue. This would be his second time canceling the fight because he canceled that Pacquiao fight with the eye injury, the cataracts and all that bullshit. Spence got something going on, man. This nigga got a spiritual battle. This nigga got a demon and shit over him. That nigga need a priest to pray over his camp because that motherfucker always getting toe up in camp. He said the way EJ spoke, said he sounded like he had doubts about winning against Bud. I don't think it's just that he of course he had doubts because the motherfucker he wasn't right. If you wasn't prepared, you wasn't doing it. When you're not right for a fight, and he knew he was gonna get toe up, bro. So which tells me this dude is incredibly brave, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you're not ready to fight the best fighter you ever faced, right? And you're going in there unprepared. You're going in there to get the ass whipping of a lifetime, and you did it bravely. You know what I'm saying? He didn't go in there shaking. He didn't go in there. He didn't go in there like scared. No, he was trying to fight Crawford, and he still got up after he got knocked down. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, come on now. He is a fighter, bro. You know what I'm saying? He showed his heart. You know what I mean? Even
Yeah,
though it was just stupid. The whole situation was so stupid that led up to it because how many years we argued about this shit going back and forth, you know what I'm saying, between fan bases and it just the crescendo just ended up being a dud, bro. Just end up being a dud, you know?
man.
Dudes was fighting over, like really fighting over this, attacking people, channels, calling people out, running up on people. Like, you know what I mean? It's a lot that was kind of going from this. And from what we hearing, another question we have to ask is shit. How involved was Derrick James in these other camps since he got in that crash either? It seemed like there's been a disconnect between them for a little minute before that.
Yeah.
Or we got some Budites coming in. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah,
They
they
talk
gonna
about
come. It's coming.
yeah. Well, they said, me, I'm full kind of boxer. So, I came
Yeah.
in I came on after the fight. So they know I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
like I was on right after the fight. Which no no Spence supporting channels wanted to come on. I came on right after the fight. So I gives a damn. You know what I'm saying? It says there's a video of Tim Bradley talking about the monster wrapping his hands illegally but putting tape directly on the skin, which intensify your power tenfold. We know Crawford got funny gloves, bro. His gloves move on their own. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He had explosive gloves. He had gloves that was mangled up. Look like hogs were chewing on his damn gloves after that Avenesian fight. You know what I'm saying? So, we know Bud got some little slick shit going on. You know what I'm saying? We just can't catch his ass. He said, this is Ronnie Shields' time to shine. And I do think that Ronnie Shields, saying, is going to help Spence, get in some kind of fighting shape. And I think Ronnie Shields, looking at Jamel Charlo when he was at the height of his career and he was with Ronnie Shields, I think he's going to be good for Bud, good for Spence, what I'm saying, to have some structure and stuff, what I'm saying. I think he's going to have enough to beat Tim Tszyu. So I don't think it's going to be a problem there, you know. He says, I think EJ pedigree is way better than Tim Tszyu, because Tim Tszyu is not Costa Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? Tim Tszyu is not, he don't have none of the skills that Costa Tszyu got. You know what I'm saying? And Costa Tszyu was a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He was a really, Costa Tszyu was hell, bro. And Tim Tszyu ain't got none of it. His mama was messing with the milkman or something, because he ain't got none of what Costa had.
I
He said,
I wanted Jamel to get him, man. I that was tailor-made fight. I was like, damn, just get him, but all that shit happened because
I don't understand what happened to Jamel. You know what I'm saying? Because looked like he just had just enough to become undisputed, and then after that he took the 2 years off, and he looked like he just didn't have the same fire after he fought Canelo.
Well,
I thought he would have.
I personally think he did kind of the same thing Errol Spence did. He cashed out on that Canelo fight, and I think when he came back, that's when I've been hearing. I don't know how true it is about PBC going through a restructuring and them not really knowing how they want to handle his situation, and just because I'm pretty sure y'all have heard there's some people don't even know if Al Heyman is still here. That's right. What I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff that's been going on with PBC since COVID. It's been a lot of shit. I'm kind of
look like Al got personal relationship with certain fighters, and look like he stay in contact with the fighters that he's close with. Look like him and Al, look like Earl and Al was closer than Derrick James and EJ. Look like he was a little closer. So I don't know if that, because it seemed like a lot of people have a lot of animosity towards EJ because he was their golden child. He was Al Heyman golden child. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the divide came in between Jamel Charlo and EJ, right? Because EJ was PBC shining, star. You know what I'm saying? And I think Jamel wanted to be that guy. So, you know what I'm saying? I think that caused, kind of like the Cain and Abel situation. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all know what his name is. Adrian Broner said he talked to Al Heyman recently, so I think he's still alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's been weird not to just kind of. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. It's that's why all the shit, like you saying, like you said with Derrick James. I think once that kind of fell out, it's just been topsy turvy for EJ, for Jamel, just that whole Texas squad in general. And it's just it's a sad thing to see, because you kind of just felt like, oh yeah, they had the movement, oh y'all got to the top, and y'all just fell off all at once.
That's success. With black people, you got too many niggas in charge, and just when we get success, bro, that's the thing that destroys us, bro. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to elevate and do what they want to do instead of keeping the discipline. One thing I can say about Bud Crawford camp is they very disciplined, bro. That whatever they do, they like a machine over there. You know what I'm saying? And they got unity. You know what I'm saying? No matter how goofy them niggas is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No matter how goofy them niggas is, wrestling and shit, they got a tight knit unit that works. You know what I'm saying? And they organize, bro. You know what I'm saying? And you can see that Spence whole team fell apart. Everything. He lost Frank Martin. He lost everybody in his camp, bro. He lost his coach. He lost everything, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so they wasn't as tight knit. They wasn't as tight knit as they should have been.
Yeah, and I think this was brought up too. People were saying they didn't like when they no longer use Blu-ray for strength and conditioning. I thought that was a big thing too.
Yeah, because he definitely had Spence looking like a gorilla, bro, up in there with the traps. He didn't look like he didn't. I think Blu-ray last fight that he trained Spence was the Algieri fight or the Peterson fight. One of those that's when they got rid of Blu-ray because he never looked like that again. He never looked like that again. You know.
Yeah.
And I think it was because he was spending so much time doing strength and conditioning. I think it was cutting in his time with Derrick James, and Derrick James somehow was able to get Blu-ray up out of there.
There's just honestly, it just seemed like us, the fans, we had more of a structure and organization than what was really going on, and that's just sad.
Right. Yeah, but you would think that given what Spence showed us, the way he went to war with Kell Brook, the way he went to war with Porter, the way he went to war with Danny Garcia, you know what I'm saying? On the outside looking in, you know what I'm saying? You're not thinking that this was like before the crash and after the crash.
Mm-hmm.
He still was looking like, you know what I'm saying? He was still looking like a bulldozer, man. He was looking like an action hero in there. So, but we didn't really know what was really going on. So, but let's get more back into the interview. Let's see what, I'm saying. Man, this stuff is heavy, bro.
Oh yeah.
Biggest moment of your life.
Oh yeah. But as man, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. I need you to answer this though.
What's up?
In the locker room, bro. People saying EJ looked sleepy, he looked tired. Was it because I know this too? Like sometimes, bro, sometimes you're dealing with a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Like you can get that sleepy feeling. Like I didn't felt that. Well, I'm like, bro, wake up. You gotta shake yourself. Like the pressure's so thick. Sometimes it can make you in that state, and you gotta kind of snap out of it. What was going on in the corner pre-fight? I mean, in the locker room before the fight.
Well, I was tired, bro. Like I ain't really sleep like that because I already knew what
you felt it.
Yeah, I already knew what I don't know, like, bro. In my mind, I thought this fight was gonna be competitive, and I could win. But you know what I'm saying? I've been felt it like probably for like a month and some change, like damn, like, but hey, just saying in my head, like, you know what I'm saying, you doing this for your family, like you're doing this for your family, but you know what I'm saying, I kinda felt like it could be bad. It could be bad, but at the end of the day, you gotta be a man. I wasn't gonna not fight, and then I don't know when I was gonna return. Like I could have been returning now 3 years later type stuff. And I wasn't gonna be one of the fighters that do that. So, I had to do what was best for me.
Yeah. So you get in the ring, man.
So how y'all interpret that, man? That's kind of a defeatist attitude. You know what I'm saying? It's like, saying, I mean, do you think he said he felt like months before that it was going to be bad because he already knew he wasn't prepared. He already knew that he was having issues in his camp, having trouble with Derrick James. You know what I'm saying? He knew he was going to lose, bro. That's how I interpret it.
That's how I interpret it the same way. Like it sounded like he said basically, shit. Once he a month, whatever he said, however long he said he felt it. That's when he realized, like, man, this shit. I probably ain't gonna win this fight, but I'm gonna take this fight anyway. That's when he knew, like, he probably was going back and forth for that whole time. Like, should I take the fight? Should I pull out? And just weighing it all up, and was like, I'm gonna just take the fight, cash out, make the money. I can't back out of the fight because everybody about to look at me and think I'm ducking Crawford and all this shit. So he said he did what he had to do.
Yeah, I mean, I just get the gist of his spirit was telling, because you said earlier EJ was going through a spiritual battle, man, and his mind, he's trying to psych his mind out, but his spirit knew, like, he probably was having dreams and premonitions like, no, I can't psych myself. Like, I know I'm not going in prepared. I know that me and Derrick James not on the same page. I got my ribs broken by sparring partners. I'm here. He probably hearing shit about Terrence Crawford camp as well and stuff and people going back and forth. He knew. His spirit knew. his premonitions from God told him, yeah, that's not gonna go that way. But as a man in your mind, he tried to be headstrong, and that's the results.
Just push through. Yeah. King, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. What did you watch the last segment? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was listening.
Yeah. What you think? You think he just knew he was gonna lose?
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening. I'm gonna take him what he's saying. I'm gonna take him. I believe EJ word, and what he's saying is what I believe about his mentality. He knew he was compromised, right? He knew he was hurt. He knew a month out that he wasn't at his best. But listen to the key word he said. He said, "I was still thinking I can win the fight." That's his mindset. You know what I'm saying? He's still thinking he can fight. That's why I say, bro, EJ needs a trainer. Bro, what Derrick James did was, bro, that was terrible, especially for a fighter like EJ, bro, because EJ don't have a quitting mentality. So he was going 100% going that fight regardless, even if he wasn't prepared. And we saw that. He did that. And I don't think what he said was for the money. I just really think he wasn't going to pull out. And I'm going to go back to saying this. This is why I hate to see a situation when two fighters pitted against each other, but only one fighter is getting all the onus put on them. I hate to see that, because what you force. Because think about it, bro. I don't know if he said in this interview, but he said it before. He was like, "Well, I couldn't pull out the fight. If EJ would have pulled out the fight with Crawford, they would have crucified him."
Yeah, they would have crucified him.
Oh yeah.
He said it though. He didn't say that he couldn't pull out because they would have crucified him, but he said he felt like he didn't want to. You know what I mean? Because of that.
Yeah, that's all the onus. All the onus is on him. But all throughout that fight, bro, Crawford didn't have onus on him. That's why Crawford was never expected to collect no belts. Everybody was perfectly fine with Spence collecting all the belts and Crawford taking tune-ups. Crawford never had onus on him. All this pressure was always on Spence. That's why, as a Devin Haney fan, I'm getting tired of watching all the pressure always on Devin, because it's only a matter of time before fans and pressure force him into another Ryan Garcia situation.
Wow. And they only do this against the real ones that really want all the smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The fighters that don't put you through no games, they call out the fighters that they want. You know what I'm saying? And it's like they sign in the contracts when it's presented to them in the negotiations and stuff. And they only do that against the Wilders, the Spence, the Devin Haney's. It's like they get all the flack, bro. It's like, I don't understand it. These guys are willing to fight anybody. That's why you should like those fighters, not the fighters that are cherry picking. You know what I'm saying? Not the fighters that are staying back and looking for the easiest fights to fight. Those fighters are trash, bro. We want the fighters that the old school. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to be the best. I may not be the best. You know what I'm saying? But I want to fight the best and test myself against the best that's out there. Those are the fighters that we should look up to. Not the ones that, I'm just gonna fight certain fighters at certain weight classes that I know I can beat. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that. I want to see you against the very best names, right? Win or lose. Nobody's gonna look different at you if you take a loss. You know what I'm saying? Because you fought one of the best dudes. You lose. Devin don't lose no credit if he loses to Shakur. Shakur don't lose no credit if he loses to Devin, because they're both best, the top of the food chain, right? So
To
I
the
don't
real,
understand.
boxing fans, but it's so many. This shit done got so weird and casual that they social media and all that, and having to watch what people, the spectacle and what people make into it, it's changed. To the real boxing fan, yeah, of course, we want to see the best get in there with the best. You win, lose, come back, 3 rematches, trilogies. We want to see all that, but I mean, I think we all kind of noticed the Floyd Mayweather era kind of changed everything, and then social media taking off around that time. Don't nobody want to lose their O, and then if they do lose their O, the fans, the casual fans are they're not forgiving.
Well, think about this. Smoke this over. How many champions win the belt from each champion in the division? We're in a full belt era. How many champions go from the IBF, the WBC, the WBA, and the WBO? How many champions go from each champion and fight that champion to win that belt? Spence did that shit. Not he didn't beat Crawford, but he went to each champion to get the belt. Nobody gives this man credit for that shit. They act like that ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know we're in a fake ass, phony era. This man went to each guy and they trained their ass off to beat Spence. When they saw Spence coming, Porter had what, 3 coaches? He had a
Man.
training camp. He had a NASA training camp. He said, I'm going to give EJ his first. He did not train like that against Bud. He trained in his front yard for Bud.
Yeah, you remember Kenny Porter kept on saying that he knew that was going to be Sean Porter's last fight because he wasn't listening to him no more. He was cutting corners and all kind of shit
Right. But what
during
did he
that
do
camp.
against Spence? He tried to
Right.
make sure Spence got a loss because he trained his ass off. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's you know what I'm saying, these fighters are not the same. You know what I'm saying? I wish he would have fought Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? That would have been another training camp, you know what I'm saying, 147. I just think Spence was just depleted. Um, I think he knew he was gonna lose, like Loose Bill say, he had losing on his mind. And I think that affected the fight. I think that all of it came together. You know, Derrick James acting crazy. You know what I'm saying? If he was jaded and he felt like Spence owed him some money, I think he should have brought it up. Now I don't know if he did or didn't, but it shouldn't have affected his job, bro. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't have affected his job. He shouldn't have sold out. I think he sold out Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? I think he sold him down the river. Didn't give a damn if he got prepared or not. Did just enough just so he could get a paycheck. And Spence said that he went over to Derrick James and gave him his paycheck. Now, why didn't he say something then? You know what I'm saying? Says, what's good, fool? He says,
Right.
panel chat. He says, real fans know EJ work, the work EJ put in. He said, fake fans and news media are haters. He says, much respect to EJ forever. Let's get more into the interview because this thing is, ooh, man.
Man, and I think early on he like might have buzzed you with a
Dare
jab or
you,
something like that. I didn't
dare
have that
you.
happen to me. That's a crazy feeling. But that jab is strong if it land in the right spot, especially early. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's like a right hand or in his case a
yeah.
left hand. But as that fight is unfolding, what's going on in your head? Getting caught with shots, you trying to get your shots, but you're not really landing. Like I think you landed a couple good
Yeah.
shots.
I mean, nothing going on in my head. I mean, I was fighting, bro. Like,
You ain't thinking like, dang, it's happening. Like what I felt is happening. You ain't thinking that?
nah. I don't never. I don't know. I just don't be having them type thoughts in my head. Like it's happening. Like you be having them type thoughts.
I mean, I be up most of the time,
Hey,
so
I be going. Like
yeah.
I'm just going. Like shoot, I'm
He
trying to
trying to
get.
play him.
I'm trying to fight. Like that was all in my head. Like I'm just trying to fight. Like
And I guess I'm asking because that had never happened to you before. So
yeah,
sometimes in them type of moments, maybe your brain will take you a place it ain't never took because this has never happened.
yeah,
You always on top.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I was just trying to fight, bro. Like
Yeah.
that's all I was trying to do. Just trying to fight. Like it ain't never occurred. Like,
Now, if you think about it, 'cause Ward got knocked down. He got knocked down in that Crusher fight. That's the first
Mhm.
time I seen Ward go down. Like the way he did go down one time against the Boone. I think Boone knocked Ward down. But that was like the second time I saw Ward get knocked down. He looked deflated. Boy, and you can arguably say he lost that first Crusher fight. Somehow they kind of gave it to Ward. And so Ward was the perfect person to talk about, to do this interview with EJ because he's been through a lot of adversity.
Yeah.
Um, I thought that EJ, he looked, it's like he got knocked down with a jab. Looked like he was off balance, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, he looked like he was deflated after he got knocked down. I think maybe he knew that Crawford was stronger than he was after he got knocked down by that jab. Because it looked like he just looked like looked like that jab took a lot out of him, you know.
Right.
And maybe he was even more hurt by that jab than we thought because that jab was eating his ass up, bro. Even though EJ was landing and stuff, but his punches. One thing I noticed was his punches didn't have the power that they usually have because he was tagging Crawford. You know what I'm saying? But his punches didn't have the same effect. It didn't have that power that usually on that heaviness that it usually have. And I was like, damn, I said Crawford is a strong motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He is like really absorbing these punches, and he was really doing good at catching a lot of those shots, just like he did against Canelo. So you knew that Spence, he looked good in like little pockets, what I'm saying, but I don't think he had the stamina to keep that up. I don't think, especially with Crawford, what I'm saying, killing his body and just picking him apart and stuff. So that was like a pretty good little back and forth with Ward, saying, having the inside knowledge of getting knocked down and knowing what's going through your mind at that point, saying, when you get hit with a stronger fighter or a stronger puncher, what I'm saying, that this guy has trained better than you, prepared better than you. What I'm saying? Now you got to go in there and do the rest of it, man. That's crazy, bro. Spence is a motherfucker, bro. You know what I'm saying? He says these damn stack wraps and shady glove. Eric is on that. He said he was snack strong. He said got buzzed by Gamboa, but all of a sudden walking through bigger punches, bigger fighters punches. Well, I think that with everything you're saying is true. Just like Ryan Garcia, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia prepared. You know what I'm saying? He prepared his little cheating. They didn't catch it, bro. Well, I mean, they did catch it, but you know what I'm saying? Devin allowed himself to get in there. EJ allowed himself to get in there under these conditions. And what's frustrating is that we can't blame Crawford, bro. That's the problem. We can't blame if somebody comes in with a bazooka in their glove and they get away with it. That's your problem, bro. You know what I'm saying? If they come in there with a knife, you know what I'm saying, and they even stab you a couple of times and nobody see it, they got away with that. So Derrick James, once again, he wasn't looking out for EJ best interest. Now, one time I think he did touch Crawford gloves at the end of the fight. I think he was touching on Crawford
Yeah, he
gloves.
was. He definitely
I
was.
think he
He went
he
straight
was,
to them gloves.
yeah, he was
I remember
squeezing them
that for him.
gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I think Ward did a wonderful job, bro. I think he's to have a fighter with that kind of acumen and that kind of history and who've been through adversity. One of the GOATs, one of the last US boxers to get a gold medal. That was our last gold medal, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Except for maybe Carissa Shields, right? If you want to put it that way. You know what I'm saying? He was the last male gold medalist. You know what I'm saying? So he was the perfect interviewer to get this out of Spence. You know what I'm saying? Because that dude, they got a lot of respect for Andre Ward, and he can ask those questions. He can tell you about a lot about how it feels to get knocked down. Because when he got knocked down by the crusher, my heart, I almost had a heart attack, bro. I was like, God damn. I was like, look at this shit here. The dude that knocked down a dog, this nigga knocked the dog out. You know what I'm saying? And you know how white people love dogs. Sorry, John Ringo. You know what I'm saying? You know how white people, y'all love y'all dogs. You know what I'm saying? you know,
They do
you know,
more. It seemed like more than humans sometimes.
shit, you already know, goddamn it. Shit, they
Right.
love them goddamn dogs, and the crusher knocked out a damn dog. I was like, this motherfucker mean. When he knocked down Ward, I couldn't believe it, bro. I was like, wow,
Right.
wow. You know, what's going on, Robin and Emily Jones? 300s is complete. He says, can you imagine what they would have said if EJ had pulled out the fight? Yeah, they would have crucified him, like we were saying. He said he would never have gotten a fight with Bud or a payday like that again. Family over everything. Yeah, and that was the drive towards destruction. This was Spence Revelation Day. You know, everything that happened in this camp, it was all revelation, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm talking about, you know, everything went wrong. Everything went wrong, bro. I
Let
mean,
me ask y'all this though. What y'all think? Like, as fans of Earl Spence, everybody up here fans of Earl Spence, how would y'all have felt if he pulled out of the fight?
man, we
Oh,
would have been disappointed. We've been arguing about this shit for what, 4 years? You know what I'm saying? I think
Right.
everybody would have been disappointed, bro. We would have been tripping, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've been,
yeah.
yeah, we had been, I mean, we had some drag down, what I'm saying, dirty fights, bro, about this. And I think it would have been bad, bro. It would have bad look on Spence, you know, because
Yeah.
every little thing that happened, everybody was jumping on it. Anything
Yeah,
that happened, everybody was jumping on doing a live stream about just
yeah,
like we're doing with Devin Haney and Shakur. With everything that happens, you know, everybody's
yeah. I
jumping
feel
on it.
like I
Mhm.
feel like that's what Earl Spence knew, so he couldn't pull out. And like I was saying with y'all, I would have been mad. I'm one of the biggest Earl Spence fans. I know you is pulling Judah and bro up here. So if we would have been mad as his fans for him pulling out, the people that we was going against, you know what I mean? We wouldn't have been able to hear the end of that shit.
I'm talking
So
about,
Yeah,
man, we wouldn't
yeah.
have had no ass left. We wouldn't have no ass left, bro.
man,
None.
And you're right. You're right about that. But see, here's the thing. Initially, I would have been like, "What the fuck?" But if it would have came out that he's dealing with all this, then I would have felt it was acceptable. Now the fans and the haters and the casuals, we know they gonna go crazy. But if it's like this, I would never want nobody to kind of put themselves in this situation because from what this sound like, this just sound bad. But I mean, he did what he had to do. But I wouldn't want even boxers I don't like to push themselves do something like that because you got the money, but now like what I'm saying, you explain it to your fans and people just the people in the comments they saying it, man, Spence need to stop with their excuses. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Right.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things like, no, would you have wanted that to happen? No, but if he would have came out with an interview saying right after, like, oh yeah, this is what I was going to talk about. Well, fuck, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you
yeah,
gonna do? Like the fans, I know we think these people are superhuman, but they are no, they are human. They do go through things certain times. You know what I mean? We would in this situation, I would think that the people that truly rock with Earl and not just casuals, they might have been like, okay, I understand. Hell, even the sanctioning bodies shouldn't even let this shit happen. If you painkillers and injections and all that shit, that's why I'm looking like, why ain't nobody checking some shit? Y'all supposed to look for the fight's best interest, be like, we want it, but this is a little crazy of a situation. I know they want money, but it just raises a lot of red flags, man, about who's in how, like y'all say, how important it is to have the right type of coach, how important it is to have the right type of manager. You know what I'm saying? We be giving people a lot of credit when success happen, but once things don't go as well and the truth come out, it's like, well, damn, how you been doing that with this shit going on?
Another
right.
thing, another thing, even though we dumping on Derrick James, now I'm thinking, hearing everything with the ribs and stuff. Well, that's
Mm,
why he didn't do any sparring.
Yeah, for
You know what
sure.
I'm
That's
saying?
exactly why.
We sitting here crucifying Derrick James about not preparing him, but Spence wanted that money. He wanted
yeah.
that $25 million. So he talk about I ain't do no sparring and shit, but Derrick James knew your ribs were fucked up, bro. You know what I'm saying? So how you gonna spar and your ribs got broke, right? So you want to keep it quiet so you can get this money, but why are you putting this on Derrick James if you know that your ribs ain't right, bro? You know what I'm saying? Now that this is kind of shaping up to be kind of ugly.
Did
You know
we
what I'm
ever
saying?
hear
I don't
about the
think that he
lawsuit?
was. I don't think that he was trying to blame Derrick James for the sparring. I think the sparring was a separate thing. I think it was the not bringing those southpaws in the camp that where he was trying to. I think he was just trying to say like everything was the problem in that fight, from the ribs, from the coach. You know what I mean? Not preparing the weight. You know what I mean? It was just everything for that camp. It was the crescendo. You know what I mean? Of all the bad stuff that Earl Spence was doing, that was the build up to all of it. And then now you about to fight the one of the best fighters of all time. You know what I
And
mean?
yeah, and you know what, Robin Emily Jones? He says honestly, Bud tried to go easy on him late in the fight, respect, but because he knew, because Bud knew. He knew because if you fight somebody and you're a fighter and you hit somebody and they sensitive, you already know they don't want it to that spot. And Bud was fucking them up to that body, to them ribs.
Right.
I was like, damn, Bud's going to the body like a beast. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, he already knew that Spence was compromised, bro. He
Right.
already knew it. He already knew it. But he wanted to put enough whipping because he could have did worse. He could have did worse. You know what I'm saying? Spence was not himself, and he went through with the fight. You know what I'm saying? My thing is they should have ran the shit back at
Right.
154, and that was Spence's fault. I think
Yeah.
him staying away from 3 years, letting Bud shine, not saying anything about this. That was a big ups to EJ for letting Bud get his shine. You know what I'm saying? But he should have rematched him at 154. You know what I'm saying? That Maginot fight should have been the Bud Spence fight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even though the Bud fans said, I don't want to see that again. But you knew the
Right.
man wasn't 100%. Why wouldn't you want to see the dude at his best? Well, Spence still had to get a coach. You know what I'm saying? It was just so many things that was so messed up for Spence, losing your team, you know what I'm saying? Having to recover, after such a beatdown, you know what I'm saying? His pride, his he had to get his confidence back. All of that, bro. You know what I'm saying? He sacrificed all that for $25 million, bro. And I'm not mad at him, you know what I'm saying? Because now, he could chill or whatever, he could retire, he could do what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? With his career. It's his career. He could do what he want to do. But I feel cheated in the fact that, it wasn't a proper build up, bro. It wasn't a proper, you know what I'm saying? The best outcome should have been Spence being healthy and we getting the fight of the century, bro. It's like,
Man.
I don't know, man. I just feel like fate was just really messed up, you know what I'm saying, for this generation. Not to
And
get
another thing too, though, that as far as just what we got to take into account from Spence walking away from the fight was that it was undisputed on the line too. At
right.
147. So I feel like, let's just say his ribs got broke or whatever. If he pulled out of the fight, he would have had to move up and wait too. So now you saying you pulling out the fight because your ribs is broke. But now you want to fight at 154 because it would have had to be at 154 in order for us to get the best fence. So now you
Hmm.
walking away from undisputed. It's just, man, I don't think he could have pulled out, man. It's just no
No,
way
no,
he
no,
could have
no,
pulled
no.
out
I'm
that
just
shit.
saying he took the ass whipping. I'm talking about after the ass whipping. He took, take you a couple of years to heal and get the rematch. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
I think it was a rematch clause, but I don't think Spence would have been healed enough in that time to get his coach, get his team together, and all that stuff. It's just
right.
that it was just so much torn down after that. You know what I'm saying? It just all came apart at the wrong time. And just to find out that, what I'm saying, that these guys are like really not communicating during his biggest fight, it's a letdown, bro. It's just a big letdown, you know. It's like, you're only as strong as your team, bro. And Spence team wasn't together, man. When I seen Ryan Garcia, him training Ryan Garcia, he was training AJ. I was like, man, something is going on, bro. Why is he not focusing on Spence? You know what I'm saying? Why is he not? That should be his only concern right now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's becoming this celebrity coach. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, man, something is wrong, bro. Something is wrong. I just felt it. You know what I'm saying? I felt a trim in the force, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it just wasn't, it didn't have the intensity on their side like it should have been. It was just too spread out. It wasn't like a laser like focus, you know. And this was the result. This was the result, you know. So let's get more into the interview.
You know what I'm saying?
Even getting ready for Crawford.
No, I'm saying before the Crawford fight.
Crawford.
And you can't get in camp thinking, you know what I'm saying? You're not that young when you get in camp and you thinking everything gonna be, oh, you good now. Like, nah, you gotta, even out of camp, you gotta live right. So once you get in camp, everything be cool. Just like now, like I'm cool now because, you know what I'm saying, I've been living right. Like I ain't been drinking none of that, like still been working out. So once I get in camp, I'm free flowing. I'm free flowing in that camp, bro. Everything was just out of whack. But and my body was just, it wasn't there. But I wasn't the type of guy who was going, bro. If you look at it, bro, what's the main thing for any organism in the world? What is main goal to do?
I don't know.
Whatever kids or it has is to preserve that and keep that going. So for me, I knew that this maximum payout, you know, is gonna take care of my family. Even if I'm not here, it's gonna take care of my family. You know what I'm saying? It'll
Damn,
take care of
it
me.
went quiet.
You know, and I didn't know if I was gonna box again, ever again. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, you felt like that before the fight.
Yeah, I felt like that before the fight. Like I didn't know if I was gonna box again ever again. That's why I took so long off. Like I took this long off. I didn't know if I was gonna box again, do anything. So I was like, bro, I'm still gonna fight. You know, it's just it is what it is. Like, and I'm not gonna make no excuses about it. I'm just gonna do what I do, and then whatever criticism come with it, bro. But at the end of the day, I'm doing it for a bigger picture. Like, you know, I was hard headed to do stuff my way. So hey, I gotta be hard headed too in this sense to, you know, put myself on the altar, man, sacrifice myself.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. But what I don't feel is going into that camp. Whose job is it to pick the sparring partners and have that stuff on point?
Derrick, you the teacher, right?
Oh Lord.
So when you're not sparring, what are you saying here?
I think we went back or something. I think we went back. I think we already seen that part. You know, like I said, he put it off on Derrick James, man. But you know, he the boss. You know what I'm saying? He the boss. He the one paying Derrick James. So he really can't say. You know what I'm saying? He could have got rid of Derrick James and he could have got him somebody else. But with his ribs being in the shape, I don't know at what point in the camp that his ribs got broke. You know,
so the funny thing about that pool, and this is what I was kind of alluding to early. So if the problem was about money, right? Because that's what we assumed that they fell out over because the lawsuit, right? The question would be, you know, was Errol Spence getting like what's up? I heard AB on the stream, not to bring in, you know, him into it, but he was talking about how PBC would pay him from the back end of the pay-per-view randomly. They would just he would get randomly paid. So if you know Derrick James is tripping about, you know, the money, the question we got to ask is what's the period in it and how people are getting paid and handled? Because if you saying you did this for the ultra major cash out, but you've been supposedly getting money for a minute, that's why I was saying how much is PBC included on this? Because to me, what it seems like is if you're a fighter for the PBC, you're going to have to be very structured and organized how you do shit because it just seems like a free fall from the top down. That's what people are alluding to, you know, just from looking at different fighters and what they say about PBC and, you know, kind of what AB has relieved lately about. I'm just like, okay, if the shit was about pay, why was Derrick James not compensated the way he felt he should have been? He's the coach of the year. Yeah, you know, y'all done your thing. You've been getting money for a while. You got the car crash thing. Like, there's a lot of undertones of a lot of shit going on over there. And I just think that, you know, EJ trying to like position it all on Derrick James. Look, Derrick James is exactly how we explain it. He seems very standoffish. Seems like he don't like to talk, and when he do, he seems like the type of person that be saying gibberish and then mumbling on purpose. But I feel like EJ ain't being totally honest with the whole enclave atmosphere of what the hell is going on over there. And that's why I keep alluding like there's something going on with PBC over the years, these last little couple years. And it just seems to be bleeding into everything with their fighters. And I feel like this fight, this camp, how everything was done, how nobody's saying anything, checking, people complaining about not getting paid. Something funny, man. Something funny.
Yeah, I agree. It's something that they're not talking about, and maybe their relationship was eroding little by little, you know, fight by fight. Derrick James feeling like, you know, these guys ain't gonna pay me my worth, you know what I'm saying, after every victory. But EJ did say something about going over to Derrick James' house and giving him his check. So I'm just trying to figure out, okay, if you don't agree on what I'm giving you, then why you can't negotiate right then and there? Or was it later, like Floyd Mayweather's trying to sue the PBC?
See, exactly. See, but and that's another red flag. Your boy Floyd complaining years later, I'm not, I ain't got all my money. What the fuck you mean you ain't got all your money? You TBE, you did made $1 billion in earnings and people still owe you money and all that. What you mean? And then
Right.
AB saying shit and other people saying shit. It's just like, okay, they be talking about, oh yeah, we be getting paid on the back end, but it be random. What you mean random? How random? Because now if you throw that into equation, maybe that's why Derrick is like, yo, y'all niggas be funny with the money. And EJ's response is, well, hell, I can only give you what's being given to me.
Well, I mean, they had their percentage. It looked like there was a discrepancy about the percentage that, saying that Derrick wanted some of the back end money. From what I hear. So, like, we don't have a whole lot of details about it.
Oh, but yeah, most definitely. You're right about that. But see, if we read between the lines, the question is, why does he want the back end money? Maybe y'all ain't been paying on time, so he like, fuck it. Let me get some of that direct random money that's coming so I can be settled, because while I'm dealing with this with you, when I'm working with Joshua and when I'm working with Ryan, that I'm not running into that. So now that I'm seeing, oh, it's not a them situation, it's just when I'm rocking with you, that might make me feel some type of way.
Right. Well, let me see. I think we went back in the interview. Let me go ahead, push it ahead some.
Do core work or whatever.
Oh,
like
fair use.
It just wasn't translating into, a better performance, or just me being just cut up, ripped up, and in shape and all this and that.
We went back somehow.
As running, trying to do sprints, trying to do whatever, but just basic training, bro. Like, it wasn't like, ask anybody who was in Vegas in that gym, like, they didn't see me spar. Ain't nobody see me spar in Vegas.
2 weeks or pre-fight. I mean, in a locker room before the fight.
Well, I was tired, bro. Like, I didn't really sleep like that, because I already knew what.
You felt it.
Yeah, I already knew what. I don't know, like, bro. In my mind, I thought, like,
if it land in the right spot, especially early. You know what I'm saying? It's like a right hand, or in his case, a left hand. Yeah. So sometimes in them type of moments, maybe your brain will take you a place it ain't never took, because this has never happened. Yeah. You always on top.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I was just trying to fight, bro. Like, we would go over, like, him and his southpaw stance, like me blocking the jab. We didn't do none of that in training camp. Like,
that's crazy.
Hey, we didn't do none of that in camp. You'd think, like, we'll go over there, like, me keeping my hands right here and catching it and shooting back and all this and that. But it was none of that. Like, when he came out,
making me mad, bro.
I was just holding my shit like this, and I was like, you know what I'm saying? It was a lot of stuff that that could have been different, or could have been prevented. Even if I wasn't sparring like that, we could have prevented a lot of things that shouldn't have happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, just simple placement and me catching the jab from his southpaw stance and things like that.
You wasn't telling him, like, Derrick, we got to work on this.
Nah.
You better than me. I'd have been talking, bro. I'd have been talking. Man, bro, that's crazy. Man, the fight gets stopped in the 9th round. Are you coherent? You know where you at?
Yeah, for sure.
So you was just hurt?
Huh?
You was just
I was just hurt.
but you knew where you was at though.
Yeah, for sure. I knew where I was at. I even got to the locker room and I told them, like, what y'all looking sad for?
I seen that. I seen that.
Like, what y'all looking sad for, man? True up. Like, you know what I'm saying? It happens. Like, I done did a lot of people like this. Like,
this would come with it.
Yeah, it come with the game, man. Yeah, I started looking so damn sad. Like somebody died.
Yeah, I remember that. They had the camera on you when you said that.
You know what I'm saying? That's how it was.
Was there any party that was relieved that it was over? Been talking about this dude for 4, 5, 6 years, whatever it's been.
I ain't even think about that. I ain't think about relieved that it was over, this and that. Like, bro, I'm an even kill dude, bro. Like, I don't like. It wasn't that I was relieved because just like it is what it is what it is. Like, damn, like, yeah, it happened and you know, this and that, but you know, stuff happened, bro. You gotta be a man about stuff that happen like that. Like, some stuff not gonna happen in your favor, but you know, how you gonna bounce back and who are you as a man?
Yeah.
Like, I just had to eat it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't like the way it tastes, but I had to eat it.
Yeah. What was your first conversation like with Derrick? Y'all talked that night?
Nah.
Y'all talk after that? Weeks after?
Yeah, we talked a little bit weeks after, but it wasn't really. I came to his house and gave him his check and things like that. I came to his house and gave him his check. You know what I'm saying? If I was trying to get over him, why I came to your house, bro? In your house, like, and sat down and gave you a check. You know what I'm saying? So.
What about Al? What's your conversation like with Al after that fight?
I mean, our conversations always pleasant. Like,
even after that?
Yeah, even after that. Like, you know, he was just saying it's cool, it's all right. Like, it was always always been pleasant. Like, we talked about, you know, certain things, and you know, even after that, like, that's how I set up my trust. I set up my my kids' education trust. You know, just set up a whole bunch of stuff. That's when he, you know, hooked me up with, you know, people he worked with in business and things like that, and just got everything, you know, situated.
There was talk about the rematch. When did that die where you was like, it ain't gonna happen?
I mean, I never said it wasn't gonna happen. It just, you know, I think Al knew I don't know, I guess Al just knew, you know, what I was going through, and he knew that, you know, it couldn't happen no time soon. Like, it just couldn't happen no time soon.
Man.
Pool, one thing you know how to do is you know how to strike some fires, some shit people trying to ignore, man. You funny.
Hey, man. It is what it is.
Man. You know, you funny for this one. I swear, I was like, you know, when I seen clips of this on Twitter, I was just like, you know what? I'm not even gonna respond. I'm gonna stay the fuck out of this because this is layered. And when I'm hearing this shit, it's just, you know, because Errol Smith, he's very particular about his words. Like when he's saying, you know, I came and delivered him the check. And then the next part, you know, I talked to Al. We set up the trust for my family, and he hooked me up with business people. It's just seeming like, okay, like if Al knew you wasn't ready after the fight, I'm pretty sure he knew you wasn't ready before it as well.
Well, I think he knew Spence wanted this payday. I think he had a, you know, he knew he wasn't prepared, but he still had to face the fear of going out there and getting destroyed by Crawford, bro. You know, it's almost like, you know, when Jesus Christ was going to the cross, he knew that shit was gonna hurt, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like he had to go ahead and make himself the sacrifice, you know. You gotta give him big ups for that, man, knowing he was gonna get his ass tore up. You know what I'm saying? And he went out there anyway and faced it. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, he had to drum up enough courage, you know what I'm saying, to put up a fight against somebody who's totally prepared to dissect you, right? And he did that, bro. But the thing is, he cheated. You know, he cheated his fans. And see, this is, you know, this is what I'm looking at. his fans had so much faith in him because he did what he did to get to gain the 3 belts. He did everything he had to do to gain the belts, and then just to go out there and give a half, to have everything crash instead of rescheduling and rematching, no matter how it looks, and coming back at a better version of yourself. You went out there and you just went for the money, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and then your whole team, just disintegrated. After all the effort, that you did to gain, to unify, look like you just, it's I don't know, man. It's just a sad situation, man, to see him go out like, this at the end, right? Um, and the way he's talking about it so casually, and I know he's telling the truth because he just let, you can see, there's no lying, so except for maybe, the thing going on with Derrick James. I think there's a lot more to that. Um, the situation between him and Derrick James, somewhere along the line, they got offline, bro. Um, Somewhere along the line, the team got cracks in it. And
Yeah, you're right, and I agree. And the thing about it, Pool, is one thing about life, and that I've learned, and I can kind of say from this situation, I respect Earl for taking the fight, but at the same time, winning and strategy is not always about will and force. And
right.
that's what I get from Earl is like, yo, somebody on some Kobe Bryant shit where Kobe Bryant's like, look, if I train like this for 12 years, I'm gonna be so ahead of you, you're not gonna be able to catch up no matter how much will you have. That's what it seemed like Terrence Crawford was on, like, oh, y'all keep talking about this nigga? Okay, we're gonna train for this nigga, get ready for this nigga, we're gonna hear everything about his camp. We gonna methodically on some art of war, structurally, strategy wise, break this nigga down. And we gonna wait. We're gonna play the game. And I'm gonna make everything hard, right? And EJ just kind of like, well, I'm just gonna come in there and I'm gonna dog it out. Look, man,
Mm,
everything ain't about your will. Some fights have to be fought in the mind. Some fights have to be fought in the spirit. Some things have to be handled a certain way. And what I'm hearing with EJ is, he tries to will through everything, and it's just like, nah. Sometimes you gotta, look. You made his money, did his thing, but I'm just not liking this because I'm like, yo, bro, I felt like you could have done you could have handled that a little bit different. Y'all, everybody in that situation could have handled that different. But if you happy, we happy for you. But I don't like what I'm hearing with this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like it gives more credence to it's some funny shit going on with PBC. And like when I'm hearing all this and I'm seeing this and even EJ responses, even when he asked Ward, like, you think like that in the fight, it's like, hold on now. Ward think like that as a fight, but he's a methodical thinker as well. Like with EJ, he just like, I'm a will through everything. It's like you can't, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just kind of
yeah.
noticing, like, if you was thinking like this, then I could see how Crawford from the jump peeped that, was like, oh, I know what to do. I know what to do.
Right.
Yeah, and
And I
to
think
your point,
go
bro, to your point, bro, like that's kind of like what I was saying about, you know, EJ and just picking a coach where it's just like he just too nonchalant about everything. You know, he just like you saying, you know, he feel like he can just will his way through it all. I honestly don't even feel like that this was the first bad camp that Earl Spence has had. I feel like ever since the car wreck, he has never had a great camp. Really, to be honest with you, I feel like since the Mikey Garcia fight, Earl Spence hasn't had a good camp. And I feel like the Mikey Garcia and Sean Porter camp, it was him having fat camps because he was just,
mhm.
that was, you know, he just became a champion. He was a star. You know, he just, you know, went to another level. So the undisciplinedness made him have to have fat camps in the Mikey Garcia and Sean Porter fight. Then the accident happened, which caused him not to, you know, have 100% camp since then. And I feel like the layoffs, you know, with the Danny Garcia fight, you know, he had the long layoff, and then Earl being what you saying, feel like he's, you know, got more will and he can will his way through. He came back too early from the car accident, I believe, and fought Danny Garcia, never was able to heal 100%, you know, and then he had another long layoff. And at all this time, this dude still got to make 147. You know what I mean? So I feel like he's had bad camps since Mikey Garcia, man. And that will, that hard headedness that Errol Spence got, and he was getting through against those fighters.
Right.
So he thought that it was going to be the same way with Crawford,
Yeah.
you know.
I
Well,
don't know why he thought that, because that Sean Porter fight was pretty close.
I think that he knew that Crawford was more methodical because he knew Crawford had been preparing for him. I just think he knew he wasn't in no condition to win that fight. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I think he knew his team. I think he knew his team wasn't right. I think he knew he wasn't living right. I think he just wanted that money. I think he saw an opportunity, you know what I'm saying, to have life changing money, like Ramen Emily Jones said. Say he's speaking like a man with no regrets. He made his life changing money for his family. See, and that's what he started looking at. Because if you're going to make a sacrifice, you got to hit while the iron's hot. You know what I'm saying? While you at the peak fight, right? He's not going to be able to make this kind of money no other time in his career, and he knows that his camp is deteriorating and eroding and stuff. So he said, well, I better go ahead and go through with this and get this money, you know what I'm saying, for my family.
Right.
And that's what happened to him. He sacrificed, and he, you know what I'm saying, he didn't give a damn, you know what I'm saying, about his fans and shit, you know what I'm saying, about, you know, I mean, I guess he had to deal with what he had to deal with, you know what I'm saying, with Derrick James, you know what I'm saying, and the rib injuries and all that stuff. And he said, well, I can't back out, so I had to go ahead and, you know what I'm saying, just do what I gotta do. And he didn't feel good about it because you saw how he looked on fight night. You saw what he was looking like. He was looking like a man defeated already before the fight. You know what I'm saying? But I think Bud Crawford fans think that's because he was scared. They didn't, you know, they didn't care about none of this shit. And you know, like I said, we're not trying to take away from Bud. It's just that the man had some bad breaks. You know what I'm saying? He had some bad breaks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he said Charlo did the same thing with Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Charlo, I mean, man, I don't even want to talk about that nigga, man. That nigga that make me pissed off. What's going on, too? What's happening?
What up, cool? What's going on?
Yeah, we're just going over this damn interview that just rocked the world, rocked the
Man, I feel
boxing
like a
world.
lot of people is really overreacting
You
to
say that
the.
about everything too. You don't be thinking none of this shit. You know, so we've been arguing about this shit for like 6 years and shit about Spence and Bud. You
But I
know?
mean, it's like, what do we? What we really? What if we find out that we didn't already know? Everything he said we had already heard. He basically only confirmed everything,
Right.
and it's just a lot of people like, oh, he dishonorable, he this, he that, and all of this. And I'm thinking to my, and it's a lot of people that's just like, well, why couldn't he push it back 6 months? Y'all think that if he could have pushed that fight back, he wouldn't have pushed it back? Y'all think that as difficult as the fight was to make, period, that he could have pushed it back easily another 6 months? Like, I
Well,
think,
I mean,
I
but if you
don't
got this
I
whole
don't
situation, if you got the whole situation that he is telling us that he's in and what we can kind of see, you better figure it out.
I'm
Because
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and this is what I really noticed. And it's a lot of things that Earl was going through at that time. People don't speak about for whatever reason, but I know about it. And Paul, I think you know about it. He really had that Mo3 shit going on and all of that
oh yeah. Yeah.
around that time. And he said he thought this was gonna be his last fight. And he said he knew that this fight would set him up whether he was here or not. And I think a lot of people are missing that he said that in this interview. People like, oh, he should have moved up and did this and did, like, I don't think he felt like he had another option. That's what I think. I don't think he felt like he had another option. And I don't know why fans feel like the fighters' obligations is to them. Like, it is their obligation, keep you entertained and this and that, but it's not their full obligation to just not make whatever financial decision that they feel will be best for them and their family because of what the fans might think. Like, that's not their obligation, in my opinion. And I know people say, oh, we buy your tickets, we do this and we do that. Well, stop buying their tickets and stop supporting them. Like, you don't get
Yeah,
to
but
tell these fighters what to do because you buy a $85 pay-per-view.
Well, that's like saying like if I'm paying to watch you, I'm paying to watch you entertain us, right? You're a fighter, right? You know what I'm saying? You put on, there's expectations once you start winning and stuff like that. So that you get fans by what you do, right? So you know what I'm saying, the fans always has these expectations. Nothing ever changes with that. So you know what I'm saying, when you know that you're compromised, there's a lot of people betting on you. There's a lot of people riding with you. You know what
I
I'm
get
saying?
it.
So that's the disappointment. It ain't
Yeah,
the
I
fact
get
that
it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm
it ain't just that. It's just that the reason why the nigga is a star is because everybody that supported him. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah,
To
and
go off that point.
I
Go
feel
ahead.
like it just like I just feel like I mean, from what I heard him saying in the interview, it just sounded like to me like he didn't think he was gonna be fighting no more. I don't know what Earl got going on, and he probably shouldn't be fighting now. Honestly, it's probably why he fighting in Australia. Ain't no telling what the fuck Earl got going on. You don't never know. Like you don't never know.
Well,
So
can we say this? I like Earl, and I ain't gonna bash him, but I'm saying that Earl is very interesting because I feel like with all the stuff that he has presented that we've kind of seen and how he has treated camps or whatever, if this was another fighter, they might have gotten a whole lot more criticism from the jump that from the shit that Earl has done with the fat camps and the rec and the whatever, right? We give him a lot of leeway because we like him and we like the fact he a throwback fighter. But if this was anybody else, they would have got a whole lot more criticism. And the thing with Earl is that's why I just think like, yo, was this really necessary to say?
Earl not the only fighter that's having fat camps and doing this and
Well,
doing that.
it's not about the fat camps. It's just like, look, people crucified the fuck out of Adrian Broner, and rightfully so, right? But it seems like Earl's more closer to that than he is than the discipline route, right? And it's like we
Right.
kind of let him slide with certain things, and it's just like, well, why these things? Why is Derrick James not holding him
Because
to
he
his
comes out and be accountable. Like, what can you say if he come out and be accountable? Like, what can you say after that?
I mean, but here's the thing: being accountable, but still doing the same shit after a while is like, does it
I
matter?
think what I think it was that Earl Spence fans, like his diehard fans, we more Earl Spence fans because of his character and the fact. So we kind of overlooked all the red flags because he was winning in spite of it. You know what I
Right.
mean? And it was the
That's a good
fact
point.
that it was the fact that we like the person. You know what I mean? So yeah, he
Yeah.
was having all this bullshit going on, but he was still winning the fights that he was fighting, and he was still being a stand up dude. So we just turned the eye to it. You know what I mean? But in reality, we should have been looking at the red flags when it came to us really picking him to beat Crawford. You know what I mean? That was our fault, honestly, as his fans. And I'm gonna say this too: when Earl Spence during that build up with Crawford, when Earl Spence started talking about money instead of
Yeah.
legacy,
Yeah.
that's when I really knew something was up. You know what I
Yeah. He
mean? And
start talking about life changing, no, financial wealth, life wealth and all this kind of shit he was talking about. I said, man, this ain't right.
right,
Just like when Jamel started going home playing with his kids doing training camp. When he was in the fight with Canelo, and he said he was going home spending time with his kids and stuff. I was like, oh Lord, you know. I was like, this ain't something ain't right. He going for the money, you know. And I'm not saying that these fighters can't go for the money, but it's like, damn, why wait for your biggest fight, bro? You know what I'm saying? Why wait for your
right.
biggest fight not to give your best effort? That is my problem, right? We
But
have all
that's
these.
to my point
I
though,
think
Pool.
all
I
that
don't
shit
think
had
Earl
caught up
Spence
with Earl.
been giving his best effort for a long time. That's what
Yeah.
to my point I was saying earlier. I don't think that it was just this camp. I do think more things happen wrong in this camp, but I think Earl Spence been getting by with the bare minimum for a long
Yeah,
time.
Yeah, Earl
I
yeah,
been
agree.
cutting a lot of corners and all that shit caught up to him. Unfortunately, it was at the biggest fight of his life. But shit,
It,
he deserved that. Like that's what he get. Earl
And
Spence
I
is
think that's
hard
why he
headed, bro.
sacrificed himself to your point. Like I think that's why he knew. I gotta do this. You know what I mean? Like I did this to myself. I cheated everybody. I gotta give them this fight, and I gotta sacrifice myself.
And two
Wow.
cents. Are
Wow.
when you're saying that, are you implying like maybe Errol felt like maybe he, that's snitching. Maybe he felt like he's gonna go to, do some
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah,
Okay, all
yeah,
right. Enough
Wow.
said.
yeah.
Enough
You
said.
know, because he had entered that nightlife
Because
messing
ain't Yellow
around.
Beezy facing the death penalty?
Who that? Talking about King Yellow? What's his name? What Yellow
Yellow
Beezy or
Yellow
whatever the
Beezy,
hell?
Beezy.
yeah.
Nah, I don't think he's facing the death penalty, but he is facing murder.
I mean,
But
I just don't know.
honestly, I don't feel like I. I mean, I don't know. I don't know for sure. Just my opinion. I don't think Earl Spence was involved with that. Yeah, he was connected to Yellow Beezy and all that, and they
Yeah.
was he was friends with him. But I don't think he was in that like that.
No,
That's just
I
my
I
own
think
personal opinion, though.
Look,
I
No,
think I
no.
think
I ain't
them
gonna
dudes.
lie, brother. Like here in Dallas, like I
Yeah.
mean, I don't
Hey,
know if you ever
listen, I
heard
live in
Charleston
Dallas.
White.
I'm here right now. I live
Okay,
in
okay.
Dallas, bro.
So
Well,
I'm
look,
sorry to say that, brother, but
you seen how they used to hang out, right? He used to be right up
Right,
under Yellow Beezy. You know, he
right.
was everywhere you seen Yellow Beezy, you saw Errol Spence Jr.
And
So
think about
go
a
ahead.
lot of the stuff Earl said. He cut everybody off. He only talked to 5 people. He don't talk to them. Like y'all gotta like when I'm hearing Earl was saying that during the interview, I'm like, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Like that I don't think that shit with that situation is I think it is what we think it is. You feel what I'm saying? And people don't talk about it and they don't mention it, but I do think that that played a part in the decision that he made for this fight.
Yeah, because they said Mo. Now I don't know how true this shit is, but they say Mo three. He said he wasn't drunk that night he wrecked his car. They say Mo three were after him. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I don't know how true it is, but if he was hanging around, he got caught up, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like AB get caught up in these little posses and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like he's streaming right now on Kick, right? With Dean the Great and stuff. These are kids, bro. Adrian like 30 something years old. And he's getting caught up in all this little dumbass streaming stuff with all these crazy, you know what I'm saying? I could see where Spence got caught up in the whole rap
yeah,
world thing, you know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
whatever coming at Yellow Bees is coming for Spence too. If you
Hmm.
around them, right? These kids
Hmm.
don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When it comes to this gang stuff, I know as grown people, it seems silly to us, you know what I'm saying, to see these kids, you know what I'm saying, risking their life, but they be on some serious shit, man, out here. You see how Mo 3 got how he went out, right? On that bridge and stuff, you know what I'm saying?
In
This
broad
stuff is
daylight.
serious. Yeah, this stuff is serious,
Well,
bro.
let me say this. Let me say why I feel like why I don't believe this, and I don't know if y'all heard this or not. But I really don't even be want to speak on this and all that because I just be hearing stuff and I don't be knowing what's true. So I kind of really don't be want to put it out there. But I'm gonna just say it anyway. I heard that Earl Spence and Mo 3 lived in the same uh, condo building in Dallas. And I heard that it was times that they saw each other, like pulling up and crossing paths. And and Mo 3 knew that Earl Spence was cool with Yellow Beezy, but he knew that Earl Spence was Earl Spence and Yellow was Yellow. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
So it wasn't never really like that. And plus, he knew he couldn't do nothing to Earl. Like if he really wanted to do something to him, his cameras and everything around, and he couldn't beat his ass. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's why he let Earl make it, but I done heard plenty of times that they done cross paths and nothing was done. You know,
Right.
so that's why that for me knowing that's why my perspective of Earl Spence not being in the whole yellow thing that deep is what
Right.
it is.
I heard Mo 3 was terrorizing Earl.
But see, and I think too, I think like yeah, I think Mo 3 took a lot of credit for stuff that he might not have did. You know what I mean? Like they tried to say, like when Yellow got shot. Now I don't know if none of this stuff is true. You know what I mean? I'm just telling y'all what I'm hearing. So don't take my word for the gospel. But what I heard was Mo 3 was trying to take credit for the shooting, even though it wasn't him. You know what I mean? Like he said something about it in the song, or not the shooting necessarily, but the car wreck, the Earl Spence car wreck. He said it in the song or whatever, but it really wasn't true. You know what I'm saying? So who knows what Mo was saying that really was true and really wasn't. But the fact that him and Yellow Beezy was the two biggest rappers, he was just taking credit for some of the stuff, you know.
Man,
But
this stuff, man, this stuff is silly. Um, it's just, it was just all faded out to be like this. Errol Spence Jr. is now coming back after 3 year layoff, and he's still stubborn. You know what I'm saying? He's still trying to go straight because he was trying to fight Fundora, and I think that would have ended badly for him. Because Fundora is extremely active, and Spence definitely needs to tune up to fight somebody like a Fundora. We don't know how much of Spence is he 100%, 80%? We don't know what percentage, saying that, or what version of Errol Spence Jr. we got. So with this Tim Zoo fight, it's going to be interesting to see if he can, like, get back to a certain version of himself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm thinking that Tim Zoo, he's not a special fighter. He just got a strong right arm. You know what I'm saying? He's a tough, big guy. But what I'm saying, Spence is gonna have to be 100% himself to go out there and beat this dude. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I think he can do it. You know what I'm saying? If he's in my mind, under Ronnie Shields, I think Ronnie Shields gonna get Spence. He got him in fighting shape. He looks good. You know, you know what I'm saying? That was Jamal's old trainer. And I think Jamal, he's back training too with Spence. And so he must be sparring probably with Jamal, which is a really good person to spar with if you're gonna fight Tim Zoo. So I think Spence is in the right place. I think he's right where he's supposed to be to rebuild his career. Nobody knows if he's gonna retire after this. Um, saying, so we just kind of got to leave it open, saying, because EJ, you never know what he's going to do. You never know if he's going to try to make a run at 154. I hope he does. A lot of people want to see Spence retire. The man only lost one fight, saying, but he's 36 years old, and we just don't know how much he got left in the tank. You know what I'm saying? And we just got to see what he looked like during this Tim Zoo fight. But I do think that I do think Spence should be able to get him, man. Now, if he don't, it's gonna be, it's gonna look bad if he ain't, saying, if he ain't 100% of himself. We'll see. Saying, but the fight is coming. I think the fight is what, June 26th, I believe. Yeah, I think the fight
no,
is June
It's
26th,
July
July 26th,
25th. Yeah, 25th or
25th.
26th, something like that.
Right. So we don't have too long to wait. To see what version of Errol Spence Jr. Survived after that Crawford fight. You
Yeah,
know.
I always thought that Earl would be as good as his reflexes lasted him. So I think if he can come back and his reflexes ain't shot from everything that his body done went through, I think Earl Spence can fight. He still can fight because he's a guy that relies on fundamentals.
Hmm.
I kind of thought that he would be something like Bernard Hopkins, will be able to fight
Hmm.
for a long time because they got that fundamental style. But Earl Spence not having the discipline, throughout his years, his body just might not hold up. So I say all that to say, if he can come back, if he is rejuvenated and his body is not damaged goods at this point, then I think he
Hmm.
still can beat, a certain caliber of fighter. I don't know if he'll
Right.
ever be able to beat the A level fighters again, but he might be a pretty solid B level fighter. Might can make some big money against some good names.
Nah,
I
Earl
mean,
gonna
Well,
get
as
a
well,
far as
try.
like on his level,
This probably Earl last fight because he not finna fight no just fight B level fighters. Like he not about to do that.
that's true.
Makes
That is
sense.
true. That
well, I
goes to that
mean,
hard headedness that he got, though.
Yeah.
where
So he just
everything
need to go
everything's
inside.
going to depend on how he looks against Tim Zoo. Because if he goes out there and he looks terrible and Tim Zoo is eating him up and it's a tough fight, man, his name is going to be on the chopping block for everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If he goes out there and look like he's vulnerable, look like, he can't take the punches or whatever, You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna want EJ up at 154. Virgil Ortiz, he already said that he want to fight Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? Wherever the hell Virgil Ortiz is these days, I don't know, but he's definitely gonna want to get that fight. You know what I'm
Can
saying? If
somebody call
EJ
my phone?
Speaking of 154 though, Pool, do you think he should go to 154? Because I don't even think he should go. He should fight at that weight. I think he should fight at 160. And not
man, you
because I think, 154 is like dangerous or nothing. I just think, man, he been killing himself to make weight for too long. If he gonna preserve himself at this late in his career, he's gonna have to fight at a comfortable weight.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, man, because we don't know how much healing, how much them 3 years, really helped him rejuvenate him, and we don't know what mindset he got because every time you think that Errol Spence Jr. is doing what he's supposed to do, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's still fucking drinking. You see what I'm saying? It's like because you're thinking that okay, he learned his lesson, but then you go to find out, well, oh shit, he still ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm seeing them do acupuncture. I'm saying, oh shit, this nigga doing acupuncture. Shit, they don't know nothing about that shit. You know what I'm saying? This nigga is getting needles in his back. And I'm like, okay,
Right.
this some different shit. Earl on another level. No. You know what I'm saying? He's still jacked up, bro. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
team ain't even tight. You seeing all this stuff on social media. That shit don't be real, man. It's like my man here say, Vance T. He says he better get Blu-ray back, bro. You know what I'm saying? Get
Yeah.
Blu-ray back. Put you through your paces and push yourself. But
Yeah.
now it really kind of don't matter because he's not in a position of being a champion. Um, you know, uh, Tim Zoo is just kind of a litany test for him right now. You know what I'm saying? To kind of gauge where he is, you know what I'm saying, how he looks. It's all going to depend on how he look against Tim Zoo for the rest of his career. Whether he retires after this or he goes on, it's going to really tell the next move that he make. Now, if he go out there and he looks fantastic against Tim Zoo, and he goes out there and he's like really, you know what I'm saying, you see the volume punching, you see the power, you know what I'm saying, and you see all that stuff, everybody's going to get excited again.
Right.
Everybody. Everybody's going to go through the roof if he goes out there and knock out Tim Zoo, and he's at a healthier weight. The power should be there. You know what I'm saying? He's not straining down to 147. You know what I'm saying? Stripping his body of all the nutrients and stuff. He looks a little stronger, and he goes out there and he just, let's just say, go out there and TK's. He knocks out Tim Zoo fifth, sixth round. Man, it's going to be on and popping. He got another big payday, and you already know Fundora. He's looking for that smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
but
already
man,
know.
yeah,
Yeah, but that
if I'm Earl, I wouldn't go down there because I just, man, if you
yeah,
look at Crawford went up to 168 and he looked good. He still beat he was able to beat Canelo, and I think Earl is a more dense dude than Crawford. You know what I mean? So I just think that at this stage, I wouldn't even try to even strain to go to one. And he might be able to make it a lot more comfortable than he was able to make 147, which I'm sure he will be. But it's just like, why put yourself through that at 36 years old? You know what I mean? 35,
well,
36
you
years
know what
old.
though? I think this Tim Zoo fight, I think it's at a catch weight.
Yeah, it's at
I think it's a
158.
yeah, it's like a 160. Yeah, it's like at a catch weight or something. So he's not
Right,
actually fighting at 154. So he
right,
may not campaign at 154, y'all. He
right.
may
That's
be
why I was
campaign.
asking him because he like right in the middle. So I was trying to see which way y'all think he should go from here.
Yeah, he should go to
Yeah, so
160. I mean, I think leave that division, leave all that alone.
yeah, because
Moving
I don't think his weight. I don't think he can like really strain down to that weight. So if he's fighting at 158, that's going to be a lot better for him. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because so now he's messing around in the league with what's his name, Anislao Lori, the Cuban guy, and then you're talking about the nigga that just got busted for steroids. What's the Russian dude name?
Janabek.
Janabek. He just got busted for steroids, and then what's his name? The black fighter up there at 160. People don't really watch that division that much.
Adonis, what's his name?
Not
Something
Adonis.
Adonis.
You talk about the old nigga. You talking about
Oh, not
Adonis.
Adonis. Damn, what is his name? The dude.
Yeah, I know you
Shit,
talking
I
about. I
can't
just can't
think.
call his
Yeah,
name. Anyway, that's going to be a good fight if because he sparred Crawford.
Right,
Saying him
right,
and
right.
he sparred Crawford. So we watched him spar Crawford. But what's the nigga name though? It's like damn, the nigga ain't fought in so long. He looked.
Something
I mean,
like
arguably he
Adonis,
lost.
something.
Yeah, he arguably lost his last fight. He didn't look that good, bro. You know what I'm saying? So he got to get up on this game. But if Spence, he probably will compete at 160.
What's that
You know what
nigga?
I'm saying? I don't see him squeezing back down to 154. But then I could see if he continue to fight, what I'm saying? I could see him fighting Jenna Beck or somebody like that, but he probably retire before he get into all that though. What I'm saying? Depending on how he look against Tim Tszyu. I think Tim Tszyu gonna really, test him. What I'm saying? Because Tim Tszyu, he's a hard nosed pressure fighter and Spencer's a pressure fighter. So, it's gonna be an interesting fight, man. That's gonna be an interesting test for Spence. You know what I'm
If
saying? I'm
if he beat Tim Tszyu like pretty solid and he looked
Carlos Adon,
decent,
yeah, Carlos Adonis.
Carlos
Yeah,
Adonis, there we go.
yeah.
Yeah, if he beat Tim Tszyu pretty nice, like let's say he do get that 6 round stoppage that you was talking about, I think him and Lara would be a good fight.
Man, Laura about 45 years old. He can
Hey,
still
he
box
got a
his ass.
belt. He got a
He
belt,
beat
and you
Danny
know he
Garcia.
Al love Lara.
Yeah, Danny he beat Garcia ass. I mean, I was
Right.
like, wow. You know what I'm saying? I was like, dude, you can never tell. I don't know why none of the damn Cubans know where they birth certificates at. None of them know how old they are and shit. Them niggas just arrive on the planet. You know what I'm saying? And them niggas don't know how old. They never know how old they are. Ugas, I think only Ugas probably know how old he is, bro. It's like I don't know what it is about these damn Cuban fighters, bro. It's just you just never know. You know what I'm saying? It's like they come in here. I was born with no birth certificate, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit. So you could was Vietnam going on, nigga, when you were born? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? It's like you just never know how old they are, you know. But yeah, that'll be I don't want to see him fight Laura, you know what I'm saying? I think Laura too old, but you know what I'm saying? It'll be, of course we'll watch that shit if it happened. You know what I'm saying? But
I
Carlos
mean,
Adamas is an interesting fight. If he
but
gets by.
that's a dangerous fight though, Bull. Like that shit. That's pretty much like him going to fighting the champion at 54.
Well,
You know
shit. I
what I
mean, you supposed
mean?
Spence only want the best, just like Tu was saying. He's not gonna try to go for the bottom of the barrel. He's only gonna go for the champions, and that's what Janabek. Did Janabek get stripped or not? Because that nigga got so many bumps on his back, man. It's like, dude, he was trying to fight Crawford. He was trying to get that Crawford fight too. Um, but maybe it's a good thing that Crawford didn't cross that dude because he got busted for the PEDs and stuff. 'Cause that probably would have been a terrible setup for Crawford. Probably would have never made it to that Canelo fight. It's a good thing that he fought Madronov. Which that was a good fight too. So
Yeah.
but one thing about Shakur is not. He's supposed to be a disciple of Crawford, but he don't have what Crawford has, bro. He don't have that audacity. He don't have that the daring to be great syndrome. We got to deal with a lot of what I'm saying, back and forth. What I'm saying, not really confident type of fighter in Shakur. I don't think he'll ever be a great generational talent. I like his skills. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate Shakur. I just want him to be more forthcoming. What I'm saying, when it comes to, what I'm saying, fighting the next guy. What I'm saying, and if he could do that, what I'm saying, I'm cool with it. But as far as Errol Spence Jr. goes, man, what I'm saying, there's a question mark. What is on his mind right now? What kind of mindset do we really believe he can go out there and beat Tim Tszyu? That's going to be a question mark. What I'm saying, in everybody's mind. And I just can't wait to see it. I'm gonna be excited, just like that shit gonna be lit, bro. It's gonna be kind of like, it's gonna be as lit as the Bud Crawford fight, because everybody's gonna want to see what Spence looked like, bro. What I'm saying? Spence is still a star, bro. He's still a star, even without the belts. What I'm saying? People still believe in EJ. You know, they still believe in him.
Yeah.
He says, what you say? He says Keyshawn is more Bud than Shakur. Man, I don't think. Why y'all believe Keyshawn? Man, Keyshawn ain't shit. Keyshawn, he's a good fighter, bro. Don't get me wrong, but he's just coming out of he just fought like 12 rounds. He just started fighting 12 rounds. You know what I'm saying? It's like what are y'all? I mean, come on now. I know y'all know boxing better than that. You know, I know y'all know boxing better than that. But yeah, I just want to cook on this thing, man. You know what I'm saying? I think we got a good little cook out of it. You know, I don't want to use no more of the interview because I know they'll probably copyright strike my ass. You know what I'm saying? If I use any more of that interview. He says, what you say? Said Key got them intangibles. Yeah, against B-level fighters though. Nebraska assassin. You know what I'm saying? Against B-level fighters. I mean, yeah, he looked good. Anybody could look good. You know what I'm saying? Just like Keith Thurman. Like I think who was that saying that earlier? He said just like Keith Thurman, man. When he started moving up, he couldn't knock nobody out. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn, what's his name? The Riverside Rocky almost knocked his ass out. So you know what I'm saying? So you know these guys are not always the same, right? Coming up as you experience different and better competition, bro, those knockouts goes away. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you seen what the skill level was like, you know what I'm saying, between EJ and Bud, you know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man. It's like, you know, it's rock, paper, scissors. That's what boxing is. You know, it's rock,
Yeah.
paper, scissors. He says, if EJ wins, that he needs to fight Keith Thurman and then they both retire. Man, Keith Thurman probably would fight EJ now. After that ass whooping he took from Fundora, I think Fundora hit that nigga with like a 8-piece combination, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, Keith Thurman, he likes to come back, make his bag, and he likes to disappear. You know what I'm saying? But I think he would. I think he would fight EJ. I think he would now. He ain't got nothing to lose. He ain't got 2 belts. You know, he's not the unified champion anymore. So I think he would take that fight. So something about losing. I don't know if y'all noticed this, but have y'all noticed like when these fighters lose, they willing to fight everybody after that.
Yeah, because
You know what I'm
they
saying?
need to check. It's like, yo, fuck it. Now it's about the check. It ain't about the
Right.
belts. I'm done with that.
Right. After these fighters lose, it's like they lose that you know what I'm saying? Now they start moving the way we want them to move. You know what I'm saying? Somebody need to beat Shakur ass then. Somebody need to beat Shakur ass so we can get the fights that we want to see. You know what I'm
Chill out,
saying?
fool.
I'm just
Bro,
saying, you
he
know what
he
I mean?
gon' he gon' he gonna fight Devin at 144 and he gonna smoke him. He gonna beat him, man. He gonna beat him. Watch. But I,
That
I,
that
I
that
ain't.
might
That's why I ain't been
I'm
giving y'all no
off the check.
pushback for all the criticism that y'all been giving about
I mean
Shakur. You know that's my guy, fool.
you can't give us no pushback. Look how he moving,
You right. You
Jay.
right. You right.
I'm not
You
gonna
can't
lie.
give us no pushback.
Smoke
Yeah.
is crazy.
Look,
If anything, it's gonna go to decision. But Smoke Devin, nah, I can't see
yeah.
that.
It don't got. He don't got to stop
Let
him
me let me
for
let
him
me
to
tell you
smoke him.
something, Jay. I don't know if you've been watching Dev, but Dev has been in the hyperbolic time chamber, bro. I mean, this boy is throwing combinations like a motherfucker now. It's like he is really honing in. Man, Shakur, they know what kind of fighter Dev is. Dev is he's kind of like Bud Crawford. You know, the way he trains, bro. It's nonstop. You know what I'm
That's a
saying? And
50-50 fight, man. That's a 50-50 fight. Anybody
I don't
saying
think so, man. I think it's
Man,
like a 60-40. You know, I think
for who?
Shakur got for Devin because
Okay.
I think Devin got more size. I think he's got more. I think he's stronger than Shakur. You know what I'm saying? And I think even with Shakur got more skill. I think Shakur got more skills, but I think Devin just overall more stronger and he's longer. And I think he's going to be able to beat shit out of Shakur despite all of it.
Man, look,
I mean,
I
I'm just
think,
saying. I'm just
nah,
saying. You know,
I got you.
right.
Yeah,
I mean, I think Shakur is a dope ass fighter, bro. I think he got skills like a mug, bro. I really do. I respect the skills, but you can see how he moving, man. Like he really don't entertain that fight. He just don't really. I don't think that's he don't want that fight. I think he want to get some more money and you know what I'm saying, before he have a signature fight like that. I could tell by the way he fought Del Santos. You know, if that were Floyd or somebody, he would have had to fight that nigga again, man. Had to fight him
yeah,
again because he should have ran that back. You know what I'm saying? I thought the fight was just looked too ugly, bro. It was just He should have ran that back, and I think he would have got more respect. You know what I'm saying, from his fans, and you know what I'm saying, would have showed us what type of heart he got. You know what I'm saying, and these guys just don't move the same. You know, and I'm a
Right.
dinosaur. You know what I'm saying. I admit it. You know what I'm saying. Like I'm just used to the old way of doing things. If there's controversy, you know, in a fight that you've had, you got to run it back, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, these fighters don't feel like that. They feel like if they squeak by, if it's ugly, they don't care. You know,
I
it's on
mean,
to the next.
but how much of that pool? I mean, here's the thing, right? We the fans, you know, it's very interesting because as the fans, we like, okay, we want fighters to do this, and that. But
Right.
then when we hold them to that standard, like EJ, right? This fight
Hmm.
with Terrence Crawford, from what we hear, this nigga had no business going through with that. And then we saying we want to fight. Well, it kind of cheated us because at the end of the day, you wasn't 100%, and you got bulldozed, and all it did was just give people like it just confused everybody. So
Right.
it's like, you know, like I think fans have to be very specific when they saying, "Oh, we just want to fight." No, we want to fight, and we want both fighters to bring 100%. And if
Right.
they're not going to do that, it's a waste of time and a waste of money. I think
Yeah,
we
I
I
have
mean
to.
mean,
that's
I
true.
agree.
But dude, how much do you think? So you subscribing to the fact that you don't think Devin's gonna be good at 144?
Who?
Devin, you don't think Devin's gonna be good at 144? You think he's gonna be drained and all this shit?
No, this my thing about it right now. I don't mean to sound heartless. I don't give a fuck. If y'all needs to signing up to fight and y'all playing these games with the rehydration clause and all that other shit, and you know what it is, if you sign up for it, that's what you want. Because me or anybody, you know, with a sound mind and a sound understanding, the first law in life is you don't never put yourself at a detriment or where you don't have some type of leverage. If you willing to do that, then you must be 100% feeling like you're going to blow out or win this fight. Because if you put yourself in that position, you have nobody else to blame but yourself. You got a team, you got a manager, you got a coach, you got your promotion team. Somebody should be able to sit you down and say, hey, is this the best decision? We understand what the fans and everybody want, but again, this your life, this your legacy. And if you handle your shit a certain way, you can make money selling barbecue grills like George Foreman later. But if you fuck your legacy up, this bag that you get, this better be forever. And I feel like I think Devin will be okay. But if he feel like that's not best for him after everything that's happened, don't put yourself in that situation.
Right.
Wow.
So what I'm saying is
Mhm.
you just said that you feel like you want to fight at 100% and all this. So it
Uh-huh.
sounds like you saying it's not gonna be that way if they fight at 144.
No, I don't think so. I don't think particularly for that fight that will be so much as a problem. I was kind of alluding to like with Earl. So it's like if Devin, if your training camp not going well, your ribs get broken, it's a lot of controversy, then yeah, you need to handle that accordingly if it's like that. Because if you go out there and get the snot beat out of you, that don't do nothing for nobody if you wasn't at the best spot. Now, when it comes to this rehydration clause, I think that it's one
But
of
it's
those
not
things.
no rehydration clause, it's just a catch weight.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If
Oh, okay.
what I think is honestly, this fight to me should have been made at 140 a long time ago when they tried to do it the first time. But then they was like, oh, you only gonna give me 10, 20%, blah, 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 blah. Which is like, well, okay, whatever. Seems like somebody was
Well,
trying to do something
they
for
were
me for
trying to
money.
make it at 135, not 140.
Mhm.
They was trying to make it at 135, right?
Okay. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, they should have been fought 2 or 3 times. All of these dudes should have.
Yeah, I agree
Yeah,
with
I
You know,
that.
agree with
so
that.
now they put us in a weird position to where we like, okay, y'all should have been fought. Devin's at 147, you at 140. Now it's all this talk about catch weight, right? Now the excuses could go both ways. If you sign up for it and it's in that position where you're not hurting, your ribs broke or whatever, then it's kind of no excuses. I honestly, I think the fight probably, like I said, it should have been happening at 135 or 140, so we would have got them questions out the way. Now that Devin is older and bigger and he can't go, it's like, what do you do about that, right? I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I,
It's a weird situation
now,
because
if
people they're gonna try to come
If
up with
Devin
excuses.
If Devin would have fought Shakur at 135, he would have smoked Dev, bro. He would have
Yeah, I
smoked
agree
Dev.
too. Because Devin was done at 35 for sure.
Yeah, he could have. He got by on Lomachenko, but I don't think he would have got by on Shakur. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's like, Shakur would have made him work way more than that, and he would have been gassed out, bro. I mean, because Devin looked like a skeleton. You know what I'm saying? When he came back down for Vasily Lomachenko. If he would have went back down, I think Shakur would have probably knocked his ass up out of there, bro. I think he was totally depleted. And as you can see, he's not even at 140 today. He's at 147. So, that
Right.
tells you that he was just outgrowing that. He was outgrowing that division, which is,
Yeah, he said when he stopped at 140 and he fought Regis, he said it felt like him still making 135. That's why he moved up again. He only
Mhm.
fought one time at 140. So, but to say all that though, Pool, how you feel about the 144? You feel like it's fair, or do you feel like Devin's giving up? I mean, giving something up, like he's gonna be losing a little of himself.
I mean, I think it's that, but if Devin agrees to fight at 144, then that's him. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what I'm saying, stand your ground at 147. Don't make the concession if you feel like, that's gonna drain you. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right,
if he agrees to the fight, nobody can say nothing, really.
right,
Even
right.
with a rehydration clause, if it's on there or not. Really, that's on Dev, right? So he's taking a risk. But we got to understand that when the fighters take the risk and he's the fighter that's going down, we got to give him credit for that.
Yeah,
Got to give him credit
yeah.
for it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I
We see who want, if you want to fight bad enough and you willing to drain yourself, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm not saying that to be the cause for him to lose, but because he accepted the fight. But what I'm saying is Devin is showing you that he got the will, that's the fight that he won't. That's the fight he won't next. You know what I'm
right.
saying? I think Keyshawn is a non-factor. That's what pissed me off about it because we've seen him go for Jorge Linares, fighters that should have been way out of his league. You know what I'm saying? We've seen him fight the Lomachenkos. What the hell are we talking about a Keyshawn? Keyshawn ain't nowhere on them levels. He might be a little mean little fighter, but we talk about Dale. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about somebody who fought champions, bro, and faced them down when he was just a little nigga. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So,
Yeah.
that's what be tripping me out about the Keyshawn situation. You think Devin looking at Keyshawn and like, oh my God, this guy's a beast. Hell no. This guy got
No.
15 fights and he fought
yeah,
B-level fighters. Devin looking at him like, okay, keep talking, you know?
Yeah, he
yeah.
gonna get.
But
I ain't
I,
gonna lie. I feel like that's a Brian Norman situation all over again. I think they gonna put him in there early than what he ready for, and then they gonna take the credit away from Dev. Oh well, he's young. He didn't have that many. I can already see it coming.
I
I can
mean,
already.
Yeah.
but do you feel like he's a better fighter than Brian Norman? Because I do.
Yeah,
I
but
think he got more
He not ready
skills.
for
I think
Devin.
I think he got more skills than Brian Norman, but
But
I
he
think
not ready
Brian
for that.
Norman's yeah, I think they was talking about Brian Norman and Keyshawn fighting.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that's what I'm
You
thinking.
know,
Because the reason I say that is because, like, when you really break down the Devin Haney and Brian Norman fight, that was a close fight. Like, I mean, on the scorecards, it really wasn't close, but that was a pretty competitive fight. So I think I scored it 9-3, right?
Mhm.
Which is a pretty wide victory for Devin Haney. But when you really look at the rounds was pretty competitive. So I'm looking at it like you insert a Keyshawn Davis, somebody that's a better fighter than Brian Norman. Maybe he win two more of those rounds. You know what I mean? Out of those 9 that Devin won. Now you're talking about a 7-5 type of fight.
So
well,
I'm gonna ask
see,
you a
see, the
question.
problem
Would that
is,
be a
see,
catch weight, or would that where would that be at? Because Keyshawn 140 last time I checked, right?
Yeah, he gonna
no,
fight
he
him at
talking about
147.
147. He talking about 147.
Yeah,
So,
No,
but the
I
problem is, Dev ain't gonna be there for Keyshawn to tee off on like people think. You know what I'm saying? And then Keyshawn is the type of fighter, like he likes to intimidate and stuff. He's not gonna be able to intimidate Dev, bro. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? He
he
be
not.
bucking his eyes and he's gonna try to walk you down. Dev feet is better than Keyshawn's, bro. His feet is
yeah,
better than it's gonna take a Shakur Stevenson to keep up. You know what I'm saying? Who could step in like a mongoose and step out. Keyshawn don't have that kind of. He need more experience. He need more experienced people. He
Yeah,
looked
I mean,
good against
I
B-level
agree
company.
with you, Paul. To me, it's a coin flip fight. It's a coin flip fight to me. That's all
Mm-mm.
I'm saying. I wouldn't be
No,
surprised if Devin
Whoa.
won. You know, I'm not gonna be shocked
no.
if Keyshawn go in there and you know the experience get to him or the
Well, it's
inexperience get to him.
let me tell you
But
something. Keyshawn is not gonna know how to pace himself in that fight. He's not gonna know how to pace himself. He's gonna go out there trying to prove a point because this is the biggest. This is the biggest fight he ever had, and so he's gonna go out there and he's gonna expend himself. He's gonna try to prove dominance over Devin Haney. And when the shit don't work, he ain't gonna know what to do. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree. That's exactly what I see happen. He gonna come in there thinking it's one way, figure out it's another, and be looking lost.
Right,
right,
and that's what a lot of young kids. I think he's 1 or 2 fights away from giving Dev the fight that he really need, and they pushing him, and he's feeling his own hype right now.
yeah.
Just like when they put ferocious Fernando Vargas in there against Trinidad. You know what I'm saying? People was telling him, nigga, you ain't ready yet. You know what I'm saying? And you went out there
But
and get.
even with you saying that he's not ready, Pool, do you think it'll be a good fight, or you just think he gonna get in there and just be way
No,
over
it'll
his
be a
head?
compet. I think it'll be a competitive fight till he run out of till he realize what he got ain't working. Everything that worked on B-level fighters ain't gonna work against a guy with feet and a guy that can move. You know what I'm saying? And a guy
Okay,
that see, it's the little intangibles that you do, to not get trapped. And see, he's not gonna
right,
be able to track Dev the way he tracked all them B-level fighters because Dev is an A-level fighter, right? So he'll find out what the difference is. Now he got to figure out another way. Now, unless he can catch Dev with some shit to slow him down, you know what I'm saying? That's going to be the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, do we have enough skills to get in there and put enough hurt on Dev to slow his ass down? You know what I'm saying? Because Dev going to be moving up in there. And then Dev is working on his shit too. You know what I'm saying? You see him
right.
training with James Tony. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing about Dev. He's always working on his craft and he always worked behind a game plan. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So people look at him like, he don't know what he's doing, but he's analyzing the fighter and he's fighting according to, what I'm saying, to what he can nullify. And
Exactly. And I don't think
it,
Keyshawn ready for that type of strategy at this point in his career. I'm gonna be
yeah.
real.
I mean, I agree with y'all, but this my thing. This is kind of where I'm at with it with the Keyshawn thing, and I want to kind of give my take on Shakur Stevenson, my overall take on that real quick too.
Mhm.
But as far as Keyshawn, to what y'all saying, like y'all saying that in a couple more fights, y'all think he'll be ready. For me, I think in a couple more fights, I think he'll beat Devin. I think if he fight Devin Haney right now, that's a coin flip fight to me. It's 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised if Devin won and Keyshawn might be a little too inexperienced right now. But I think if you give Keyshawn that experience in 2 more fights, I think I'll give Keyshawn the edge because I think that Keyshawn is the more talented fighter out of the two. And then you're giving him time to grow into 147. So I think the time to make that a competitive 50-50 fight is right now because if he don't get him right now, I think Keyshawn's gonna beat him. But
I, I
that's how I feel
I
about
believe
that.
Yeah, I
I
feel like y'all
believe
got more faith in
I
Keyshawn than
see
your
what
mama.
you're
That's
not
crazy.
taking into account is that Dev is getting better too, bro. He's
Yeah,
stronger at 147 than he was at 135. All that you saw how he dropped Brian Norman, bro. He's only working on more and more how to release those punches and getting a snap on them punches. You know what I'm saying? Keyshawn don't have the experience to take a knockdown, take a couple. I believe if Keyshawn take a loss, he's gonna be done, bro. He just
Mm.
seems that kind of mentally weak to me. He don't seem like one of them fighters that could bounce back after. See, Dev done been through a lot of adversity. He got his ass destroyed by Ryan Garcia, hopped up on
right.
PEDs. So this man was able to bounce back. That tells me a lot about who Devin Haney is, right? We saw Roy Jones wasn't the same after ass whipping, bro. You see what I'm saying? So that man constitution is very strong, bro. So Devin ain't gonna fold, bro. When it comes to it, I don't think the same thing about Keyshawn. I don't think Keyshawn will be able to bounce back. You know what I'm saying? After he gets hurt, right, by Dev. You know what I'm saying? I think Dev is going to be able to hurt that dude, bro. Dev is throwing in combinations now like I've never seen him before. I've been watching him train, and man, he's throwing in see, yeah, he's showing you a whole different, set of tools that he got that he's picking up. and I don't think Keyshawn gonna be ready for that shit, bro.
Well,
You know what
I'll
I'm
throw this
saying?
out here, Paul. Do you feel this name ain't been thrown around in a minute, but where's Javante Davis and all this at this point in time? Everybody else has grown up. They've, solidified, made moves, got belts. Now they have some skin in the game. Is Javante Davis still number one if he fight all of these people?
Number one, I don't. I think he's a non-factor. I think he said what he's told everybody that he don't care about no belts. He don't care about the sport of boxing like that. He just want to fight the fights that he want to fight, and I think he's letting you know he's not trying to fight um, in a traditional way. He don't want to fight.
Is he scared? Is
No,
that
I don't think he's scared. I think he just want to do what he want to do. I mean, I don't think he want to test himself against those guys. I don't think he wants to go through the pressure of saying meeting the fans' expectations. He already told you fuck the fans. You know what I'm saying? He don't want it. He said he don't want it. He don't want the pressure. He don't want the spotlight. And I don't think he's scared. I just think he just don't want the pressure, and he don't want to fulfill the expectation of boxing fans. He want to make millions of dollars fighting who he want to fight. And I think that's where we at with a lot of these new top guys. They don't care about fans' expectations. They don't care about the sport. All they care about is getting their money. What I'm saying? Doing what they do best, what they've been training, and they don't care about the legacy part of it. They act like they do, but they don't. What I'm saying? They just want to make a big payday. They want big fight for big purses, and they prize fighters. So he's a prize fighter that don't want to compete. What I'm saying? And fight the dudes that we think that'll give him a test. He didn't fight Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? He kept fighting who he wanted to fight. Now, do I think he has the skill to beat them guys? Yeah, I do, but I don't think he want to test himself. And nobody can make him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I've been disappointed, Javante, these last 2 years. He out running into pregnant ladies and all the shit. I'm just like, damn, bro. I don't
Yeah.
get what you can't get right. I don't. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, Spence is definitely a Hall of Famer. Anytime you unify three belts, you know what I'm saying? The way he did it, he didn't do it. He went to each champion and got the belt. So he's definitely a Hall of Fame. I can tell you that right now. You know what I'm saying? Even though, at times Bud Crawford says he's not and he said he goes back and forth, says Spence is not a Hall of Famer. He is a Hall of Fame, but he is a Hall of Famer. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
for
saying?
sure.
You don't have to win every fight to be a Hall of Famer. Shit, he did something that a lot of fighters can't put on their resume, man. He unified 3 times from 3 champions. Of course, he's a Hall of Fame. He gave us some memorable fights, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Spence definitely
And
gonna
it's
be in
who
there.
you beat. He beat
Right,
like probably four, maybe about four Hall of Famers himself. So
right. You know what I'm saying? If Porter in the Hall of Fame, goddamn well, Spence is gonna be in the Hall of Fame.
Is Porter in
I
the
don't
Hall
know
of
about
Fame?
I mean,
no,
I feel like
they're gonna.
Danny's gonna be a Hall of Famer. I
Yeah,
feel
they
like
all those guys in that
Mikey
era
Garcia
gonna
is
be
a
in the
Hall
Hall
of
of Fame.
Famer.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
is
they
Keith
all.
Thurman the Hall of Famer?
Yeah, well, he was unified 2 times. I don't know what they're gonna say. I don't know if he's gonna be a first ballot,
Keith Thurman is
but
tough.
he's definitely gonna be in there. I don't think he's gonna be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but you know what I'm saying. But definitely Spence gonna go in there.
Okay.
Um, you know what I'm saying. Spence, yeah, he gonna definitely be in there.
Sean
Crawford's gonna
Porter and
be in
Keith
there.
Thurman might get in there. Two-time champions. And I
Yeah,
mean
that's what I'm
Sean Porter
saying.
was 2 times and Keith Thurman was unified at 47 too. That's a big deal.
Right.
So
I mean, they made that little golden era. That's a little golden era when they all fighting and everything. So them guys made each other Hall of Famers right there. You know what I'm saying? They
Does AB get in? He a 4-time champion.
AB.
I
Yeah.
I think so, but I mean I don't know how people be. I be hearing some people say he
Well,
not.
don't the coaches and the fighters vote to see who's going to be a Hall of Fame? I think they'll make AB a Hall of Famer. 'Cause I think the fighters and the coaches and all of them vote on who's going to be a Hall of Famer. And one thing about AB, man, he was willing to fight anybody, bro. So he never ducked the fade, and what I'm saying, he went in there, he gave it his all, bro. 4-time champion, yeah, he definitely got to get in there. why you think all these fighters are fighting so hard to be divisional champions? You know what I'm saying? They, the sad thing is that they picking the weakest champion to fight. You know what I'm saying, to become a divisional champion, right? But with those accolades, you know what I'm saying, you can't ignore. Devin Haney is a Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He's going to
at
be in the
this
Hall of
point, he a Hall of Famer at this point. Shakur is four with three division.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He was undisputed. You know what I'm saying? So, he's definitely going to be in the Hall of Fame. So, you
Three
know,
divisions.
so yeah, man, it is what it is, man. This was a good cook though, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I had to come on to talk about my boy. Y'all know how I am about Spence and shit, things didn't work out the way we wanted it to, you know what I'm saying? But hopefully he can redeem himself, and beat Tim Zoo. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, oh, you might be ready. Go ahead and get ready to do a video for Terrence Crawford response because I know he gonna respond. I know he gonna. He's very
Well,
vocal in his retirement. I know it's
for
coming.
somebody who's been quiet for years and years, he damn sure running his mouth now.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's
I
like
hope he
every
don't
time you
say nothing, man. Go ahead. My
I
bad.
I
mean,
don't think
he
he
can
gonna
say,
go crazy, but he gonna say something. He ain't gonna go
well, I
crazy.
mean, what can he really say? He knew goddamn Spence Reels were fucked up. I mean, he already knew. You know what I'm saying? He knew that they camp was trash. So I mean, he won the fight. So what can he really say? You know? What can he really say? Excuses? Is that what he gonna say? No, that's just what it was, bro. You know what I'm saying? Spence had a bad camp at the wrong time. His team, you know what I'm saying, disintegrated at the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? None of this got nothing to do with Crawford. Nobody said nothing about what Crawford did was bad. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just talking about what was going on with Spence because we knew that Spence wasn't looking right. We knew that we didn't see the old Spence. You know what I'm saying? Why all of a sudden we get that was Crawford's easiest fight? Come on, bro. Errol Spence Jr. his easiest fight? Come on now. It's like because we knew something had to be something in the milk wasn't clean, and now we kind of got some clarity, even though it's still jacked up. The whole situation was jacked up for EJ, but looked like that whole camp, that whole thing with Derrick James just wasn't meant to be. No matter how many
Okay,
belts
that's
they
like,
won. Say what now?
does Derrick James respond?
Well, I would love to hear that.
Ooh,
Say I
that
would love,
that now that's gonna be heavy. If he come
man.
back with some bullshit,
Boy, look here.
I mean,
Derrick James come out.
I think y'all both would. I think y'all would both kind of say this. I think he gotta respond. You basically trying to throw him, to the wolves.
yeah.
Oh,
And you know what? I think he will. I think he is going to. Now I didn't even think about Derrick James, but you're right. I think he is gonna say something.
Well, I hope he does, you know what I'm saying? And I hope he
Yeah.
take his time so we can understand what the hell he's saying. You know,
see,
because
there you go.
I'm
He
just
gonna get
saying.
on.
I
He
mean,
gonna get on EJ ass. He
how many
finna
That's
tell
what I
you.
interviews?
see.
How many interviews I've had a Derrick James? Spence. We come around and Spence. He's just a street, and you don't know what the hell he's saying. You're like, God damn, Derrick. No matter how
Right.
close you put the mic on his mouth, man, you're like, bro.
I mean,
It's like, come
you
on. We
ain't
know you're
lying.
saying
Look,
some. Mhm.
EJ is a funny guy, man. I feel like he opened up a can of worms. I don't think that was his intention, but I just think that because of the controversy on that fight and just people's reaction and people hearing about the breaking of the ribs and the camp didn't go well, and him kind of saying this, I just feel like a lot of people they gonna say something. I wouldn't be surprised if Bo Max say something. And when I say something, it don't necessarily mean they're gonna be crazy with their responses, but somebody gonna ask them, yeah, what do you think
Right.
about da? Like, and they got an automated response that's coming. So yeah, he didn't open up a can of worms, and Derrick James most definitely gonna respond, and he gonna be stuttering with the ball at the bottom bouncing. Like if Shaq talk, you better be ready because he
Yeah,
most definitely gonna be passing.
Bernie the boxer did a live last night. I'm about to go watch it after I see this just to see what he got to say, because I'm sure
Man, I mean,
he might
Bernie,
be.
Bernie, Bernie do not care about capping. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like, bro, come on, man. I mean, they could say what the hell they want to say. Spence said what he had to say, and now his fans know, there was another layer to why he performed the way he performed. Now, what Crawford said has no, it has no validity on this, right? Has nothing to do with nothing what Crawford said. He could say, Spence capping, he just mad because he lost or whatever badly. The way they can say whatever they want. Spence just had to get that out there, so his
Yeah.
fans know that shit. I'm back. What I'm saying, I was messed up. He let his fans know that was for his fans.
So I got a
So
question with that, Pool. What if he waited till after he fought Tenzu and he won and he said this? Would this change how we see him talking about it? If he came off a win
no,
and
no,
did this
because
interview?
I don't think so, because that's a separate thing. You know what I'm saying? Because now, what's happening, we're gonna see, because people are already saying that Crawford retired Spence, right? That's the
Mhm.
elephant in the room. You know what I'm saying? They saying he damaged Spence to the point where, he can't fight no more. So if he goes at the how he looks, it's gonna have a big it's going to have a big emphasis on that, right? Like whether Crawford, what I'm saying, retired Spence, right? So if he goes out there and he looks good, then they could kill that narrative. What I'm saying, that Crawford retired Spence. So Spence got a big job to go out there and look good against Tim Tszyu. Or that's going to be the narrative. What I'm saying, if he goes out there and get knocked out or something like that, they're gonna say, well, Crawford ended another career or some shit like that, and that's what we're going to be looking at. So it's going to be, he got a lot of pressure on him. What I'm saying, so people going to be looking at Spence, especially, but they really want him to get knocked out, so they could say that Crawford damaged him and all this kind of stuff. And
Right.
nobody's ever the same after Bud Crawford fights you. It's like, what I'm saying, get the hell up out of here. So it's a lot of pressure. So it's a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah, I know Pool ain't like that shit. So you funny, boy.
So,
You
so
be letting
let,
him
let me
bait
let me
you. I don't know why you.
let me
I
let me
know you
say
ain't like this shit.
let me say this
so
about Shakur before we get up off here
Yeah.
real quick. Let me get this out. Cause like you said, Pooh, I can't say nothing because right now Shakur looking bad when it comes to public perception. But
mhm.
I think that he quiet because he's going to take this Devin Haney fight. And I'm just checking everybody's temperature about this whole 144 thing because I think the fight is going to happen at 144. And I'm just trying to see if Shakur is gonna get credit when he beat Devin. You know what I mean? But everybody, going with the whole narrative because Devin and Bill, they doing a great job with making sure that the court of public perception is on their side and making Shakur look bad. And Shakur just went silent. So everybody thinking, oh, he don't want the fight, where his energy at and all that. Me as a Shakur fan, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt until is the fight is not, until he take another fight or Devin take another fight, then I know the fight's not happening. But until then, him being quiet, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying that he's just waiting until the back end get done and the paperwork gets signed and everything, gets clear. And when he
man,
beat him, then hey,
man,
I mean,
Shakur, you look at go to X and look at Shakur Twitter. It's all kind of pussy ass.
yeah,
It's
that's
all
what I'm
kind
saying.
of
Didn't he respond already? Didn't he
bro,
respond
yeah, but
already?
bro.
but what I'm
His
saying
Twitter,
is he ain't
his
said that
Twitter.
he's not gonna take the fight. He said the last thing he said was yes, I'm gonna take the fight.
No, but he
And
didn't
then
sign all the paperwork, bro. You know what I'm saying? Have you been watching Champ Side? You
but
know what I'm
it ain't
saying?
no paperwork though, Pool.
I mean,
What
have you been
paperwork?
watching Champ Side? Devin, all of them have been coming on there talking about the fight. You ain't been watching all that?
But that's that public perception shit that I'm talking about with Devin Haney and Bill. Bill just up there saying whatever he know he gonna keep the people going. He just being provocative right now. You know what I mean? And
Okay.
he
Well,
keeping the fight hot.
Okay.
let me tell
The
you
last
this.
statement Shakur said was this about to be a war.
Yeah, that was for the
Okay.
Bam fight. That was for the Bam fight. But after that, he talking about Devin said 144 wasn't enough, still don't want to fight Shakur.
Yeah.
And the whole world was all like, oh shit, because the fight didn't get signed the day that they both said yes to 144. So now Devin them just trolling, I feel like. You know what I mean? They just trolling in the media and the fans is eating that shit up because we want Shakur to be like meet Devin with the same energy. And the fact that he's
Right.
not meeting him with the same energy is looking like he being scared. You know what I mean? But
Well, it
he
makes
said
sense that
yes to 144, and he said like, "Hey, I'm waiting on the paperwork." So at this point, I'm waiting to see the next move. Like I'm waiting to see what they find next and how they who they fight before I
So
say
so so when
Shakur is a
Shakur
done.
so when Shakur come out here dropping bitch ass knees and all that, and he move away from the fight, what you gonna say, Crody?
Then I'm gonna be on his ass. Pause. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be on his head like cause at this point he agreed to 144. He put that out there, and Devin conceded to that. So now, if this fight don't happen next, Devin has to be the one to back out of this fight in order
Can I
for
be
me to
honest?
give Shakur, to not be on Shakur ass about it.
Can I
but
be
think
honest?
about it.
I
But think
don't think
about it.
either of them want to fight. I think that I feel like they doing. I feel like this is their way of promoting and blowing smoke. I don't think neither of them want to fight with each other yet.
Man,
I
That's
so
think
just
what
they
was
me.
you
do.
I
just
could
I
be
mean,
wrong.
they both about to go to Zuffa boxing. Even if Devin have to give up the belt and fight Shakur over at Zuffa, he can always come back and fight Keyshawn, right? If they
right,
elevate Keyshawn to WBO, he can always come back and fight Keyshawn because it's nobody in the 147 division that's great like that, except for maybe Ryan Garcia, right?
right,
So why can't he come back and fight? He's a free agent, you know what I'm saying? If he could get Keyshawn to come over to Zuffa box, that might be a tactic to get Keyshawn is still with Top Rank. I don't know what Zuffa relationship is with Top Rank right now. Um, but maybe he don't even want to fight Keyshawn. Maybe he just want that big fight with Shakur. Because
I think that's the goal.
if they're offering if they're offering Dev 100 million for Zuffa, that's where I'm going. If they're offering Shakur 60 million, shit, that's your retirement right there. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? I mean, just go over there and fight those 4, 5, 6 fights, wwhatever it is. You know what I'm saying? You can fight Dev, lose, win, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You can fight 2 times. You know what I'm saying? Over at Zuffa Boxing, because Zuffa Boxing got the money right now. So that those fights are funded by those guys. I don't know why the boxing world is looking at Zuffa Boxing like they can't put on these fights. I mean, they put on the Canelo Bud Crawford fight, right? So Zuffa
right.
Boxing got some serious money, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
They are like the zone when they came in years ago with $1 billion budget, right?
yeah.
And they just stopped putting on fight after fight after fight. So Zuffa Boxing coming in, you know what I'm saying? They doing the same thing. Now I don't care for no damn Zuffa belt. You know what I'm saying? Kind of got to get used to that. You know, I don't know. Them belts look ate up over there. You know what
They
I'm
look
saying?
like
So
wrestling belts and shit.
yeah, they look like WWE belts. You know,
Right,
but it's the fighters that we care about. You know what I'm saying?
right.
As you can see, the belts don't seem to mean that much because they manipulate those belts the way they want to. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, Keyshawn is the goddamn 147 #1 contender with 15 fights. Bro, get
Yeah,
your ass up out of here. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
they could be manipulated, right?
yeah.
So we looking at the sanctioning body kind of sideways, you know, because they don't have enough journeymen, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying, to really test these guys. You know what I'm saying, to make sure that they're ready for the top contenders and stuff, the top champions. You know, I think that Ryan Garcia Conor Ben fight is starting to fall through too. I don't think they're going to end up fighting. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of fights that's kind of falling by the wayside, and nobody's talking about Rolly Romero fighting Rolly, and I don't know who the hell Lewis Crocker is, Crotchet or whatever the hell his name is. Nobody's really talking about Gary Antoine Russell is missing in action. It's a lot of fights that's not being made, man. And I just don't know if it's because of the money or they're waiting for a Zuffa offer or what's really going on. Virgil Ortiz is missing in action. There's a lot of fights that's just, it's just kind of blank, bro. It's like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Virgil Ortiz should have been fought somebody, you know.
Well,
It's just looking.
Virgil, he in that damn lawsuit with Golden Boy right now. So I think he gonna probably be on the shelf for at least a year.
Well, see, he's stuck in between a rock and a hard place because he don't want to fight Jerron Booth Ennis. He definitely don't want to fight Fedora. So you know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard for him to move because his next fight is definitely going to be a tough fight. And you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? So he's kind of he can't skate. You know, he fought Bokachuk, he fought Madronov, and those were good fights. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But he got to keep it going if he's going to be, you know, that number one seed contender. You're going to be on an elite level. He's going to have to fight Fundora. He's going to have to fight whoever win out of Xander and Boots, and he's going to have to fight somebody like that. So it's good that he's. I don't know if this was like a manufactured fight, you know what I'm saying? So he can kind of like wait out the division or something, you know what I'm saying? Because it seems kind of, it's awful lucky that this happened to him. You know what I'm saying? He don't have to fight
Right.
nobody. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of works in his favor. Um, so I'm just suspicious about it all, bro.
I
I'm just
just
I'm just
like okay, back to so what you saying that about Virgil though and not wanting to fight Boots. I don't understand how people say that. So you can let me know where you at with it, Paul, because Virgil said yes to fighting Boots twice. And Boots said no.
yeah,
So
that
all
at
of a sudden
147.
now Boots
At
don't want to fight.
147. Now
No,
that
he
150.
was trying to fight him at 154.
Well, but was it one of them situations where you saying that in the public, but in the background? See, and that's my thing. A lot of times when we get caught up in these situations, people be trying to play public perception, and then we
Right.
figure out, and that's the whole thing with the whole thing. You can say yes in public, but what the fuck are you saying behind the scenes? Because if Boots
Right.
say he ain't want to do it, the money ain't look right, or the deal, or I don't know. Are they on the same promotion?
I'm gonna tell you what he said.
Okay.
He said that he wanted a tune up at 154. They were
Mm,
supposed to fight on that Devin
mm,
Haney, Brian Norman, and Benavidez and Bam and all them. They were supposed to fight on that card in December of 2020 of last year. And Virgil said yes. Turkey was supposed to pay them.
mm.
You know what I mean? That was a turkey bag that was coming Boots' way.
Man,
So he
Virgil
had
wasn't
Okay.
no
finna fight.
reason to
Virgil
say
wasn't
no.
finna fight
And
Boots.
Virgil
Virgil wasn't
said
finna
yes to
fight
the fight.
Boots.
So when Virgil said yes to the fight, I don't understand why Boots said no. And then all of a sudden, Virgil is just scared of Boots
So why when Virgil got out the ring, he said his dream fight is Errol Spence?
Mm.
because that might have been his dream fight.
Did y'all watch Virgil or did y'all watch his run at 154 pounds? I'm not sure what it
I
is that
did.
that people are so obsessed about with Virgil Ortiz. Like his run is fugazi at 154 pounds. I don't know why people don't ever break it down for real.
I
He ain't
mean,
fought
I
nobody.
think
this the
he's
thing
okay.
though.
Mm.
2 cents. I'm not saying that Boots. I think Boots would beat Virgil. I'm not saying that Virgil is the best thing since sliced bread. It's not about who's gonna win or lose. I'm just specifically talking about the fact that Virgil said that he wanted to fight Boots and he had an opportunity to fight him.
So if Virgil said yes, then why he couldn't fight him when Boots was ready to fight him?
And that's because of the whole Golden Boy and the money. I feel like this is what I think happened. I think that Turkey was going to pay them dudes money to fight on that Devin Haney card. And we all know Turkey don't give a fuck about the business when it comes to how many sales the fight's going to make, what the gate going to look like and all that shit, right? Boots decided that he wanted to do business with Eddie Hearn still, just like Turkey when he got on the boxing voice and he said, Boots, if you want to go do tune-ups, go do that shit with Eddie. So it became a Golden Boy and Eddie Hearn thing.
Mm.
And at that point, now you got the politics involved. Now the paper needs to be right before these dudes can get paid millions of dollars. Now they gotta sell the fight a little bit more, and you know what I mean? That's when that whole little back and forth was going on because they was trying to sell that fight. And maybe they decided the promoters that was gonna have to put the money up and pay them dudes decided that it wasn't enough at that moment. But what I'm saying is we didn't have to deal with that when it was Turkey involved and was about to just cut them dudes a check.
Well, I'll tell
And,
I
you
and
one
mean, I
Virgil
thing.
mean,
signed up for
but
that.
but but it's looking like them fighters that went over there and was fighting on undercards and didn't care about the fans or was trying to get the check. It's rumored that they finna go to Zuffa.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's still Turkey.
Exactly.
I'll tell you one thing. If Boost get this, if he get unified after beating Xander, he's definitely gonna be putting pressure on Virgil Ortiz to get that fight. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I mean, because he's gonna have two belts in the division. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
Either he
Virgil
gonna
Ortiz
utilize
ain't worried about no belts. He never even been no champion.
right. But I mean, that's the only. Who else would you want to see Virgil Ortiz fight? You know, their name is already they're already rivals, right?
I mean,
Their name is
I feel like Virgil Ortiz is just tailor made for Boots. Like it's just a terrible style matchup.
Man, I think it'll be a good fight. I ain't saying Virgil will win the fight. I think he'll give him a good fight. I mean, maybe Boots will win, 8 rounds to 4, 9 rounds to 3, something like that. But I think all the rounds will be competitive in that fight. And I don't think Boots will
yeah,
stop him.
I ain't gonna lie,
yeah.
he's
I
sleeping
think
Virgil. He sleep. I mean,
He gonna fight Virgil in
he
slow
sleep.
motion like he did Villa.
He's
Man,
gonna sleep him, and then everybody's gonna be like, "Damn, we didn't know." He's getting slept. I've seen nothing for people to be talking about. He can mess with Boots, other than his lineage and his family. Other than that, he going to sleep. Cinco de Mayo. Sorry,
but he gonna have to show us though. Boots gonna have to show us. In this if he looks good against Xander, what I'm saying, if he can get Xander ass up out of there, shit, Virgil may not even accept that fight, man. You know what I'm saying? If he go out there and he just looked like a juggernaut out there against Xander, I don't even see Virgil getting in the ring with that nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it depends on how he looks, man. He just looked like he's incredible. He looks like the phenom, what everybody call Boots. Man, Virgil just might try to avoid that fight, bro.
Virgil
You know
best
what I'm
bet
saying?
is trying to get EJ. If he fight Tim Zoo and he win, that's his best bet. Go ahead and
Or
get
or
that
he
dream fight and go away.
do y'all feel like this
or
Xander
move up
fight
to
is gonna be
160.
competitive with Boots?
What, Virgil
I
Ortiz?
think Xander about to get
Xander.
picked apart.
Xander and
Yeah,
Boots,
man.
boy.
Yeah, he about to get
Boot,
picked
Boot,
apart.
Boots is going into overdrive in his training. Hopefully he don't overtrain, bro, because he is he's doing the whole mass thing, and I just see him like really, really, really concentrating on putting on look like he's gonna try to make a statement because this is a signature fight. It's a legacy fight.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I think he's gonna have to, he's really focused, and I feel kind of bad for Xander because I think Xander.
Y'all just think he about to
What
walk through
Xander?
Xander.
What?
That's
How you gonna feel
crazy.
bad for Xander? Xander got all the confidence. He talking big shit.
I
Man,
know,
I
but
think
man,
I
I don't
think
think he.
Xander got a real chance in this fight. Now I'm
I,
not I'm not favoring him to win, but I think this is like some 60-40 type shit for
I
Boot. I
mean,
mean, I'm giving Boot 60, but I think this is a close fight. The difference in what's gonna make the fight to me is gonna be how durable Xander is. Like if he's able to sit in there and trade with Boots without getting hit, and you can tell he just weakening every time Boots land a shot on him. If he can sit in there with Boots and trade with him, Boots is gonna be in a hell of a fight because Xander is very skilled. He got good feet. He's skilled, and he got some pretty good fundamentals. I think he's
do,
gonna
do he
give
got a
Boots a good
chin?
fight.
Xander's
Do,
not faster than Boots, not more athletic than Boots. His defense ain't as good as Boot. Like I don't like
I
what is.
agree with you on all that,
well,
but I'm gonna
Boots
tell you
Boots
one
gonna have
thing
to.
that he
He's
got
gonna
that's
have to.
over Boots is he's more technically sound than Boots.
Well,
No,
Boots,
he's not.
he's gonna have to learn how to
I'm
cut
telling
off
you,
that damn ring. He's gonna just because he let Karen run around the damn ring. He's gonna have to cut that ring off and keep his technique together. You know what I'm saying? Because
right?
that's those pivots is where Boots tend to let a little get a little sloppy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because one thing about Xander, he likes to pivot and he likes to throw off the pivot, and that's going to be a vulnerable. And he's a big boy. He's bigger than most people really realize. That motherfucker kind of big, man. So,
right.
Boots is still kind of getting acclimated. That's where the danger is right there. Boots getting acclimated to that weight. But I know Boots, he's going to work his ass off, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, at that division. So I think it'll be a non factor. But cutting that ring off is something Boots going to have to do, bro. You know what I'm
does
saying?
Xander have
Because
a chin?
I don't think anybody really tested his chin. He
I mean,
moves so.
did y'all watch Xander's last fights?
Yeah, I watched him.
Yeah.
Which like he didn't really just dominate any of his opponents.
Well, that's why I think he's the weakest unified champion. He's the weakest because he won the belt off of Barbaro. Was it the black guy, the little African dude with the fucked up haircut? Um, what's his name? Barbaros. And then he won it off some non. name dudes. You know what I'm saying? So, so he hasn't really been tested like that. Is what I'm saying. I always thought he was the weakest link at 154. What I'm saying? Mandrinov, so he lost his belt to Crawford. And who was the other champion that got beat? Backroom just got beat by Josh Kelly. Um, so right now the division is not that strong. You know what I'm saying? It's really not that strong. So I think Boots got a good chance of being undisputed. I know that's a big statement, but what I'm saying, if he's the type of fighter I think he is, he should be able to beat all them guys. And become
Okay.
undisputed at 154 because it's weak right now.
But let me answer 2 Cent what she was just saying. Like, have we seen his fights and he didn't dominate his other opponents? I agree with you on that, but I think the difference is with Boots. I just think Boots got some fatal flaws that it's gonna come down to.
What
Yeah,
fatal
like
flaws?
I think he hit his feet. He's not technically sound like that.
Why do
Like
you, how is
he get hit a lot too. And I mean I like Boots. Like
I mean,
he's
but
exciting.
okay. How do you get hit a lot and win every round?
I mean, because it's not really that he hit a lot. It's just that he gets hit clean a lot. Like
Well, he
it,
gets hit.
like
The
like
Rolls
reason,
with
the
a lot of
reason,
shots. He
the
rolls with a lot of
reason
shots.
Boots get hit clean is because he be taking the fight. He be putting on the show. You know what I'm saying? But when Boots box, he box technically sound.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what
why
I'm
I
saying? When
was he's definitely technically sound. I don't know what people talking about.
okay,
no, it's
well,
like when he goes out there to try to put on the show. Who else fought like that? Like Mir Khan. He get lost in his offense. You know what I'm saying? And he goes out there and he don't care if he gets hit because he's trying to put the hurt on you. You know what I'm saying? He's
right.
really committing to shots. That's why he get hit. You know what I'm saying? If a guy's whoever he fight is good at counterpunching, he's gonna get hit. And right now, you don't have the type of fighters that's gonna hurt you when they counter you. You know what I'm saying? He knows who he can get away with it. Once a fighter get in there and they feel what you got, they'll trade with you. Boots is willing to trade once he's trying to put on a show. So that's why I say he's a better fighter when he's not trying to put on the show. Because he
Well,
takes
he
risks.
better not try to put on no show against Xander. That's all I'm saying. If y'all right about what y'all saying, and he gonna clean all that up because he got somebody in front of him that can
I
fight,
mean, I think he can box. I
then
think he can switch it up. He be taking. If you ever notice, when he get hit with the overhand right, he's always taking the fight to the opponent. He's always taking it to him, right? But when he box, he's good. You know what I'm saying? When he just stays
but
back, yeah.
it's never really fights that I see him where it doesn't happen in. Like what's the fight that I can go watch
Bro,
where
he name a fight you seen no fighter get hit in.
I'm not talking about getting hit though. I'm just talking about okay, this is what I mean. It's times in fights, multiple times in fights that Boots will get hit with a shot and it looked like he just didn't have no reaction to it at all. Like I mean, as far as like he didn't see it. Like he was just standing there and like he was just froze and then he just got cracked out of nowhere. Like normally when you see fighters getting hit, you can see them roll with shots. You can see them parrying shots. You can
What?
see
Show
the
me.
man, you can watch any of Boots fights. Go watch when he fought Avanesian. Go watch when he fought Stanley on this. Go watch when he fought Karen. All those fights, all those dudes hit him multiple times
Right.
where it looked like he was just standing there and just got
And he
cracked out of
was,
nowhere.
and he was because you know why? He was concentrating on getting them out of there. And
And
those
that
fights
might
when
be
he
the
get
case. If you saying
and
that's what
see,
it is,
see,
pull
just
and
like when
hey,
Crawford got hit, just like when Bud Crawford got hit by Maginot, people was like, man, Bud get hit all the time. He was getting hit because he felt his power and he knew he had more power than Maginot, so he wanted to trade with him so he could knock him out.
And
So
Bud said
he
he
was
was trying to knock him out. He
right.
said
right,
that.
but this is a difference though between that and if that's what y'all saying is happening, then I'm gonna look for that. I'm gonna look for that. The problem with me is I've seen Bud fight clean fights before to where I can know when he's doing that what y'all saying and when I know he's able to do it the right way. I've
Yeah,
never seen Boots not do it the right. I mean, do it the
But
right
how
way.
many
I
times are
get
we
I get
talking
what he's
about?
saying.
He's lost 5 rounds his whole career.
But it doesn't matter about because this is what I'm why it doesn't matter about whether he lose rounds or not because Boots has not faced a fighter that I thought was even close to being on the level of him. So
Who
for
you think
him,
is
so
close to being on a
this is what
level
I'm
of him?
saying. Hold on, let me just finish my thought real quick. Boots is fighting guys where he's on like 2, 3 levels above them. But those same fighters is hitting him clean. So I'm imagining him getting hit with shots with somebody that can actually fight. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, damn, okay, that's a flaw that Boots got. And now I'm thinking about him being in there with somebody like a Xander or a Pandora or you know what I mean? Or a Virgil. And I'm like, damn, if they hitting him like that.
But Xander don't crack like that, bro.
And Xander
He
slow
don't
as
crack.
fuck.
I was just
He
about to
don't.
say that Xander is very slow, but I get what he's saying. What he's saying is when Boots be headhunting, he has lapses where his defense can be vulnerable. And he, mind you, like you said, he's lost 5 rounds. He's never really gotten whatever. For somebody when they up the competition, he just better know how he better calm down on the headhunt. I get what he's saying.
Right.
Like,
Thank you.
and that's a
Like I
valuable
said,
point. But if that's the only criticism you have about him, that's pretty damn good. I'll tell you
That
that.
yeah,
but
that's
like I
true. And
said,
and and the fact that now I want to see him start fighting at least every other fight somebody that I want to see him fight because at this point he's what 30 something and oh
They
and
gotta
I
let him
ain't
fight
seen him.
him.
Okay, well what was you
well,
saying, Pool?
I mean, they
all I'm
ducking
saying
too.
is
They've been ducking him.
when
So
he showboats and he's trying to like really put on the show. Even Roy Jones got hit like that when he put on the show. When Roy Jones, boxed and did his thing, he didn't get hit like that. But when he went out there and tried to hurt somebody, what I'm saying? That's when you get hit as a fighter, right? You know what I'm saying? That's the Ron Boot sentence. When he goes out there and he put his head down, he's trying to hit you with that right to the body and stuff. He taking risks. He's taking risks. You know what I'm saying? And he's going to get hit like that, especially if you got a good counterpuncher. But the
I got
problem
a
is,
for that.
the,
For
the
Boots,
problem is nobody's cracking like that at 154 right now. Nobody's cracking like
But
that.
he also got to be in a fight pool where he go into deep waters because by that time he's gonna be fatigued. That's gonna set in on him. He's gonna be in there with somebody that's just as good as him. So and at that point your technique starts to go a little bit. So if you
Right.
already used to taking chances, against these dudes that you knocking out in the first 6 rounds, what you gonna do with somebody that is almost on your level? Maybe nobody's on his level, so I'm not even gonna say that because everybody think this dude is God and he walk on water. So I'm gonna say, what about when you get in there with somebody
okay.
that's on his level? I mean, that's close to being on his level,
Oh,
right? And then it's the 10th round. You know what I mean? And you been
Yeah.
in a pretty good
No, I
fight,
know what you're saying. You're saying like if when the
Hey,
competition level raise up, you know what I'm saying, is he going to be able to make these same mistakes against somebody, against better competition? You know what I'm
right.
saying? But I think Boots has the ability to make those adjustments. He comes from the boxing pedigree that he comes from. He comes from like a Mayweather-esque type family pedigree. Not as great as Mayweather, but he stays in the gym. So whatever punishment that he takes, he's going to be able to make the
Okay.
adjustments in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Long as he gets out that mode to where he don't think he can knock out everybody, I think he's gonna dominate. You know what I'm saying? And then he learns that he has to box because every fighter finds out that they can't do what they used to do, against lesser competition. And the better your competition get, and you're gonna see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, this dude he did catch and shoot, he just fucked me up. Okay. Well, what I'm saying, I can't, they learn each other as you get better, you know what I'm saying, in the ring. And I think that what's gonna happen with Boots is he's gonna figure out that he's gonna have to do a lot more boxing and breaking down sporadically instead of just going in there and trying to hit him with the ba boom, what I'm saying, the combinations and shit like that, trying to get him up out of there. He's gonna have to box a little bit more at 154. And the more he moves up, what I'm saying, the more boxing he's gonna have to do. Because he don't have one punch knockout power. He really don't.
Nah, he don't. I think they banking on Xander being bigger. I hear that a lot. Oh, he's the bigger man.
That
He's the
nigga
bigger
head,
man.
that nigga head big as shit too.
And he don't
That
get his
nigga,
head off the line.
Yeah.
But
I
let me
think
ask you
they
a question,
banking on.
Paul. Let
I
me ask you a
think
question,
they
Paul.
banking on Xander being able to expose those holes. But go
Hmm.
ahead. What was you gonna say?
That's what I was finna say, right? Now, through my time watching boxing, I've realized that when it's a build up to a fight, you got fighters that talk shit like they really about that, and then you got fighters that talk shit like they about to lose. I feel like Xander talking shit like he about to lose. Cause he giving these crazy ass breakdowns and the Boots don't do this and he don't do that and this and that. And I'm like, what is Xander talking about? And even if and for some reason people want to keep like picking apart all Boots' flaws, and it's like that's cool that you can see his flaws, but that don't mean you're gonna be the one to be able to take advantage of
Yeah,
You know what
that's
I
true.
think it is. 2 cents. I think that he trying to get in Boo's head because
Yeah.
I'm gonna just say this. To me, Boots comes out, and this is just my own personal opinion. Y'all can kill me about it all y'all want to. I don't care. I'm gonna just say
Mhm.
it. Boots comes off to me like he's that dude that is very good, but he don't ever want to like he always gonna be the one to come up with a reason why he don't never want to like test that shit.
Mm.
That's how Boots comes off to me. Now he took this Xander fight, and I think maybe hold on. Let me say why I think Xander's doing that. I think he's trying to get to Boots and fuck with him and make Xander feel like he's super confident to get in Boots' head because of that. That's just my opinion though. But what was you saying?
Did you watch that face off?
No, I didn't.
Oh, Boots was like, I love that you confident. I love it. I love it. I can't wait. I love it. He loves Xander confident. He's probably excited to have somebody to get in the ring that feel like they can really compete with him. I
Okay.
don't I don't I don't I I don't know. Boots don't
Well,
give me
I
Let,
have
no
a
love.
thing.
let me tell you something about y'all black people. Let me tell you something about you black people. Because
Mhm.
well, when you start talking good about these Spanish people, boy, all kind of Spanish people come to your channel. Goddamn, I was on goddamn TikTok, goddamn, and I dropped the video, boy, all kind of Spanish. I said something good about goddamn Xander. Well, with black people, boy, it's like they don't give a damn, bro. You better be saying some goddamn serious analytical shit. But you say something good about Xander, oh my God, man, all kind of Spanish people, just hitting. And I think I had like 2,000 people come to my shit, bro. I was like, man, these people really, the Spanish people really support their fight. And I'm not saying you're not, Jake. I'm not saying that you don't
Right.
support your family. I'm just saying like we are so fair when it comes to, we don't just support our fighters. We really analyze our fighters. We don't just support them. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. You know what I'm saying? But all Spanish people, man, they be supporting the hell out they fighters, man. It's like it's amazing, bro.
They
You know what I'm
on
saying? And
code. They on
I
code
mean, bro, it just be like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Why we can't support our fighters like that? You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of crazy, man.
because we
You
expect
know?
so much from each other, and we expect as close to perfection. Because if you ain't giving that, don't nobody want to hear no excuses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
guess you're right. But I
Okay.
think I think Boots is this is his test, and him moving up to 154. I mean, everybody's the name. Really, he's getting a lot of criticism because he tried to challenge Bud Crawford, and a lot of people, a lot of Budites don't like that nigga because what I'm saying, he wanted to fight Bud. You know what I'm saying, and he's getting a lot of what I'm saying, they watching him, and he's got a lot of pressure on him to be like Bud. You know what I'm saying, to be
Bud said he was capping. Bud said he was capping.
right.
Well, I said who was
So
capping?
The Boots was capping. I mean, when he was on Gillian Wallow and they called him, he's just like, I'll destroy that boy. He capping. He
yeah,
didn't
I
want
saw
no
that.
parts of people.
I
Yeah,
So
saw that,
man.
and
That's honestly why I'm not like the biggest Boost fan or that. I'm going for him I mean, I know I said all that I just said about Xander. I just think it's gonna be a closer fight because I ain't never been like complete. I haven't stamped Boots yet like everybody else because he haven't fought nobody in my opinion. So to say why I kind of am like backing off Boots a little bit is because I feel like he haven't he's I put him in the same boat as Tank Davis. And I know
Woo!
2 cents. Hey, it is what it is.
Whoa!
Him
Whoa!
and Tank are in the
Okay.
same pond together. They both ducks to me. So that's how I see it, man. And both of them dudes, man, they
How is
just
Boots a duck?
they great fighters, great talents, but them dudes don't be wanting to fight.
How? What do you?
And
How is Boots a duck, bro? Please explain that.
Man, I just
Javante a
gave you an
criminal. I wouldn't
example.
call him
I
a
just
duck.
gave you an example on how that dude didn't want to fight Virgil. And we ain't even gonna talk
Man,
about the Bud situation. Bud said that he gave him an offer to fight Bud.
Man,
He
that
could have
shit
fought
wasn't
Bud.
true, bro. Come on, stop
Right.
playing.
How it wasn't true?
I
Man,
feel
Bud
like the
was not
Bud
finna
shit
fight
was
him,
capped
bro.
though.
The
I
Bud
feel
was
You
like
not
feel
finna
that.
like
fight
Bud
him,
was
bro.
lying, or you feel
Yes.
like
No.
Boots was lying?
I feel like, but
well,
look. One thing we know about Bud, he not ducking. And just when the conviction he was saying, and when he was talking to Boots, like I kind of seen how Boots' energy was kind of like, you know, he just was toned down. Like, yeah, no, you. It's like, okay, yeah, you didn't really, you wanted that, but you was playing around. But when Bud was like, nigga, you know, I really want to fight you. We made you the offer. Da, da, da. He kind of calmed that down. So I don't
No,
think Bud
bro.
was capping. I don't think he really wanted to fight
He
Bud.
was the man mandatory. What are y'all talking about?
I
That
mean,
don't mean
you can
nothing.
be
He was
the
all
mandatory, but if Bud is saying, nigga, we gave you a contract and you didn't, you know what I
Nobody
mean?
gave him a contract.
he had a direct contract, but
No,
he
he
could have
didn't.
fought Bud when
He had a direct
Avanesian fought
contract from
Bud.
who? He had a direct contract
He
from
could
who?
have fought him when Avanesian fought Boots,
No, he couldn't have. Didn't
and
Zab
his
Judah come out and say that they was trying to make the fight, but then Bud was like, "Oh, he got something else going on," and went to go fight Avanesian. Zab Judah
Bud
said
said
no.
nobody.
What it was, what it
Zab
was, he
Judah
said,
said nobody
what
did
it was,
nobody, and he the
what it was,
president.
Moses said that they were with Showtime. You know what I'm saying? They were with Showtime and they couldn't, you know what I'm saying, fight on the network or whatever Bud then was trying to do. He said they were Showtime. You know what I'm saying? That's where they were getting their bread and butter. So you got to look at the business aspect of it too. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, Boots really wasn't with nobody.
I
You know,
mean,
he just got with Matchroom. You know what I'm saying? To save his ass. You know what I'm saying? So you know, you got to look at the business aspect of it too. So you
that,
know, a lot
that's
of these,
fine.
yeah,
Now
you
I was
know,
just gonna
there's
say like that's cool, but my thing
Virgil.
is, go ahead, my bad, bro.
No, I was just gonna say Virgil kept calling out Bud Crawford till he got knocked down by Aegis Colossus, Cavalassus. You know what I'm saying? He was calling out Bud too. Until he got knocked down and shit and got fucked up. You know what I'm saying? He stopped calling out Bud. You know what I'm saying? It's like after that, then he fell out at 147. So it's a lot of stuff be going on with these fighters, man. That
And
you know we
and
just call them a dub. Go ahead.
right. So let me say this though. This is my thing where what I kind of learned about, just the more I, follow boxing. I don't believe nothing that is like as far as like what's happening in the boxing world on YouTube and all this type of stuff. I don't really listen to all that like that. I mainly watch how the fighters move. And I'm saying that because it's always going to be a reason why the fight didn't happen. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So for an example, when you look at Tank Davis and you look at Boots, right? You can I'm sure 2 cents know. If I ask her why he didn't fight this person, why he didn't fight that person, why he didn't fight this person, she gonna be able to point it all out. You know what I mean? He didn't fight him because of this. He didn't fight him because of this. He didn't fight him because of this. And it's gonna be like the same way with Boots. Tank and Boots, it's the same way with both of them, right? I get to the point to where it's like I'm not listening to you after it's all this time that went by and you still haven't fought nobody. Because you mean to tell me the stars ain't aligned for you one time
I mean, to
for
be
you to
fair,
fight somebody that I want to see you
Hold on. Let
fight?
me say this. You know why? You know why it's tanking Boots that you experienced that with? Because nobody asked
Why?
nobody else to fight nobody.
What you mean? Like I'm about to criticize the fuck out of Shakur if he don't fight
No,
Devin.
before that, who did you ask Shakur to fight?
I wanted them to fight Loma. I wanted them to fight hella fighters. What you
And
mean?
and name them.
Lomachenko, Devin Haney, T.O.,
Tank.
Tank, yeah, Tank. Like,
And out of all those, he fought one fighter, but you ain't on his neck.
but this the thing though. I know for sure Loma ducked Shakur. His team and everybody came out and flat out said they didn't want to fight.
So we can
So,
recognize the facts of what Shakur got going
but
on, but
this
you
is the
can't do that
thing
for
though.
Tank.
But because this is
Because
why
you
though.
doing the
Let me
same
tell you
thing you
why.
said I would do for Tank if
But let
you
me
brought
tell
it
you
up.
why though. No, let me tell you why though. It's different because Tank has always, I ain't gonna say always, but for at least the last 5 to 7 years, Tank has been in a power position to where he can choose who he want to fight for the most part.
I mean,
And why
he's
haven't
also
he
been in
chose
shape too.
anybody that matters in boxing?
You mean the
We
fighters
also
that was at top rank?
I mean anybody. Period.
You mean the
See what I'm
fighters that was at
saying?
top rank? That's what I'm
I mean
saying. Yeah, let's acknowledge the
but
facts like you just did for Shakur.
what about okay? What about Top Rank?
All the fighters that people all this complaining about that when they wanted him to make this fights and Loma and Shakur and all that, they were at top rank.
That's true.
You literally heard Bob Arum say, "Why would I make a big fight for Javante?" Like I really hate having this conversation because just like you just did when you try to bring up the facts and point out exactly what's going on, they try to act like you ain't just stating facts and exactly what happened. But for some reason, when it come to Tank and Boots, and when you try to bring up the facts, they just want to overlook them.
But
I don't
ain't
understand
Tank
that.
supposed to be like this big star to where he's
That
supposed to
shit
be?
don't work like that, y'all. That shit don't work like that.
And to be fair, Tank's an unusual situation because not only does he have that going on, Tank has been in trouble the last 2-3 years. I think it's unfair to say Boots is a dub because Boots is actually fighting. He's staying busy. Tank, we gotta wonder if he even care about boxing sometimes.
I'm
I
not
think
even worried about the last 2 years because the last 2 years, Tank he pretty much told everybody after the Lamont Roach fight, or I ain't even gonna say after the Lamont Roach fight. It probably was a little bit before that. He
that
pretty much just flat out told everybody that he fighting for money because he ran out of excuses. But I mean, damn,
Ain't all
nobody
these
want to hear
fighters
that
fighting for
shit.
money?
yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I'm saying at some point, these guys was fighting for legacy. At some point, Tank jumped in the game and was trying to do the Mayweather thing.
Hey,
He
wasn't he
never was
successful?
never about giving the fans what he wanted. All he wanted to do, yeah, he was, and that's good for him. But that's why I put him, and
How he
I'm
not
putting
giving
Boots there
fans
for
what they
now
want, but
in the
he's
same
selling out?
category.
How he not giving
Can
He
I,
fans
can
what
I,
they
giving.
want,
I'm
but
gonna
he's
say
selling out?
this. He giving you what you want because you want to see an exciting fight and all that kind of shit. Like I don't care about that. Like for me, part of boxing to me in sports period, not even just boxing, is to see who's the best. See what guy is able to move on. I don't care how you do it. I don't care how it happens. I don't care if it's boring. I don't care if it's you know what I mean? Like people criticize Shakur and Devin because they say they boring fighters. But I want to see Shakur and Devin fight. I don't care if it's a boring fight. I want to see who's able to move on. Who's able to say I beat that guy. That's interesting to me. That's curious. That sparks my curiosity when it comes to
can
sports.
we say? Can I say this
It's
though?
not all about the excitement or the entertainment for me.
Can I say this though? Has there been a situation where Javante signed a contract with either of the three that people usually want him to fight and he ducked out? Like has it ever been close?
Never. Oh,
It's
the
never
time he
been
reached
close.
out to Shakur, and then they said that they was going another direction.
When did he reach out to Shakur though?
Man, we don't even
See
got
what
to
I'm
go
saying?
through all this.
I
When?
ain't gonna
Because
lie. I heard
that's
about that.
bullshit though.
That was
That's
pretty early.
bullshit.
Shakur literally said they reached out to him. So you saying Shakur bullshit?
No, I'm no, but you're not saying that he reached out to him. You're saying that he reached out and he went a different direction. The going a different direction part is the bullshit. Because
Didn't he
Shakur
go to
did
Matt?
confirm.
Well, he did. He was at
No,
Matchroom.
no,
What are you
but
talking
see,
about?
this is what I'm saying though. See that's why I be trying to tell. That's why I just said what I said about why you can't listen to what's going on in the public because these people have PR teams that make sure that people that's following this shit like you, 2 cents, that's a Tank fan, it's gonna clean up their mess.
But why is that only
When
the
Hold
tank
on,
mess?
though?
time out
But
because let
why
me
is
let
that
me
only
say
the
this
tank
real
though?
quick. Let me
Everybody
say
does
this
that.
Exactly.
real quick because I'm gonna tell you who exposed what happened with Shakur Stevenson.
Okay.
Lamont Roach exposed that because he said that PBC reached out to him for a fight when Tank decided to fight Hector Garcia, and he never got a call back. And hold on, what's the dude name that be running PBC that managed his name like Tom something? I can't think of the dude name,
Tom
but
Brown.
Tom Brown. He came out and said Tank chooses his fighters. We give Tank a lineup of fighters. Tank chooses who he wants. So I'm not surprised
I
that
got a question for
called Keyshawn Davis
Hey,
before.
what's your name? What's your name?
My name's Sean. You can call me
Sean,
SJ.
let me ask you a question, Sean. When has Jay Prince ever made a fight with Al Heyman?
I can't think of nothing on top of my head.
And how long has Jay Prince been in boxing?
He's been in boxing for a long time.
Forever. He
But
helped
this
negotiate Mayweather get out his deal. He helped Mayweather get out his deal.
So one might have to conclude that if Shakur Stevenson really want that fight, he might have to leave Jay Prince. Wouldn't you think so?
No.
What?
Just because he never, but just because he never did it, don't mean that it's not possible.
But this is the thing but this is the thing we was talking about, right? Well, like, and it just kind of where we get into the context. A lot of what, and I'm going off of what you were saying, facts. A lot of what us as fans see and hear, and this is what I was saying earlier. There's a lot of politics and shit going on between. So when we saying that, we not necessarily knowing. And I'm neutral because I don't think Javante ducking. I just don't. I think his mind ain't there. But I will say that that's why I asked about the contract, because I've never heard that he was close to a deal and he just said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna get out the way." Now,
but this is the thing, though, bro.
I have
Go
heard
ahead.
Devin and Shakir do that, though. I've heard both of them do that before, where they've gotten close to signing and we just want to go in a different direction. We've seen them duck before.
But why do people keep glazing over the fact that Jay Prince ain't never made a fight with Al Heyman? Every time I bring that point up, everybody like, "Oh, that don't mean he can't do it." How long has Jay Prince been in boxing?
Okay,
Floyd Mayweather damn near had to kill people to get away from Jay Prince to go over to the PBC.
That's true.
Well, I'm gonna tell you because Jay Prince, he got a very shady past when it comes to his deals with Top Rank. You know what I'm saying? He deals with Top Rank a lot. So I mean, I really don't understand, because this is the first time I've seen him deal with a free agent that's under him. You know what I'm saying? Because he helped negotiate Floyd out of his contract, but Floyd never fought with Jay Prince though. Even though Jay Prince had a big, I think he kind of helped Thug Mayweather up out of there. I think he paid something like $700,000 or something to get Mayweather out of his contract back then. But with this is the first time I've seen Jay Prince with a free agent, you know what I'm saying, like this up under him. What's going on right side? What's happening, bro?
Hey man, shout out to my brother Poole, man. Hey, I just pulled up to listen, man. I'm listening. Hey, you know, I'm trying my best to be in order tonight, man. But y'all keep picking. I'll jump in when it's time, but I love the conversation. I love it.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about Jay Prince. He's been around for years, bro.
Jay Prince out of order, man. He one of the most out of order individuals that we know of. Respect. Jay Prince.
Explain yourself.
All right, well, it's on me, I guess. Okay. Well, the reason I say that Jay Prince is out of order is because we've seen the dealings that he had with Floyd, right? According to Floyd, or I ain't gonna say according to Floyd, according to certain individuals, Bob had to come bail him out of whatever was going on with him and Jay Prince, according to what Floyd had going on. But at the same time, we done seen a lot of things happen with individuals dealing with Jay Prince, not just Jay Prince, his son as well, and whether it's Offset. I mean, it's a bunch of.
Son, you done brought it all to Houston and shit.
Well, you asked me a question. You asked me to explain myself. That's why I said I don't want no smoke, bro. I don't want no smoke. That's why I said I'll sit back and listen. Let me sit back and listen. I'll listen.
I mean, just going off.
So you just saying they all like the Corleones and shit. They all like Michael Corleone.
No. What I'm saying is when you deal with Jay Prince, you know what you're getting into. You understand what his son got going on. You understand what Floyd went through with him, right? And so, I mean, it is what it is. Hey, the man is supposedly a businessman, but from everything I done heard, and you know, I talked to individuals, but he a gangster as well. Which is, hey, I mean,
you make your offer you can't refuse.
I mean, you got to be engaged to be in boxing.
I'm not disagreeing with it, but y'all asking me a question.
No. And I'm not attacking you for it. I'm just saying, hey, ain't no nuns in boxing, as we all know, unfortunately. Bob Ehrman is
I agree. I agree 100%. I think all of them got certain things behind it. Man, they all dogs out there. You got to be a dog to be a promoter. You know what I'm saying? You got to be a dog to be a manager. But at the same time, I can only go off of what I've heard. Mm-hmm. And so when it comes to Jay Prince, it ain't somebody I'm going to do business with. No disrespect to him. But I probably wouldn't do business with a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? And y'all look at me like I'm crazy. So it is what it is. But hey, Jay Prince, no disrespect to him, but hey, he getting it how he get it. It is what it is.
So 2 cents, I got a question. When you saying that Jay Prince hasn't done a deal with Al Heyman, why do you think that is?
Did you ask me that? Did you say me?
No, I was 2 cents.
Oh, shout out to my sister 2 cents, man.
What's up? Hey. What's up, Doug? What you say? What y'all say? My hat stepped away.
No, I was saying, why do you think that is? Why do you think that Jay Prince hasn't done a deal with Al Heyman this whole time?
I mean, I have no idea. I can't answer that. Ain't no telling what they got going on, or maybe.
But y'all trying to put music industry. But y'all trying to put us in a basket to understand what goes on behind the scenes. We're not privileged to know that. So
what are you talking about? Not to know what?
I'm saying as far as why deals haven't been made, as far as Jay Prince, Al Heyman.
Oh, he's just asking what I think.
But no disrespect, but can you honestly say no disrespect, but you don't have a clue why they ain't did business.
I know, but I'm gonna tell you what I think though. I don't know why.
No,
go ahead. I just think that I don't know. I'm saying I don't know why. Maybe they done things in the past. Maybe they did things in the music industry. I don't know. But whatever the thing is, we've just never seen them two work together.
Yeah, and the whole thing was like that was an interesting pattern to recognize. That's why I'm asking it, because it's like, yo, you would think that two black men doing business in boxing, something like that would have been made, right? So if it's not, because we always talking about different sides of the street, well, y'all not on the same side, but y'all can most definitely come to an understanding and agreement. And if they haven't, that's very particular.
But we've always seen when Jay Prince do business in boxing, he works with Bob Errol. He works with the top rank side of things.
Right.
He works with the top rank. That's who he works
exactly with. And that's the point I was trying to make.
But this is the point. This is to add on to that though. What right side is saying. Mm-hmm. It's like how many fighters do Jay Prince be having? Like it ain't like he got like a whole stable of fighters all the time. Like he always just got like a handful of fighters.
I mean,
and he is always doing business because he's always doing business with Top Rank, and the fact that he only got a handful of fighters. But what we trying to say is, how possible was it for him to when was he ever? Okay, basically at that point. Hold on. Let me make my point real quick. We know that he deals with Top Rank, right? Mm-hmm. And we know at that time, before like the last 2 or 3 years, everything has been political. It's been sides of the street. So anytime he was to do a fight with PBC, it would have had to been a cross promotional fight, and that would have took for it to have been a mega fight at that time. Mm-hmm. And when has there ever been a time where a Jay Prince fighter was in a mega fight with somebody on PBC?
All I'm saying is it's never happened throughout the whole time Jay Prince has been in boxing.
And that's fine, but that's a great conclusion.
I remember a time. I remember a time where they told, and this is the stories that get put out in boxing. But I remember a story where what they said, Floyd, damn near Bob had to come get Floyd out the damn trunk of a car at one point in time dealing with Jay Prince. That's the story that they tell. I don't know if it's true, but what I'm saying is that Jay Prince has always he's never been an easy individual to deal with. It's never been that way. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Ward was under Jay Prince at one time.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree.
So it wasn't. He can't be too bad. You know, the son of God. That's the son of God right there, Nick.
Shout out to SOG, man. I rock with SOG.
I mean, let me say it like this. Say it like this. I look, you know, Jay Prince is an interesting individual to work with. I'm kind of with I'm kind of with 2 cents on this. Like, if you really are here trying to box or fight certain people, we'll go with Shakur. Why would you even get with an individual like that? If you quote unquote trying to fight everybody and do all that,
but we know why he got with him.
But
he
y'all
got
got
with
it.
him.
But this
He
is
got with him because he rocked with SOG.
I
And
just want
SOG.
everybody to admit I got a point. That's it. Like, that's a very valid point to acknowledge.
It's a valid thing to observe, but I don't think it's relevant, to be honest. You know what I
How?
mean? That's because I just don't think it's to me. I mean, that's just my opinion, though.
Hold on,
It's
but can you say
interesting
that,
that you
Sean?
came. You know that you thought about that. You said what?
Are you saying that, Sean? Because see, here's the thing, Sean, and we gotta be, we gotta be reasonable and grounded. Are you saying that because you, as a fan of Shakur, it's like you're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, so you're throwing it to the side? Because let's be honest, that's a big thing. Like, the only reason why the Teofimo Lopez fight happened is because, if I remember right, Teofimo is on Top Rank, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason why that happened. And when you think about it, also, that was T.O. really wanting to do it and this and that. But other than that, when it comes to Shakur, for a little minute, it did seem like he was ducking, or he was making fights harder than what they had to be. And if you have Jay Prince as a promoter, that's another block.
But this is the thing, though. He
Prince
signed.
isn't a
He
promoter.
signed to
He's a
Jay
manager.
Prince, right?
He's a
And
manager. He's a manager.
he signed with him before him and Tank was even a thing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So he's not foreseeing the future that far to where he like, I'm gonna sign with Jay Prince so I can duck Tank when he's just coming out the Olympics. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
we ain't saying he did that to duck Tank far from that far, but we saying, hey, like, look, well, this is what we saying.
Yep.
Since we've been hearing this boxing shit the last 15 years, everybody has been saying the same thing. If you're on a certain side of the street, it's gonna make it hard to get certain fights. We've heard that very consistently, right? So when people sign to certain people, they should already know, all right, am I on the side of the street that's most favorable to get what I want, or I'm on the side of the street that's going to make it a little difficult? If you say you trying to fight the best, if you say you trying to go after certain people, and you go on the side of the street that's going to make it a little difficult, then we got to question what your intentions and motives is, because we know what it is at this point. We know this person don't mess with this person. We know this person has a problem with this person. We know this person did a lawsuit against this person. This person, like we've heard this time and time again. So I'm not saying you did this. I'm not saying he got with them saying that he was going to duck Tank, but you definitely got with him understanding that, hey, there's a chance that if I sign with this person, I might not be able to do certain things. And we
have to take into consideration the entire body of work that Jay Prince then put on, right? Mm-hmm. We have to take that into consideration.
And none of it had to do with the PBC.
Say it again.
And none of it had to do with the PBC.
Yeah.
It was never them working with the PBC. That never happened. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, at the end of the day, when we having these conversations, if we take Jay Prince's entire body of work on and we look at what he's done, then we have to be we got to be honest and say that the man done worked with Top Rank his entire career.
He has.
As far as being a boxing manager, he's worked with Top Rank. You know what I'm saying? And that's when once again we go back to the sides of the street stuff. Mm-hmm. He was a part of that. He's always been a part of the side of the street stuff. Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
No, and we not, and we're not debating that. I think what 2 cents is trying to say that people seem to run with narratives for their fighters and what they got going on with their promotion teams, not taking into account that that's going on all sides, and that when people be saying that people are ducking, it's not as clear as people are just ducking, and that like people only want to use the facts when it's their fighter instead of using the facts 360 around that, hey, this is a business. So what y'all call ducking may be a promotion team like, nah, we're not doing that.
Right. Okay. So let me address
Exactly.
that, right. Let me address that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not. The reason that I'm saying what I'm saying about Tank is not
Mm-hmm.
even really about Shakur.
Okay.
I don't even really consider to. I'm not even. I do think Tank is hesitant to fight Shakur, but
Mm-hmm.
I can't really say that he's ducked Shakur either.
Okay.
So Tank didn't get that title off of Shakur. So me saying what I said about Jay Prince or feeling the way that I feel about Tank Davis has
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do with Shakur Stevenson.
Okay.
Hey,
Y'all,
real quick,
I
can I ask you
just
a question?
yeah.
Can you because I just pulled up, so refresh everybody's memory on exactly what you're saying about Tank and this whole situation. I don't know. I don't see Tank ain't never dealt with Jay Prince like that. You know what I'm saying? Tank, he
nah,
done.
the Jay Prince thing.
We was going back and forth about me calling Tank a duck. She just threw the Jay Prince thing in there just random. That's
Well,
why I
she
kind of
threw it in
thought it
there
was a
because
duck.
that
I
she
just
threw it in
assumed
there
I
because that might be
assumed
a
you was
reason why they not fighting because
yeah,
the
and I
promotion teams
assumed you
don't
was
click.
talking about Shakur because that's the only people. Who
Yeah.
else tanked up? Who else do people
I
say
mean,
tanked up?
to me,
I thought he dug. I thought he dug Loma. I
How?
thought because I felt like
that's a fight that could have
Loma had an exclusive
been made.
contract
I
with
felt like
ES.
that fight was big enough to where Loma was a star and he was on. Yeah,
he was a star on PBC. I mean, on ESPN, and I feel like Tank was a star
He had an
uh
exclusive
on
contract with ESPN, and Tank got a exclusive contract with Showtime. Was it Showtime at the time? So
right.
as soon as Loma's contract was up, Tank tried to fight him, and then he retired.
But how convenient was it when this dude Loma done already got beat all across the ring by
How was
everybody?
that convenient? Because your contract up, and now I could try to make a fight with you. How was that
I mean, he was
convenient?
supposed to fight
But you see
Shakur
what I'm
too,
saying, though?
as well,
Like,
if I remember. And he
Now
retired.
we gotta bring the facts into the conversation, and
That's what I'm saying.
I,
People
I
get
remember,
mad when you bring the facts, and they be like, "Oh, you a Tank fan," but these are the
but
facts. I'm not making any of this up, and none of this is my feelings.
but
but I
this is
also I
that's
also remember a time where Tank sat there in front of Floyd and was like, "Y'all trying to set me up," and when he
Yeah.
said that, it was about the Loma fight. That was the fight that Floyd was pushing for when Tank was dealing with Floyd. Floyd was pushing for the Loma fight, and then
Loma's trainer said
hold on,
he
hold on,
got an
but
exclusive
did
contract and cannot make the fight.
did Tank not sit here and say that y'all trying to set me up? Did he not say that?
I
He
don't
did.
care about what
He
these
did say
people
that.
saying in interviews and
Okay,
stuff.
okay, y'all don't care what
I'm
he said.
telling you what the trainer said about the contract.
listen. I feel like Tank could have fought Gary Russell Jr. I
Gary
feel like
Russell,
he
Gary
could have.
Russell Jr. don't want to fight nobody. We can't put that on tape.
listen. I feel like that's my opinion. I feel like he
Okay.
could have fought
Okay.
Gary Russell Jr. I
Okay.
feel like he could have fought Tevin Farmer. I feel like he could have fought Loma.
Okay.
This
I
nigga
feel
going
like
way
it was
back.
hella fighters. I felt like he could have been fighting his whole career, and not one time have Tank fought a fighter that I wanted to see him fight. Where I was like, damn, I want to see Tank fight that dude.
You
You
wanted
know
to
what I
see him fight
mean?
Ryan. You wanted to see that fight.
And
I
only
didn't want to
one
see him fight
Shakur
Ryan.
only gave you one
I
fight
didn't
you
care
wanted
about
to
that
see,
fight.
which was
Hold on. You didn't
Tio.
want to see him fight Ryan?
No, no, I didn't.
I
You
did
said
not care
Shakur
about
gave
that
you
fight.
one fight you wanted to see, and that was Tio.
Nah, he gave me. I was cool with the Oscar Valdez
No, you
fight,
was cool
And
with it, but did you ask for it?
okay, but this is why it's
No,
not
I
because. All right, so
no, I asked
let
you
me.
which
You
fights
right.
did you ask for from
okay.
Shakur Stevenson? You named three of them, and he only gave you one of them.
Right. Now let me tell you the difference though. The difference was when Shakur was at 125, 26, and 130, all he could fight was the best fighters that was there. None of those fighters was like I thought was any good, but at least he was fighting champions though. If Tank wasn't fighting nobody, but he was going out here collecting belts, I ain't got shit to say about him. But he's not doing that. He's
You
not
mean the belts
collecting
that was at
belts.
top rank? You
It
mean the
don't
ones that was at
matter
top
though.
rank?
See what I'm
It do
saying?
matter. It do
It matters.
matter.
So
Him fighting the fights don't matter and collecting the belts. He got an excuse for both of them.
They're at
You see
top
what I'm
rank.
saying?
That's
Like
not
this
an
dude is
excuse. That's a
nasty,
But
fact.
at
bro.
the
Hey,
same
wait,
time,
what's your
Sean.
name? What's your name? The other guy?
SJ or
SJ.
who? Yeah.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Like when I try to present the facts, it's like, oh man, like the belts
What?
were at top rank. Bob said he not making big fights for Javante. He's
Why didn't he
not
fight
going.
Devin Haney
He's not
when
going
Devin Haney was
to.
undisputed and was
I
trying to
just
fight
told
Tank?
you why. You think Bob is gonna let Devin take all those belts over there to PBC, so he don't have control over
I
them
thought
anymore?
that he was. I thought that he
Not,
had
not,
the
not,
opportunity to
hold,
fight
on, hold, on,
him.
hold on, hold on, real quick. She's absolutely correct. When Devin won the belts, he was locked in a contract with Top Rank. It was a 3-fight deal, so he was locked in. It wasn't a Tank. Tank wasn't even an option in that situation. It
Right,
wasn't.
but
He
after
wasn't an option.
right, but after Tank fought Loma, he said that he was going to stay
Tank
at
didn't fight.
I mean,
Tank never fought
Devin,
Loma.
when Devin fought Loma,
Okay,
he was trying to fight Tank Davis, who
I
was
don't.
just the undisputed champion. Okay, but this is the thing. Okay, Devin was going to drop the belts, and he was going to fight Shakur. He said he was going to stay at 135 for Shakur Stevenson or Tank Davis. Him and Tank had that whole back and forth for all this time. He could have fought him. My thing is, this is my thing though. Why don't Tank ever say, I want to fight these dudes? You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying? Like,
I mean,
why haven't there ever been a time where Tank was just interested in proving, like, man, you know what? Like, okay, y'all saying all this political stuff, right? We just seen Errol Spence. We just went over the whole interview with Errol Spence about how he was no tune-ups and he was going after the best fighters because he wanted to
I
prove he
enjoyed
was
the
the
interview.
best.
I
And
enjoyed the
he
interview.
gave Crawford the percentage that he needed to give Crawford to make a cross promotional fight because he liked that when it comes to him wanting
For,
to prove he the best.
right
Tank
for the
ain't never
record,
did no shit
son,
like
I
that.
thought that was dumb as fuck.
So you
Like
Hey,
want
that's
hey,
Tank
why
hey,
to do
hey,
some
I
dumb
don't.
hey,
shit?
everybody. I mean, the conversation is so good, but man, I gotta get to work, man. I gotta get on the road, man. This is a
All right,
great
Paul. I'm about to get up
conversation,
out of
and
here. All right,
Hey,
y'all.
love
I'll
you
catch
yeah,
too,
y'all on the
man. You know
next
I
one.
love you, my brother.
All right,
no
bro. Y'all
doubt,
be
man.
easy.
We'll get back together.
All
All
right,
right,
Peace
yeah, I
cool.
out.
gotta
Peace
get
out.
All
out.
right,
Peace out.
y'all. Yeah.
All right, y'all.